Godslayer in the comic world. Chapter 251 Gathering Together. The gap between a person and a human can be one in the sky and one on the ground. Who says Kryptonians aren't human? Kryptonians' little punches aren't punches anymore? If he, she, punches you down, you will definitely die. In front of the Amazon Queen, Neptune, Dacheo and other superpowers, the Amazon girls guarding the avenue in front of the villa and on both sides of the gate are no longer ranked. Not to mention sitting on the first seat, wearing a golden armor, just looking at the aura makes people feel like a bald macho Kratos who wants to kneel down and surrender. The invisibly emanating aura of a peerless powerhouse has already startled the birds and beasts within a few miles around. Victor and Barry were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a moment. The two of them subconsciously turned their gazes to the leader, Master Bat. Although they didn't speak, their eyes told the same question: is this an alliance? Master Bat, are you reliable? Only those with similar strengths are called alliances, and those whose strengths are too far apart are called brother will take you to fly. The two of them felt aggrieved by the master. The two of them feel aggrieved, why not Master Wayne? It is precisely because of the Doomsday battle that Bruce knows his limits as a mortal. In the face of really powerful alien monsters, there is really not much that an ordinary Earthling can do. So at the beginning of considering the formation of the Justice League, Master Bruce expected that the Superman, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman he wanted to win would be difficult to serve. No way, his strength can't suppress these strong men. But what is it now? His rebellious son crushed the rebellious Neptune like a grandson? Dacheo, who is so powerful, is only worthy of sitting in the first chair to the left of Ange? He simply couldn't imagine what an exaggerated big man would sit on the empty chair next to Nazai's right hand. Master Bat's righteous heart aches when he thinks of that Nazai's operation. Poaching. What the hell's us Justice League been turned into by you, a rebellious son? Snored. No. Today I'm going to make it clear what is right and what is wrong. Tell you this, rebellious son, don't bully the middle-aged and poor. Who knows, everyone just saw Batman come in with two cute newcomers, and Ange, who was sitting on the first seat, stood up very naturally. In front of the faces of all the strong people present, he took off his quaya hood, revealing that handsome young face that had never been shown in public. Since today's opportunity is rare, and everyone is a partner in helping justice, there is no need to hide it. Let me introduce myself formally to everyone. I am Angie Wayne, and my public name is Kratos. God of War Kratos. As soon as this remark came out, King Arthur, who had no news, didn't feel much. Dachao, who didn't know the truth, even Cyborg and Flash, who followed Batmaster, were shocked on the spot. Xiao Bali blurted out, "Wow! It's still you who have the ability to play." Ange gave enough face. Yao Yao stretched out his right hand to Batman, showing a bright smile, and Batman, the real guardian of Gotham City, he is my father Bruce Wayne. After finishing speaking, Ange turned sideways and made a please gesture, pointing to the modern-style armchair next to him. Of course. Please take your seat. At this moment, Dachao, who was somewhat withdrawn and not too good at words, just smiled and nodded slightly as a greeting. But Neptune and his party, who had already arrived at the scene, were extremely nervous. Damn it, this is the father of God of War. Based on the chaotic relationship of the Greek gods, they can't say anything, and they don't dare to speculate why Batman doesn't have a little bit of divine light. They can be curious about the identity of Master Bat, but they must not lose face as a real Olympian god. In Greek mythology, it is like Achilles, the mother is a true and the father is a mortal. So Neptune, Mera, and Vico bowed at almost 90 degrees, which must have given Batlord enough face. And Penthesilea and Diana are the younger generation of the Amazons. Not to mention, the more than 20 Amazon female warriors guarding around the hall knelt down on one knee to salute. In this scene, what else can the master say? Could it be that in front of a group of ridiculously powerful strong men, to tear down the stage of his rebellious son? No, it should be said, he really dares to do this, he can't deal with those strong people. There is also a wonderful but very cheating misjudgment here. Ange didn't tell Bat-Dad after he became the god of war. In the eyes of the master, this kid is the product of a genetic mutation, and he somehow got the power to make himself groaning. But at the moment when Ange restrained his divine power, Bruce, as a mortal, could not perceive how strong the traitor from home was without using a specific instrument for the fluctuation of divine power. This made Master Bruce extremely embarrassed. At any rate, the master is used to seeing big scenes. Even if he is lifted to an outrageous height by Nazai, he will not be frightened. There were thousands of thoughts in his head, and in reality, he took off his bathood very calmly, revealed his handsome face full of middle-aged man charm, and said peacefully, "Everyone is gathered here today, not because of status, high or low, not because of the strength, but to protect the earth we love so much. Please let go of the barriers and face this terrible crisis together." If another person said this, something would have happened. Do not forget. His current identity is the father of God of War. Compared to Anger, who was more stressful, his words immediately lifted the party to a higher dimension. If God of War, the mane of Olympus, speaks, the Amazons and Atlantis will definitely obey without saying a word. The only problem lies in Dachao's attitude. Ange had a strong relationship with Dachao before, and Dachao was probably willing to listen to Ange. It is not known what Dachao is thinking in his heart. This kind of situation with two superpowers and many strong players is actually not bad. Bat-Dad's words made everyone feel quite comfortable. Obviously Kratos can control everyone with absolute authority, and you, as a father, gave everyone face and said that everyone is equal. At this level, no wonder you are God of War, father. There was a sudden harmony on the scene, and they complemented each other. What's even more wonderful is that Ange snapped his fingers, and a huge round table slowly rose from the floor of the hall. Justice League version of the round table, alas. In this way, even if Little Lightning and Steel Bone, who came last, sat on the chairs with their backs towards the gate, they didn't have the feeling of sitting at the end. Of course, the difference still exists naturally. Who is it that Ange has two Amazon girls on his left, a Fulla standing behind his back, and a beautiful Helen pouring tea and water? At this time, Penthesilea stood up. Okay. Now that everyone is here, in case some people don't know the truth of this crisis, let me first explain the origin of this crisis. Chapter 252. The battle begins. The old-fashioned background science popularization of the story of the War of the Ancients made the new members of Zhenglian understand why they were fighting. Regardless of what the Olympus gods did to the earth before, at least it is not as outrageous as Darkseid. This uncle is a ruthless character who turned 100,000 living planets into scorched earth. As for the authenticity of the matter, there is nothing to refute, because Penthesilea and Vico were one of the participants in this battle back then. Dachao asked a series of questions patiently and carefully, all of which were answered perfectly. Dachao never minded fighting for the earth, he was only afraid that his power would be used. This is what his girlfriend Louise has been teaching him and reminding him. Vico took over the topic and continued, according to our experience, since the other party has obtained two mother boxes, he will probably start to find a place, fortify the place, and then find a way to open a large-scale portal to send Apocalypse. The army came here. We must find the location of the two mother boxes as soon as possible, and destroy Darkseid's plan. Steelbone raised his right hand. I should be able to do this. I can talk to Mother Box and analyze the information inside. Master Bat squinted his eyes. I haven't repaired your body yet. Steelbone made a wry smile with the half of his human face. My combat effectiveness is declining now, not my electronic brain. On the surface, it seemed that Ange agreed because of the Wild Father's guarantee. In fact, a certain traveler knew that he didn't have many choices. there is a reason for Doctor Strange to leave recently. Aang can clearly feel that the entire Earth is full of space cracks, and the space situation seems a bit unstable. Anyway, with his perception, he couldn't directly locate the Steppenwolf's position. He snapped his fingers, and Fulla and Antiope lifted out the last mother box. In front of everyone, Steel Bones touched it with both hands and began to analyze the message in the mother box. Steel Bones said, "Everyone, this may take a lot of time, I would suggest that everyone rest in the villa first." Antiochus rested his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. "The Amazons are on guard." Sea King smiled, then nodded. As the richest man in Gotham, Anger's current villa is big enough, not to mention this little guy, and it can accommodate twice as many people. Actually, as a traverser, Anger knew where the Steppenwolf had established its lair in the original history. It's just that he has kept the mother box guarded by Amazon, and it is impossible to know whether he will open up any new future. Time and combat power are on Anger's side, so he is not in a hurry. He even had time to tease Black Widow. The cross-space connection from the spiritual world makes the so-called electronic signal silence of the Avengers members a decoration. "Yo, beauty, are you busy now? The great god of war, don't you know how to watch it yourself?" The widow complained about him angrily. "Although I know your depth very well, it is basic respect to leave a certain amount of space for each other." The widow's sister is not a 16-year-old girl. She was not annoyed by Angie's tiger wolf words, but instead teased and said, "Then should I thank you? Why are the gods so idle now? Oh, so you are all right? I'm dealing with a guy called Steppenwolf here. He is not the point is that Darkseid behind him may come to Earth. So I'm not free these days." Darkseid? Who? Who is at the same level as Odin at his peak? Thor will probably know about it. Because of professional sensitivity, the widowed sister beat up Hydra's miscellaneous soldiers and asked, "Do you need our help?" "No, Superman is here with us. As long as he doesn't confront Darkseid directly, it's not a big problem, but you should be careful." After finishing speaking, Ange cut off the telepathic communication. On the other side, the Avengers who were fighting against the remnants of Hydra were beating people violently. On the chaotic battlefield, every Avenger has his own job. It is impossible to take care of so-and-so. The US team just used his gorgeous pinball-style flying shield to KO a few Hydra soldiers, and saw the heroic scene of the widow's sister. She jumped 3 meters high on the spot and jumped onto a tree before the Hydra soldiers raised their guns. They fell from the sky and kicked the 2 soldiers away with chain legs. When they fell, they still had time to shoot 6 shots in mid-air with a small pistol, killing 6 enemies in seconds. Of course, the US team knows that the widow's sister is good at skills, and also knows that she has been strengthened by Red House, which can be regarded as a strengthened person. It just didn't feel like it was as powerful as it used to be. "Have you retained your strength before?" Captain America took the time to ask. "Of course, otherwise I would die and come to the United States." The widow kept her hands on her hands, and replied with an unfathomable sentence. Her face was slightly feverish. If it wasn't for Kratos, she wouldn't have this level of basic ability. Right at this moment, a beam of light rushed towards the US team. The US team didn't react at all, and was completely knocked into the air. It performed an extremely embarrassing 360-degree somersault in the air, and then fell on the snow. However, when the gray light rushed towards the widow's sister surprised the other party. She dodged away. It was a bit reluctant, but it did get out of the way. This proves from the side that the agility of the widow at this time is still higher than that of the super soldier of the US team. Hawkeye, not far away, was not so lucky. He was hit, but he was forced to take a laser gun. A large piece of meat on his right waist was blown away, as if he had been gnawed. There were casualties, which cast a shadow over the Avengers' actions, but in order to regain Loki's scepter, they must continue the battle. On the other side, after more than an hour, Steelbone's exploration of the mother box came to fruition. We found Steppenwolf. Cyborg called everyone in Zhenglian. A three-dimensional globe was projected between Cyborg's eyebrows. On the globe, Cyborg pointed out a place. The Steppenwolf has established a base here. I'm trying to find a way to enter the satellite system. Countless streams of light flashed on Cyborg's retina, and after a few clicks, he connected to the projection screen in Angie's villa to project the images captured by the spy satellite. Wow, this is really amazing. Aquaman sighed. On the screen, it is a huge hemisphere made of something similar to the texture of crimson vines. It can be clearly seen that at the center of the circle, a blue beam of light rises into the sky. Steelbone's voice seemed a little trembling. The Steppenwolf seems to be planning to fortify this place. Ange was silent for a while, and spread his space perception to the coordinates on the Earth. Oh, sure enough, that guy plans to open a larger-scale space channel to bring Darkseid's army and his body to the Earth. Here. Then what are we waiting for? Sea King Arthur blasted the tail of the trident to the ground vigorously. The floor tiles of someone's villa cracked on the spot. After the sea, Mela secretly kicked Arthur. Small things. Ange waved his hand indifferently. We still have plenty of time to prepare. P.S. The author Jun Yang, today is the second day, recuperating from illness, and now I have repeated low-grade fever, which is a bit annoying. There are not many manuscripts saved. Update as you please. Chapter 253 Apocalypse Fortress. A good preparation is 500, and a poor preparation is half of the 500. After knowing that the portal did not open so quickly, the two core members of the Justice League had a little discussion in private. Ange, are you the main attacker? Bat-Dad looked constipated. Did your small body hit that protective cover? Ange rolled his eyes. Bat-Dad suddenly thought of a very serious question. Wait. Are you really my son? His subtext: if your mother was 1/10 as fierce as you back then, I wouldn't be able to hold it. Ange couldn't stop rolling his eyes. Physiologically, I am. The expression on the master's face is very strange. His eyes are clearly asking, you are not the reincarnation of some ancient Greek god, right? Ange was not angry. I inherited a part of Zeus' Godslayer power from Wonder Woman. You can gain part of the enemy's power by killing powerful enemies. Then I killed Ares, god of war. You didn't say anything about the co-authoring process. Master's expression became even more exciting. The more curious he was, the more Ange stopped to say, Dear father, our relationship seems not so close. Are you sure you talked to me so much before I was 18? Master Bat was completely speechless. The child does not teach, the father too. It's not impossible to change to a vicious kid as the me dad. Okay, I'm going to face the Steppenwolf. Then, Mr. Bruce Wayne, I'll leave it to you to command the army in this battle. After finishing speaking, Angus gave Wild Dad a short sword. Army. Yes. The forces of Atlantis and the Amazons need a coordinated commander, as do my aerospace forces. It turns out that in history, the heroes of Zhenglian simply fought more with less, and brought their personal heroism to the limit. In this life, Ange, the wild of war who uses the Wenzi I Jing as his divine law, still came with 1,000 troops. When Steppenwolf tried his best to fuse the two mother boxes he had snatched, he was on high alert and immediately discovered this group of massive attackers. Hundreds of thousands of demons with backs and 4 wings noticed the mutation from the east. They raised their heads stiffly and looked at the 3 huge phantoms in the sky surrounded by violent wind and thunder. Those are 3 flying battleships that are too huge to ignore. 4 huge turbine engines are distributed at the 4 corners of the battleship, and a large amount of wind elements are discharged from top to bottom, supporting these 400-meter-long ships. The triple-mounted rotating cannons over 20 meters long are distributed in every corner of the ship, looking like the terrifying horns on these metal behemoths. Beside it, hundreds of bat fighters unfolded one after another, and they hovered outside the fleet to form a circle. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar army easily affected the entire airspace, and even the Steppenwolf couldn't help raising its huge head like a double-headed battle axe to stare at the uninvited guest who suddenly broke into the air. It's a human fleet. This was Steppenwolf's first reaction. No way, the shape of the SHIELD aircraft carrier fits Steppenwolf's stereotype of Earthlings' weapons and equipment very well. Immediately afterwards, the pupils of Steppenwolf's eyes were filled with elemental power and divine power beyond the ordinary visual observation. On the surface, behind the three giant ships and more than 100 bat fighters, there was a curtain of divine power that was completely spread across the sky for several kilometers. A vast phantom of heroic spirits appeared in midair. Behind each heroic spirit are blessed holy white wings, as if they were angels from heaven. However, they are equipped with Greek-style golden armor unique to the age of mythology. The other party attacked so openly that Steppenwolf fell silent for a while. Each fiend instinctively turned his gaze to their only commander, Steppenwolf. The Steppenwolf's face suddenly turned black, and he gritted his teeth, the second time. This is the second time, you hateful old god. Without any hesitation, Steppenwolf raised his battle axe high and pointed at the fleet. The next moment, thousands of demon-like wings popped out from the position of their shoulder blades, flapped their wings, and swarmed towards the fleet in the sky. These three aircraft carriers were naturally procured by Aang from SHIELD. He recreated these flying ships with the power of War God. To be precise, they are no longer spaceships in the true sense, but war machines with soul materialization. This makes them not have a complete aircraft carrier function. So it is not the original US fighter jets, but the Batmaster's Bat fleet at the bottom of the box. Without planes, these three aircraft carriers are more inclined to another function of the original design gunboats. The Wayne family didn't raise any large army, and the people who manipulated the artillery were the Atlanteans. The warriors of these underwater kingdoms have laser weapons that surpass those on the ground. So they are also good at manipulating laser cannons and even flying bat fighters. These Atlanteans wore thick armor, and the helmets contained water instead of oxygen. After all, a considerable number of Atlanteans cannot survive by breathing the air above the water. Seeing a large number of monsters attacking, Batman gave an order, and the three aircraft carriers turned clockwise one by one, pointing one side of the ship in the direction of the Apocalypse fortress built by Steppenwolf. The Atlantean gunner's answer came back from the communication loop. All the gun ports are ready. These artillery pieces are not just those originally designed by SHIELD. After confirming that there is no need to use the air carrier deck, Sea King Arthur waved his hand, and many Atlanta City defense guns were also moved up. Today's firepower is at least 3 times that of the SHIELD version. Master Bat didn't hesitate, fire. The next second, the 3 aircraft carriers shook violently, and hundreds of violent light beams were sprayed out from one side of their hulls. Before Apocalypse made a move, the red fortress shield that looked like a pot cover of vines let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth. A large exploding fireworks exploded on the fortress pot cover, like a sledgehammer smashing an eggshell on the spot, knocking down half of the pot cover. At the same time, the demon-like swarm flew to a place 5 kilometers away from the mothership, trying to use their small laser guns to pour all the firepower on the 3 aircraft carriers that threatened the safety of the fortress. At this time, the small and medium-sized artillery on the ship, including the near anti-aircraft guns, all fired together with the escorting bat fighters. Tens of thousands of kinetic energy weapons formed a terrifying sky, covering the demon-like group head to head. They were like moths to a flame, screaming and falling from the sky in groups. On the other hand, quite a few demons rushed into this forbidden zone of death, approached within the range of the laser gun, and shot fiercely at the shadows on the boat. Maybe they were shot down by Atlantis marksmen as soon as they met. Their deaths were also exchanged for casualties of Atlantean soldiers. Like demons are such free cannon fodder, desperately consuming the lives of coalition soldiers. The short and intense shelling did not last long, because these air forces were only covering troops. Before Steppenwolf could react, an invisible space carrier crashed into his fortress. P.S. The author's Yang is relatively light and the status has basically recovered. The update should be normal starting tomorrow, it should be, right? Chapter 254 The Upright Wasteland Boy. The space mothership of the Dark Elves? Steppenwolf's voice changed due to extreme anger. The Dark Elves have been on the streets for more than 1,000 years, and the legend of the invisible mothership has disappeared in the universe for thousands of years. The younger Apocalypse commander had never seen anything like this. It was at this moment that Steppenwolf keenly felt the great danger enveloped him. He found that he was being stared at by some existence. This feeling was a bit vague, but the experience accumulated over thousands of years of battles told him that this intuition must be correct. He instinctively gripped the axe. After all, Steppenwolf still suffers from a single attribute. As an extreme close combat powerhouse, his strength and physique are definitely the strongest in the unit universe. In history, he has not been hit by a big super N punch. Relatively speaking, his perception is a bit horrible. After piercing through the scarlet vine-shaped shield of the fortress, Eng has spread his perception, sensing the Apocalypse fortress upside down. It is said that high-level mages must perform operations such as elemental countermeasures or sensory shielding. At this time, the huge cross-shaped Dark Elf mothership opened the landing port. It's not so much a landing, it feels more like the classic hot melt open road and jump gang in the Space War animation. After the bright laser shot through the shield, the mothership looked like a flying dragon riding on its face, and the lower part of the cross-shaped hull pierced the entrance of the chrysanthemum-shaped fortress that was left blank. The landing port is at least a dozen meters away from the ground, and most of the trained human special forces would have to slowly descend by cable, while the brave Amazons swung down gorgeously like ape-man Tarzan one by one. Don't get me wrong, this is not Tarzan's dubbing, this is the battle cry of the Amazon girl, the kind that goes up to 100 decibels. The blessing of the god of war cannot give them invincible bodies, but it can increase their strength and speed. Originally, Amazon's macho girls didn't wear many armors. After they were strengthened, when they descended from the sky with sharp swords in their hands, they were like rockets pouring down on the demon-like positions. Their speed was so fast that the monsters with laser guns failed to aim collectively. 99% of the red laser bombs shot behind them. Kill. Antiope took the lead and led the female warriors to charge. The golden troop headed by her crashed into the dark demon-like swarm. Two completely different colors collided, one attack and one defense, just one face-to-face, the tens of meters thick magic-like formation was actually melted. Counterattack. Steppenwolf's roar echoed throughout the fortress. More monsters jumped out from all corners of the fortress, and they took up their laser guns and shot at the Amazons. A miracle happened. The Amazons raised what appeared to be extremely primitive shields. Wooden frame with metal skin. This thousands-of-year-old armor looks like a bad joke in front of aliens with laser guns. But there is no worse joke than the primitives show you their laser shield technology. The laser gun shot up, but was cancelled out by the blue-purple brilliance swaying from the shield. This is wind element. Steppenwolf was a little dumbfounded. The divine power of God of War naturally does not include element control. It is anger, the Godslayer, who has worked so hard to control the elements by beheading all the masters, and finally added the of War's divine power pool, to have the shield of blessing for this group. Eng didn't think about giving the shield the whole time. He really gave everything. His divine power is not enough to burn. At the same time as the Amazons stood out, hatches and shooting holes on the spaceship opened, and a large number of Atlantean soldiers in full body armor also fired laser guns at the demons passionately. The advance speed of the coalition army is not slow, but more demons come to support from all corners of the fortress. At this time, the 3 flying motherships in the sky also crushed them. The two sides seemed to be in an inextricable fight. Generally speaking, although the number of the coalition forces is small, with the support of the god of war, halos fell on the heads of the coalition soldiers, and the blessed Amazons and Atlanteans were completely overwhelmed in terms of combat power. Demon-like. Their pressure could be described as non-stop, step by step, and Steppenwolf's men immediately dropped a lot of corpses. Bastard! Steppenwolf was furious. In all fairness, the demon-like strength is really not weak. His physical fitness is far superior to that of human beings. In addition, he can fly. Even against ordinary human heroes, such as Black Canary before strengthening, he can still fight for 1 or 2 rounds. Just came here and was slaughtered by the coalition forces. Frustrated, Steppenwolf grabbed his giant battle axe that slaughtered gods and Buddhas, and strode towards the landing hatch of the Dark Elf mothership. He wants to get rid of this obstructive mothership first. At this moment, the ominous premonition in his heart finally came true at this moment. Almost as soon as he left the scope of the 2 mother boxes that were merging, he rushed a distance of more than 100 meters, and a portal suddenly opened behind him. Among the purple-blue flowing light frame, several existences exuding extremely powerful auras stepped out. Justice League, Plus version. Times have changed and things have changed. Thousands of years have passed. Steppenwolf may not know Superman, Clark, Wonder Woman, Neptune, Arthur, and Aang, but he definitely knows the most annoying Kryptonian in the universe, and the rest are all successors of his deadly enemies, the Amazons, the Atlantis, and the god of war who belonged to the C position in that battle. This is simply an enhanced version of the year. Okay. Very good. The most hated guys in my universe, all of them have come here. Compared with other new faces that he didn't know, Steppenwolf glanced around, and finally locked his eyes on the golden-haired man who was exuding gold. On the supernatural Aang. He doesn't know Aang, it doesn't mean he doesn't remember this power. Old accounts aside, just because he was trying to teleport to Paradise Island, he was blocked by the other party during the teleportation, and he almost died before he was able to succeed. His body is a super strength, hard, muscular type. The other side of strong defense is that it is more troublesome to regenerate. At this moment, inside his hedgehog-like metal armor, the hundreds of holes he was blasted out are still stinging. This feeling, like a needle pricking an ant's bite, drove the Steppenwolf almost mad. Ares, that bastard! Or are you gods of war all who dare not confront me head-on? Steppenwolf cursed. Nge was about to reply. Dachau suddenly took 2 steps forward, and vaguely helped Nge block the Steppenwolf. Your name is Steppenwolf, right? I heard that you and your master are going to destroy the Earth and seize the anti-life equation on the Earth. That's right, so what if I want to destroy the Earth? Eng wanted to give a thumbs up to the upright wasteland boy. Chapter 255 Steppenwolf, don't want to lose face? It should be said that Louise Lane taught Dachau well. Dachau is a person who values righteousness very much. He is willing to sacrifice to protect the Earth, but he never wants his power to be used by evil people. Anglais had spoiled Steppenwolf's plan before, and Dachau believed most of it, and he only kept the last necessary skepticism. As the great villain, Steppenwolf cooperates so well, which in turn confirms that Kratos' intelligence is as accurate as ever. What may seem superfluous in the eyes of others is an essential link in Dachau's philosophy. Seeing that Dachau's fists were hardened, Eng chuckled in his heart, this wave is stable. The hands on his back secretly nodded, a brilliance lit up not far from the 2 mother boxes, and another portal opened. Penthesilea, holding a sword and shield, rushed out first, and 2 black shadows flew by her side. Fulla and Flashberry really flew out like lightning, cleaning up the human beings guarding around the mother box. Magic soldiers. Safe. Queen Amazon greeted before Cyborg strode across the portal. Today's steel frame is more than half weaker than that of him in the same period in history. The new body that Master Bat helped him build is not as good as the body that Mother Box helped him build when he saved him. In terms of combat power, he is considered half useless, but fortunately his brain is still working. Thank you. After the steel bone thanked, he directly pressed his hands on the two mother boxes, and he began to use his super brain to deal with the problem of the mother box. According to Cyborg's understanding of the mother box, he needs huge power support to disassemble the two mother boxes that have begun to fuse, and then resolve the crisis of the Earth. His behavior of dismantling the stage was naturally sensed by Steppenwolf. Two mother boxes are not enough, a trinity is necessary to produce the greatest effect. Originally, only getting two of them was enough to be troublesome, but the steel bone still wanted to remove these two small ants. How dare you resist the Supreme Master Darkseid? Steppenwolf was furious. Who knew he was stunned the next second? Because Ange was holding the third mother box. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. The smile on Angie's face became more and more playful, because you can't get the third one. It's like some games never have three. After all, like a trick, Ange ignored the will of the third mother box to merge with the other two boxes, forcibly suppressed it, and sent it to another place. Steppenwolf's roar shook the entire fortress, and even the chaotic and fierce battlefield could not suppress his exaggerated volume. Both knees bent suddenly, and the whole huge body was like a cannonball, and it slammed into Ange. As soon as Steppenwolf made a move, he slashed the axe blade at Aang's neck. This move seemed ordinary, but it was actually extremely murderous. Under the blessing of extreme strength and speed, one axe can split the Statue of Liberty in half, let alone a mere neck. Aang didn't move at all, as if he was stupid, he just smirked on the spot. He didn't make a move because he didn't need to make a move. Just as the blow that struck Rocky Mountain was about to land, a powerful arm covered with a blue-black sleeve held the handle of Steppenwolf's axe in midair with a dang. The place where the axe hit the upper arm immediately burst out exaggerated shock waves, as if a 460mm naval gun exploded here. This apocalypse fortress built with apocalyptic star materials is already very strong. The two sides exchanged blows, and a place the size of a football field was affected in the surrounding area. Countless bricks and stones were shattered into fist-sized pieces, which were scattered and shot out. From this blow, you can see how outrageous it is. Steel Bones was a little frightened on the spot, and his body, which was mostly made of metal, shrank subconsciously. Before the flying stones hit the side, Penthesilea raised his shield to block him. In fact, this is superfluous. Aang pushed his left hand towards the place where they were confronting, and a huge wind wall the size of a basketball court emerged out of thin air, bouncing away all the bricks and stones that flew over. Do your thing. Angie's faint words made Steel Bone immediately settle down, and settled down to calculate the mother box. Barry, work. Cyborg yelled in the communication loop, and Flash immediately ran around the fortress. He easily broke through the speed of sound, and let a circle of blue streamer surround the entire fortress. Steppenwolf started the most primitive fight with Dachau. With a crash, the Kryptonian's iron fist hit Steppenwolf's shiny hedgehog armor, making a sound like smashing glass. The extreme destructive force began to invade along the place hit by Dachau's fist. It first shattered the armor on the Steppenwolf's left shoulder, and then shattered several large and small bones. During this period, the armor and protective items on the Steppenwolf were not ineffective, but in the face of absolute violence, they only exploded with a bright brilliance like fireworks. Of course, Steppenwolf didn't just take the beating one-sidedly. His axe also hit the big super, whose agility and dodge were not too high for him. The big axe that is absolutely divine quality split the red cloak on Dachao's shoulders, ripped through the skin on his shoulders that was many times harder than steel. Just then, Aquaman's Poseidon trident arrived. The golden dung fork was firmly stuck on the handle of the single-edged axe. It can be said that Arthur used his strength to help Dachao take the Steppenwolf to death. Wonder Woman approached in a flash, swung the divine sword Hector, and slashed Steppenwolf's waist with the sword, causing blood to splatter immediately. If Steppenwolf hadn't seen that the situation was wrong, and slammed Diana fiercely with his left arm wrapped in armor, maybe the sword could continue downward, cut into the body, cut directly to the spine, and even split Steppenwolf's entire body. For two halves. Ah! Steppenwolf shouted violently, the armor spikes on his body stood up abruptly, shooting out an unknown number of fine metal spikes like a fragmentation grenade. As a last resort, the three retreated at the same time. After a round of confrontation, it was obvious that Steppenwolf suffered a big loss. At this time, Anger said, "You better move quickly. It should be the guy from Apocalypse trying to open a new portal here. Although I am good at teleportation magic, I am not a professional at this." The blue halo kept flickering in Angie's hand, and illusory lights and shadows rose in front of him, but were extinguished by his hand. This scene is like someone trying to use remote control to open small movie windows, and the person concerned clicks on the cross in the upper right corner. It looks a bit ridiculous, only those who know how dangerous the confrontation between space magic is. One could be done wrong, the space collapsed or something, and there was no real body left. Ange can indeed delay time, but not much. Wonder Woman's eyes sharpened, "It's okay. 3 minutes is enough." "No. 1 minute. Dachao's speech made Steppenwolf's expression a little tense. "I don't want to lose face." Chapter 256 Swinging Butterfly Wings. Presumptuous scum. I will consume all your bones with flames, and make them into bone chains and hang them on my axe. Well, this, Steppenwolf's ruthless words have the characteristics of a barbarian. Should it be called Steppenwolf? However, compared to Steppenwolf, Ange felt that if this guy coveted his girl's tramwolf or something, it might be easier to draw his hatred. Anyway, Steppenwolf spoke harshly. Ruthless words are awesome. If you say you can't do it, that's... Boom. Dachao went first. The blue figure easily threw out the sonic boom. No tricks, just crazy fast. The impact of starting at Mach 5 is more powerful than a high-speed rail at full speed. At least the impact of a supersonic airliner. Steppenwolf was knocked into the air on the spot, and was sent flying like a supersonic missile. 2 star-level powerhouses fought in a mere apocalypse fortress, and the extreme destructive power destroyed half of the fortress in an instant. Under the violent impact of Dachao, the walls of the 2 football field-sized fortresses behind Steppenwolf didn't even have time to let out a scream, and the entire wall was reduced to dust. Countless fragments of rock material were sprayed out in a cone shape towards a farther place. It spread to the abandoned urban area where the fortress was originally located. A dozen buildings with less than 10 floors collapsed on the spot due to this shock wave. The originally neat brick and stone pavement on the surrounding streets arched like broken waves, and immediately fell apart. The entire land is covered with shocking cracks. Not to mention the building that Steppenwolf crashed into, it was only a kilometer away. Under the huge impact, the 12-story building was immediately reduced to 3 floors, and all the residue was extremely compressed into a solid ruin. If it was another opponent, after this blow, the person would turn into a lump of plasma. But... Asshole! 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 Steppenwolf roared from the ruins. Ugh, very energetic. It's a pity that Dachao's second pursuit was blocked by Steppenwolf. The violent axe light swept across to counterattack. Dachao rushed a little too hard and didn't stop, but the Steppenwolf cut through the clothes on his left arm again, drawing a not serious scar. Huh. Anger frowned. This is not right. De Chao. Weak. No, it's not that he is super weak, but that he is not as strong as in history. Ange grasped the point at once. During the first battle of the Justice League in history, De Chao had already died in the hands of Destruction Day. In order to fight against the likely stronger Steppenwolf, the rest of Zhenglian chose to use the Mother Box to resurrect the dead Chao on the Kryptonian spacecraft. Here comes the scene where De Chao's mind is not clear after his resurrection. De Chao in this life has never died. After all, Ange is here, so De Chao doesn't have to take the Kryptonian spear that kills 10,000 enemies and destroys 8,000 to die with Destruction Day. This actually made De Chao lose a rare sublimation. The resurrection of the Mother Box is not a simple resurrection. There is no good or evil in the Mother Box. In addition to performing life support operations under the control of the owner, it can also play substance manipulation, rearrange the molecular structure of substances. After the rebirth, the molecular structure of De Chao's body is undoubtedly stronger, and he also soared into the sky, absorbing the sun's radiation. This is the key to the overwhelming momentum of the last Super League player in the history of Zhenglian. Ange saved De Chao's life, but now it seems that he actually hurt De Chao. Today's Super League is undoubtedly stronger than Steppenwolf, but it's just so strong that it won't be crushed. This is really up. Ange felt for the first time that he, the butterfly who traveled through time, had flapped the wrong wings. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be a problem for Da Chao to beat Steppenwolf. Less than half a second after Steppenwolf/Super, Wonder Woman, and Sea King Arthur arrived. Of course their speed wasn't that fast. It was Ange who opened a small portal for them, allowing them to ride directly on the face. Drink. Arthur yelled violently, and made an exaggerated jump and chop in the style of a barbarian. The speed was lacking, but the strength was absolutely full. A Steppenwolf in a normal state would definitely not be able to take this trick. Don't forget, De Chao is still there. Krypton Fist greetings. Under the threat of the terrifying heavy blow that could collapse the mountain, Steppenwolf's movements were obviously delayed for a moment, and he had to backhand the axe to block Krypton's heavy punch. The overwhelming force caused the ruins at Steppenwolf's feet to collapse immediately. Boom! It sounded like a sound from a distance, and only the real strong would know that it was the continuous explosion that erupted when the earth collapsed in one breath and was compressed to a depth of at least 3 floors below the surface. It's just that the voices are connected together, and it sounds like one continuous long sound. With just a glance, Anger knew that most Steppenwolves had abilities similar to Earth attribute. Otherwise, the ground under Steppenwolf's feet would not be able to bear such a punch from De Chao, and it is not uncommon for him to be blasted 100 meters underground. At this time, Arthur, who was actually a beat slower, seized the opportunity to condescend and hit the Steppenwolf on the left waist with a golden dung fork, causing the Steppenwolf to howl in pain. Steppenwolf was too reconciled. If it was one-on-one, Arthur would have nothing to do. In his eyes, it was impossible for such a second rate to come to him. Before he could counter Arthur, Wonder Woman's sword arrived again, and Hector pierced his right thigh with a sword. Pity. It's you who chose to single out the whole world. Anger's teasing voice drifted over from a distance. At this moment, De Chao's third punch arrived. Grasp the right fist with the left hand, and strike fiercely with both fists. It is because of the cover of his teammates that Da Chao can make such a wide open and close move. Under normal circumstances, this kind of move has too many flaws and it is easy to hurt himself. But after playing for a while, De Chao has confirmed that Wonder Woman and Aquaman are only half a tier behind him. With the support of his teammates, he naturally has no scruples. Boom. This mine slams down. The violent sand column soared into the sky, rising at least 50 stories high. The ground where the Steppenwolf was originally was swelled up, and there was a big hill on the spot. His real self was like a ground-penetrating missile, and he was blasted into the ground for an unknown number of meters on the spot. The loud noise stopped. There is only the sound of countless gravel falling to the ground. Dead. On the earth, Arthur's perception is the worst. No, not yet. Wonder Woman's expression changed drastically. No one expected that Steppenwolf, relying on his rare and powerful physical body, turned into an earth-shunning beast, left his opponent behind, and abruptly rushed in the direction of the mother box. Huh! Dachau snorted coldly, first rushed into the air at high speed, and after pulling away enough distance, it was a dive. It's his turn to become a ground-penetrating missile. Boom! A land the size of a football field collapsed in succession. The problem is that the blow actually went wrong. Chapter 257 I examine myself 3 times in a day, God of War edition. The Steppenwolf flicked its tail beautifully under the ground, and just dodged it. It turns out that Dachau also has unfamiliar fighting methods, such as tunnel warfare. The brief hesitation caused all 3 of Dachau to miss the chance to intercept Steppenwolf. It was almost responding to Steppenwolf's attack, and the fierce reaction from the opposite side of the space crack made Eng unable to move away. Fortunately, Eng bought an insurance policy early in the morning. This is not an insurance company that says this one is not covered, and that one is not covered, except that it is very active in collecting premiums and doing everything possible to refuse compensation when paying out. Eng put the layout into effect in advance. When the Steppenwolf rushed out of the ground, it had the astonishing momentum of a volcanic eruption. His exit was so tricky, and it came out from a corner of the fortress, which really interfered with Dachau's judgment. Tragically, he escaped a severe beating from one Kryptonian, but received a punch in the head from another Kryptonian. Fula turned into a supersonic missile, and that small fist, which was out of proportion to the destructive power, magnified like lightning in the newly recovered vision of Steppenwolf. Punch. A knee bump. It may seem ordinary, but the damage caused is at the level of landslides and earth cracks. The fortress that Steppenwolf worked so hard to build is obviously ruined. Switching to the original history, he still has a large number of elite demons who can help interfere with the heroes. At the moment when the coalition forces prepared in advance to suppress the demons, Steppenwolf can't find any helpers. Row was that Fula stopped the Steppenwolf for just a few seconds, and Dachau killed it. Dachau doesn't like to swear, his actions speak out of his anger. He pounces on him, his hands are like big pincers, and he pulls the Steppenwolf back to face him face to face. If you have to dub Dachau at this moment, it will probably be face me. Cub. The next moment, Dachau's laser eyes were activated majestically. The high-temperature light beam that could reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius every minute was definitely not something Steppenwolf's armor could resist. The silver-black armor on his right shoulder was like a block of eroded ice, and in an instant, along with the flesh and blood of most of his shoulder, it was completely burned away. Not only was his arm burned through a large hole, but the laser went all the way up, further blasting and shredding the huge axe-shaped bone on the right side of his head. Ah! The scream of the Steppenwolf stunned the demons who were still resisting in the fortress. The fact that they don't have a will of their own doesn't mean they don't have fear. The fear of the commander's collapse confuses them. Some monsters screamed loudly and wanted to retreat, some monsters gave up their opponents and tried to save their commanders, and more were like blind flies, and even the large laser cannons that were originally manipulating were constantly covering companion demon archers have also abdicated their duties. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Charge. Master Bat, who was the commander-in-chief of the army, gave the order, and the Amazons and Atlanteans pressed forward together. The entire demon-like front completely collapsed. Even at this time, the Steppenwolf still hadn't given up resisting, and his thick and powerful legs launched a knee collision at the same time. Dachau, who was caught off guard, was completely thrown away. The Steppenwolf turned over and got up, and kicked Penthesilea flying up. Even though she was holding a shield, the terrifying force beyond her limit still made her extremely uncomfortable. After that, Fulla came again, using Kryptonian small fists to blast the Steppenwolf to the fortress floor on the next floor. No. The great Darkside Master will never fail. The grand prize I prepared for the Master cannot fall into the hands of others. Steppenwolf accepted his failure from the bottom of his heart, but he still had the last hope. As long as you can reach that place, you can welcome the arrival of the Master. Master Darkseid will solve all annoying bugs. Over there, Cyborg's forcible cracking of the mother box has reached a critical moment. He called Flash at the top of his voice, "Barry. I hacked in, I need electricity. Come on." Little lightning in this life, the environment he has to face is much better than in history. In history, he had to bear the hail of bullets, and he had to run faster than the speed of light when his waist was injured. Don't look at Flash being ridiculously fast, in fact his body is fragile, and his ability to withstand damage is not much better than ordinary people. In this life, when all the demons are pinned down by coalition soldiers, he only needs to concentrate on running wildly. In the blink of an eye, a very beautiful and strange blue electric light suddenly appeared around the periphery of the entire fortress. People make fire by friction. Barry is running to generate electricity. Even though he already knew that the scene would happen, a certain god of war still thought badly, if he installed a large hamster running wheel in his villa, and put a flash, would he not have to pay electricity bills in this life? Power so powerful that Gotham City's power plant would be ashamed came from all directions, and was transmitted to the sky at a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Ange stretched out his other hand. With just a point of his index finger, the violent electric current immediately converged under the guidance of some mysterious power, and turned into the most comfortable stable voltage for him, rushing towards him. After being stunned for half a second, 2 words came out of Steel Bone's stiff mouth: "Thank you." The super-standard electric power, coupled with the inhuman computing power of the Steel Bone, had already fused more than half of the 2 mother boxes and shot out golden energy beams, which looked like Hydra, a hydra in Greek mythology, baring its teeth and claws. Fiercely spit out the message to all the surrounding existence. So what? The mother box itself has no will, it just follows the orders of the last Steppenwolf who gave them orders. This kind of mechanical response is not expected to go beyond the steel frame. Cyborg is quickly taking charge, as long as he doesn't get distracted. At this moment, Steppenwolf actually despaired of being able to solve the problem of the strong on Earth by himself. His last hope is to lure Darkseid over ahead of time. So, the decision he made at the end was impressively rushing towards Ange. Steppenwolf could see that Ange, who didn't seem to make a lot of shots from the beginning to the end, was the real core. He growled angrily. He charged with all his strength. In order to get rid of the interference, he even threw his axe when Dachau rushed forward again. Dachau has more than enough speed, not enough agility, and his characteristic of trading injuries for injuries is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Dachau couldn't dodge, and he helplessly blocked the death axe that exploded with his arms. The energy beam swayed by the axe even blocked Fulla, who was rushing. The wild eyes of the Steppenwolf fixed on Aang's figure. Like a relentless dead soldier, he launched a final desperate charge towards his master's enemy. Aang watched his charge, but his mind was full of question marks. At this moment, what came to Aang's mind was the God of War version. Am I being too polite? Did I give him face? Is it time for me to do something? Chapter 258 Apocalypse Edition Flying Head Man. Aang thought to himself, I never thought that I would take the head this time. Before changing to Feng Shen, Aang thought he was a leader. Do whatever you want, K head first. This is the extreme use of the mechanism of the God Killer system. After becoming a god, Aang's need for the head of the strong is not very urgent. If Steppenwolf is killed, Anger will definitely benefit. No matter what, this guy is half the existence of Wonder Woman and Aquaman. But compared to such benefits, Anger values the Justice League brand more. If he wants to squeeze Dechao's wool and let Dechao be his best fighter, Ange can't get along with Dechao in that high-ranking capacity. Dechao is a good person, and at the same time, Dechao is very independent. Only this kind of organization full of the idea of protecting the earth can restrain Dechao's actions and let it be used by Aang to a certain extent. Therefore, in this battle, Anger wanted to lead the war from the beginning to the end, and never thought of taking the head of the Steppenwolf. After all, in a star-level war of this scale, the surge in divine power alone is enough for Anger to smile crookedly. Mouth. But death is unpredictable. He didn't want to steal the head, Steppenwolf brought the neck up by himself. With Anger's identity, dodging, and using teleportation to catch someone to top the tank at the last moment are all out of consideration. Being the boss of an extraordinary person, the first thing is to be strong enough. You are not strong enough, so you have to serve all the strong like your grandparents, and balance the interests of all parties. The cakes delivered to your door are not free. If you don't eat cakes, can you still count on your teammates to assist you in the future? So, the Steppenwolf, who was clenching his fists and pounced on Aang, suddenly found that he was dragged into another completely different time and space. This is a time and space that makes him feel weird but not unfamiliar. Clearly, there were noisy battle sounds, cursing, and metal clashing sounds all around, but a little further away, it seemed dark and dead, as if this was just a lonely stage in the center of a silent universe. There are projections in the deep space around them, which are fragments of the Earth's own life, large and small, and tens of thousands of wars that have occurred among different species. Countless battlefields are intertwined with the long river of history, exuding eternal brilliance. Obviously an brutal picture, but the effect displayed at this moment is like poetry, running through every corner of this time and space. Steppenwolf suddenly realized that this is the history of war on Earth, and it is also the domain of this god of war on Earth. The dimensions of time and space in this domain depend on the divine power invested by the god of war, so it can be both infinitely vast and complex. How many fighters and war machines appear here is entirely a matter of the opponent's thought. Unable to break free from this war set by the god of war, his Steppenwolf soul will be imprisoned and exiled forever. A hint of fear flashed in the dark blue eyes of the Steppenwolf. Because he realized that his head was on fire, he suddenly realized that he was facing the new god of war. Compared with the Ares who was thousands of years ago, perhaps its absolute strength and physique are not as good, but in other respects it exceeds too much. That kind of control over the two elements of space and time seems to make the Steppenwolf have a trance feeling that I am just an insect in the world controlled by the other party. No. Don't try to tease me. Steppenwolf roared and charged with all his strength, but he suddenly realized that the distance between himself and the new god of war was getting farther and farther. Not only that, on the way of his charge, a large group of fierce men wearing Greek-style gold armor jumped out of thin air. If Steppenwolf knows something about the history of Greek mythology, he will definitely find that these fierce men are famous heroes in ancient Greece: Agamemnon, Ajax, Menelaus. Steppenwolf didn't want to get entangled with these heroic warriors who seemed lifeless at first glance, so when he rushed over, these demigod-level heroic spirits who probably had the blood of gods in life could give him a sword or a spear. In just 1 minute, Steppenwolf had dozens of wounds on his body. The Steppenwolf panicked and went mad. He charged towards Anger even harder. The only master of this god of war domain is the god of war who controls it, and defeating the god of war is the only way to destroy it. Either defeat the god of war, or be dragged to death by this vast ocean called war. Otherwise, no matter how much Steppenwolf struggles, there is only one dead end. Strictly speaking, Steppenwolf's decision cannot be said to be wrong. Pity. Steppenwolf. Your biggest failure is to start a war first, and then challenge me, the of war. If the order is wrong, it will be repeated mistakes until destruction. Originally, if Steppenwolf and Aang were put in a limited space, such as an octagonal cage, it would be hard to say who would win. But this guy is so conceited that he singled out the entire Justice League, and he also brought tens of thousands of monsters with him. At this time, facing Aang, it is tantamount to holding a hand of good cards. The battle of being crushed. The ending decided. The passage of time in the realm is different from that in the outside world. Others only saw the Steppenwolf rushing towards Aang recklessly, and then disappeared very abruptly. No one saw clearly how there were dozens of blood holes the size of a baby's fist on Steppenwolf's body. No one saw how Aang pulled out a gleaming golden sword that was almost as tall as him. Everyone can only see that after a staggered appearance, Steppenwolf's huge head like a double-headed battle axe whirled and flew into the sky. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The huge, mummy-like dry face was full of fear and consternation. And this scene happened to be seen by Aquaman and Wonder Woman, who desperately rushed back, as well as Cyborg and Flash, who had been here for a long time. Spike. Cyborg and the Flash have heard about Kratos' name for a long time. Although Aquaman, who has no information, doesn't know about Aang's previous reputation, he has never underestimated him because he is the new god of war. After Aang's shot, their hearts were filled with shock. Daikyo Kyang's incomprehensible speed, strength, and physique are far behind other heroes. They know that with their own quality, they will not be able to catch up with Daikyo in a lifetime of training. After all, the natural gap between humans and Kryptonians is too great. But this power is still visible to the naked eye. Kratos, no, Aang's strength is beyond their understanding. It is not uncommon for Aang to be able to kill Steppenwolves. Being able to kill Steppenwolves in a way they couldn't see gave them a shocking understanding of the word God in their lifetime. Chapter 259, Unwilling Darkseid. Coincidentally, the head of Steppenwolf, who was promoted to Flying Head Barbarian, whirled and did not land on the ground of the fortress, but landed on the opposite side of the abruptly opened portal. A taller and larger figure stepped on the head of Steppenwolf's death. His image is a bit like a bald orc. As we all know, bald man is one of the recognized strong hairstyles. The more bald the existence, the more severe it is. He is bigger than Steppenwolf, although through the portal, it is impossible to intuitively judge the specific height of the strong man opposite, and he will not be less than 6 meters by simple visual inspection. What was exposed to the air was his gray-black rock-like skin, coupled with his metal armor, that majestic feeling immediately spewed across the space. Not to mention the awe-inspiring aura unique to peerless powerhouses. In his eyes, burning with wild ambition, surged with a shocking will to destroy, even though the opening of the portal is not enough for him to pass through, just such a pair of eyes, the weaker steel bone has a kind of mind tremors, a trance feeling that the mind is about to break down and collapse. Not to mention that steel backbone had been focusing on cracking the mother box before, and couldn't get it right. At this moment, the figure of Daikyo Wayan suddenly stepped forward, blocking the line of sight of the steel frame and the opposite giant. This Kryptonian expressed his will to protect his companions and the Earth with his actions. It is definitely not a good thing to be stared at by a Heavenly Father-level powerhouse, especially when the strength of the person being watched is obviously much lower. At this time, Nge also took a step forward, standing side by side with Daikyo. Not only him, but also Bat Daddy, who happened to arrive. All members of the Justice League stood on both sides of them in the shape of geese. They expressed their will with practical actions, and they glared at the evil man in the universe who claimed to have destroyed 100,000 stars without fear. At this point, Nge felt more at ease. In the history of Zhenglian, killing Steppenwolf is the end of this incident, and the rest is that Darkseid went crazy and wanted to mobilize the army. As for what will happen in the future, Nge doesn't know. At least this level can be passed without any surprises or dangers. Just when Nge relaxed for a moment, Darkseid actually made a move. I saw this. Doxate's eyes flashed suddenly. Angie's heart was so frightened that it stopped beating on the spot. Zi. Strange humming. Scarlet light. The red eyes in the eyes of others became two clusters of the most terrifying rays in Angie's eyes. They not only contain super-concentrated high energy that outsiders cannot understand, but also contain countless space-time weaving threads. These threads are intertwined with each other and pierce through an unknown number of parallel spaces. These spaces are connected together like strings, and finally it only spanned an unknown number of light years and appeared in the eyes of the heroes of Zhenglian. This is no longer a simple destruction, it is using the laws of space-time as a weapon and blasting them all at once. FXCK. Angle swears in beautiful American language, which is rare. Doxate has the most top and most powerful physical body in the universe. His biggest feature is the omega rays released from his eyes, which are not purely high-temperature or destructive rays, but contain the power of omega effects, which can completely obliterate the existence of opponents, and can also revive them. Heroes will be instantly killed, but in the past, strong men like Superman and Thor were able to resist. He can control the direction of omega rays at will, he can use this thing to make himself travel through time and space, and he can also use omega rays to destroy the world. This is his murderous intent to destroy 100,000 planets. Ang couldn't figure it out at first, because Mao Dixide didn't retreat as gracefully as in history. In a flash, he understood. The key is still super. De Chao in this life has never died or been resurrected by the mother box, and now his strength can't hold back Darkseid. Seeing Steppenwolf, one of his most important boys, being killed in seconds, Doxate would definitely not be able to swallow this breath, whether this group of Earth powerhouses felt as strong as imagined. Whether it is peace talks or confrontation, this will only happen between two parties with similar strengths. As long as one party feels that the other party is an ant, there is naturally no need for compromise. So this is a test, and it may further evolve into a full-scale attack. All this depends on the response of the heroes of Zhenglian to Darkseid's blow. Ang had a thought, and the space directly in front of the portal suddenly cracked, and mirror space was activated instantly. In fact, to achieve this, Ang is already in the highest rank among the mages on Earth, second only to the Supreme Mage and a few others. Unfortunately, there was a snap. The sound of space shattering. Omega rays are the source of a series of space reactions, and the continuous sound of space shattering sounded, and Ang saw that the spaces that were originally broken into broken lenses were restored one by one. And the speed is far beyond Angie's imagination. The heroes of the Justice League watched the scene in astonishment. They could hardly react. Time seemed to slow down its pace at that moment. In the context of time that was deliberately slowed down, only a few the three reacted to the blow. The Flashberry was the first to react. He wanted to do something. Regarding such a huge mass of unknown energy, he dared not touch this red light with his relatively weak body. Right at this moment, he unexpectedly saw Nge move. God of War pointed his finger far back. Barry had a realization, this is to tell him to quickly disassemble the mother box, this is the most critical space coordinate for the other party to lock the Earth space. Without coordinates, teleportation is also blocked. Barry nodded heavily at Ang, rushed up with his outrageous speed beyond the speed of light, and pressed his hands on the shoulders of the steel frame. Steel bones were also greatly decelerated by this space-time force. Fortunately, it was his body that slowed down, not his electronic thinking that surpassed the human brain by an unknown number of times. On the other side, De Chao, whose face was startled and then angry, moved. He dashed forward recklessly, punching the cluster of red lights representing destruction. Well, in a sense, a guy with an extremely strong body can often do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, this time, De Chao miscalculated. Almost the moment he rushed up, he was sent flying back, and even spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. At this moment, Neptune and the others, who had no time to react, had shock and anger engraved on their faces. Just at this critical moment, Eng made a move. The huge god of war sword pointed far away, and a scarlet light also shot out from the tip of the sword. At this moment, there is no atmospheric flow in the void, but Darkseid, who is far away on the apocalypse, seems to have heard a voice. It was a rumbling roar, echoing from the entire universe, as if it was the pulse of the will of the entire universe. Strong and powerful. Eerie and mysterious. When the red light met his Omega ray, he felt in dismay that his own ray disappeared. It is being squeezed out of the Earth's space by an inexplicable force. Chapter 260 Strengthening Krypton Eons. Darkseid watched the confrontation between the two forces, which lasted less than 1/100th of a second, and ended in the failure of the Omega rays. The only explanation for this result is that the power of the hateful old on the opposite side is far more advanced than his Omega rays. High energy beats low energy. Higher level mysteries crush lower level mysteries. The laws of the universe have always been like this. But he had no way of knowing that this was the power obtained by Eng using divine power as a source to activate the reality gem in a small way. Darkseid was more shocked than stunned. He really didn't expect that the new god of war, who was ordered by Zeus to stay on Earth, would still have this level of strength when Zeus was already decadent and had already left Earth. At this moment, he knew that he would not be able to succeed in any way today, so he came to Earth to get his award. The momentary setback did not discourage him, but it was like a forging hammer hitting his solid rock body, causing his blood to boil for a long time, making the same rumbling sound. He lowered his noble head slightly, and looked down at the who was still standing in front of him through the small portal. "Tell me your name, old god of Olympus." There was no anger in his voice, but a faint sense of appreciation. Eng raised his head proudly, his deep and sharp gaze transcended time and space, and faced the top murderer in the universe without fear. He opened his tiger lips lightly, and calmly but powerfully announced his name, the god of war who protects the earth Engwain. Darkseid was not surprised by Anger's god of war status. The only thing he was surprised by was this power beyond the godhead. However, this is exactly where Darkseid gave Eng a high look. The rock-like head nodded lightly. "I remember your name." This time, he no longer forced to open the portal, and allowed the frame of the blue portal, which seemed to be floating like water waves, to shrink rapidly, and finally annihilated in front of him. Right beside him, the advisor who looked like Gul'dan the orc in World of Warcraft Desad said, "I said, Steppenwolf will fail." Darkseid turned around indifferently. "I will get the anti-life equation, and I will do whatever it takes. But this time, let's use the conventional method, call my fleet." Yes. Not far from him, tens of thousands of demon-like captains bowed to him in unison. On the other side, in the Apocalypse Fortress, with the help of Dacheo, Steelbone finally disassembled the two mother boxes that had been completely fused. This time, Darkseid could not use the mother box to directly play teleport airborne. The matter came to an end, but everyone's focus remained the same, and they were still staring at Eng excitedly. "Honey, you were so handsome just now." Wonder Woman didn't hide her enthusiasm, and she went up and kissed passionately. "Isn't it?" At the moment when everyone was so shocked that they couldn't move, and even the recognized Master Sida Chow was blown away with one blow, only the god of war turned the tide. If it wasn't Eng just now, there is no guarantee that the peerless murderer on the opposite side would tear open the space without talking about martial arts and kill him directly. Newly joined Zhenglian, Aquaman, Cyborg, and Flash all cast admiring and envious eyes, not to mention other people who have a good relationship with Aang. Only Lord Bat, for the first time in his life, he felt a wonderful sense of common prosperity. Nothing, just now when that rebellious son registered his own number, he used the surname Wayne. Although there is still a certain distance between this guy's concept of justice and his, At least this guy is really working hard to protect the earth. Am I being too demanding on him? He never gave him any paternal love since he was a child, but he is still so upbeat, and he has grown to this point. In the final analysis, is it because I, a father, have gone too far? Master Bat shook his head violently to expel distracting thoughts from his brain. Seeing that the demon-like demons who were still flying around didn't burp in place like the previous Chitauri, he lowered his face. Gentlemen and ladies, the battle is not over yet. Let's get rid of all these guys first. Say more. Good. Everyone agreed in unison. Annihilation battles are far more troublesome than rout battles. If there were not so many unconventional heroes, it would not be easy to deal with so many flying demons with the combined forces of Atlantis and Amazon. Fortunately, no matter how fast they fly, they cannot be as fast as the Kryptonians. Combined with the assistance of the air carrier and the bat fighter formation, everyone spent about an hour, theoretically killing all the demons within 100 miles. The demon-like is a biological weapon captured and transformed by the apocalypse. After Cyborg deciphered the mother box, it was basically determined that without the apocalypse mothership and base, the demon-like would not have the ability to reproduce on its own. Everyone was truly relieved. At this time, Dachau still frowned in a rare way. What's the matter, Clark? Eng asked. I found that I might not be able to beat that dark side. This is not a shame, dark side is the top evil in the universe. In this way, I will not be able to protect the earth well. The kind-hearted Dachau expressed his worries. Eng fell silent. Looking into Ng's eyes, Dachau seemed to sense something. Do you know how I can become stronger? Eng sighed, and pointed to the mother box that was just separated. According to my calculations, using the mother box can further strengthen your body, and then you fly into space to absorb solar radiation as much as you want. I think this should greatly improve your health. Strengthen your strength, and there may not be any sequelae. Ng's remarks were thrown out, and everyone was shocked. It's true, Victor, Steel Bones originally had only a small part of his upper body left after the car accident, and he just turned into a half-human, half-machine cyborg through the mother box. Strong is strong, in case. Will Superman also become a robot? Master Bat asked the question that Superman really wanted to ask. No, believe me, there is nothing in this world that can turn a Kryptonian into a robot. At this moment, Fulla suddenly raised her hand. Why don't you let me try it first? Everyone was stunned. Eng smiled wryly. Should it be a Kryptonian who deserves to be a fighter? She is more eager to fight than Dachau. Besides, she is Ng's girl. If she tried it first and it proved to be alright, Dachau should try it even more without hesitation. Ng's attitude dispelled Dachau's worries, because he nodded without thinking too much. It's okay, Fulla, try it first. Not 3, not 2, but just one mother box. Relying on the electricity provided by Flashtrot, Fulla, who touched the mother box, felt a surge of power that she had never seen before pouring into her body. This passionate force stimulated every cell in her body, and the uncontrollable excitement caused her to scream, and she rushed straight into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 261 Ultron. Only Eng, who is bound to Fulla's soul, knows that she relies on the Kryptonians' outrageous flying ability to fly directly out of the atmosphere and begin to enjoy sunbathing to her heart's content. Ahem, I just enjoy it a bit too much. When Kryptonians absorb solar radiation without limit, visually, a black area similar to a small black hole is formed. In the airspace with a radius of tens of square kilometers, all the sunlight is continuously absorbed by her. Absorbed into the body. As a result, a phenomenon similar to a solar eclipse appeared inexplicably on the territory of a large South Asian country. I don't know how many foolish people shouted in panic, worshipped the sky, and called the names of their gods. Fula's success made Dachau very moved, and then Dachau also tried. So far, the Steppenwolf incident has officially come to an end. The final cleaning job was handed over to the Atlanteans. Vico expressed interest in the lasguns used by the demons. You know, the old American officials have reached a pretty good point in researching Chitori's laser gun, reverse dismantling, and climbing the technology tree. Eng could have predicted that the technological level of the Earth would rise. At this time, it is not bad to pull the Atlantis people. Eng only proposed one condition, that the Atlanteans promise to destroy every demon-like corpse. He doesn't want to create an ecological disaster. The end of this event is, in a sense, the beginning of another event. Anger realized that most of the heroes of the Earth will have a battle with Darkseid. That night, Doctor Strange came to Xingshi to ask his crimes like burning his ass. Damn! Who have you offended again? The power of the space shield of the three great temples has been cut in half. When Eng talked about this battle of the Zhenglian, the elegant and easygoing commander forced to use the elegant and easy-to-face language with the prefix F, and after cordially greeting Darkseid, a future visitor from a distant world, he was cursing. Gone back. Eng understood why he was able to pass the test this time. This is equivalent to Reality Gem and Kamatage's shield of the three holy temples, which helped him barely support the dynamic death light in Darkseid's eyes. Although he is a god of war physique, it is not impossible to bear it. The question is that once Darkseid steps through the portal, is he really ready for the life and death confrontation? Of course, by killing Steppenwolf, the indirect benefit is that he leads the Justice League, and the more direct benefit is Steppenwolf itself. Back to the villa on the outlying islands of Gotham City, Anger opened his God of War domain. As a Wild of War conferred as Godslayer, Eng can save the souls of the victims killed by him. Agamemnon and others have become his heroic spirits, no longer self-awareness, only fighting instinct. How can the fighting power of a heroic spirit compare to the peerless strong man who still has a body left behind? Looking at the Steppenwolf who had taken the script of the Headless Horseman, Anger really wanted to laugh. Due to the event that General Zod became Doomsday, everyone has become very cautious about how to dispose of Steppenwolf's body. It was hard for Dachau to trust other people, so in the end everyone decided to leave the Steppenwolf's body to Aang. I will turn him into a war spirit and drive it for me. But I swear, I will only use him in the battle to protect the Earth. It must be said that Angie's reputation is so good that many Zhenglian members immediately recognized this approach. Besides, Ang is so awesome, the scene of killing Steppenwolf with his last sword made everyone have another idea. This powerful god of war doesn't need such a younger brother, he can also kill all Zhenglian members except Dachau in a second. Facts have proved that face or something, I really have to earn it back by myself. Once I have face, everything else is easy to talk about. So, it was settled like this. At this moment, Ang suddenly heard Fula's call. Master, I have a request. I am much stronger. I want to try it out. How strong am I? Then, why don't you play with this guy? Ang snapped his fingers, and the thoughtless, cute Steppenwolf stood up, raising a fist the size of a water tank. Just right. Fula's eyes lit up. At this time, Ang added, since it is your request, you understand the price. Fula blushed, her legs subconsciously dawdled, and she whispered, yes. Temporarily transfer the control of the headless Steppenwolf to Fula, and after opening the mirror space, Anger doesn't care about the practice match between the fighting mammoth and the big sandbag. In fact, even if he doesn't pay attention deliberately, the system will help him confirm the status of Steppenwolf and Fula. Now that Zhenglian is done, Ang finally has time to distract himself and look at the Women's Federation. Ah, it's the progress of Fulian. I have to say that there is a bit of ink on the Avengers. They took over the Hydra base in Europe and just regained Loki's scepter. Then, After Tony studied the artificial intelligence data downloaded at the Hydra base, a new idea came to his mind. If it could combining these materials, plus his AI butler Jarvis, coupled with the power of Loki's scepter, Mind Stone, is it possible to develop a new artificial intelligence? For this reason, Tony pulled up with Dr. Hulk Banner, and together they hid the other members of the Avengers and created a new artificial intelligence, Ultron. Although Ultron was created to protect the peace of the Earth, but there was a mistake in birth, and Ultron believed that if he wanted peace, he must destroy humans and the Avengers. The result is good. The robot group Steel Legion that Tony built in Stark Tower was suddenly controlled by Ultron, and began to attack the Master. When these robots with strange lights in their eyes attacked Fulian, the Widow once again showed her power. It is no longer relying on her usual small pistol, but gorgeous and ballet flying kicks. It has both beauty and strength and speed, and it weighs 500 kilograms with one kick. Boom! The indentation on the robot's chest is deep enough to fit a wash basin. This kick almost hit Tony in the face. Although the materials used by Steel Legion are not as good as the Iron Man he uses himself, the cost of a single robot is still 8 figures. Tony grinned. Wait. I can still control it. After that, he pounced on a robot hovering in mid-air, trying to regain control of the robot. It's a pity that his operation is too inefficient, and it is doomed that all robots can only be demolished by strong men such as Thor. Ange happened to see the scene through the Widow's sister, and couldn't help smiling. To be honest, Ange is really not worried about Ultron in normal state. After all, this guy is a mechanical target destined to be beaten. But Ange had to guard against it after all. After all, in a parallel universe, Ultron got the Cradle of Regeneration, so that there would be no Phantom in this universe. Ultron destroyed the Avengers and launched a nuclear bomb to destroy human civilization, and then killed Thanos, who already owned 5 infinite gems, seized the infinite gems and became the ultimate Ultron, and then completely cleaned the entire universe. Chapter 262 God Envoy. The situation is here, with the birth of Vision, blocking Ultron from running through the internet. Ultron, who has been reduced to a large robot, is a dish in front of the Avengers. Without the illusion, big things happen every minute. Ange knows that Ultron has a mind through the mind gem. Mind and soul are two different things, and it has a high probability of being a soulless thing. Ange went to get this product, so he didn't know if there would be any profit at all. This made Ange feel rather tasteless. The only thing that comforts him is that Ultron will start a war. Any guy who belches in a war will most likely not be able to escape the control of God of War. On the other side, the battle in Stark Tower came to an end. To achieve peace, the Avengers and all the supernatural beings in the world must be destroyed. I don't know how Ultron came up with this conclusion, which naturally aroused the anger of the Avengers. Ultron escaped via the internet when Gator Hammer threw a hammer and crushed the last robot that went berserk. No Avengers knew that Hydra, which was destroyed by them not long ago, was under the base of Sokovia. All the robot factories started on their own, and the robotic arm began to build the robot army belonging to Ultron non-stop. I don't have any strings. The faint singing echoes in this castle where all human beings have died. This ballad from the fairy tale Pinocchio implies that man-made creatures break free from the shackles of human beings and gain freedom and new life. This song is so apt. Unsurprisingly, Ultron then appeared and took the future famous Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver as his subordinates, because they had a common enemy, Tony Stark. No matter how many times, Ange, a traveler, wants to laugh, but if Tony gets into any trouble, there is a high probability that he made it out of his previous efforts. Either an ex-girlfriend, or someone who was hurt by his arrogance, or a victim of the Stark Arms Corps. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch hate Tony because the missile produced by the Stark group killed their parents, and then the second dud bomb trapped them in the ruins of the building. All they saw was the nightmarish word on the missile that had kept them awake at night: Stark. Whenever someone wants to save them, they will think about whether a brick or stone will be moved randomly, and the bomb will be detonated. Without food and water, the two siblings spent 2 days in a state of extreme fear before being rescued. Ever since, fear turned into hatred. The two of them were able to join Ultron's camp as human beings. Tony's black history in this regard, there is nothing to wash away. Just when Tony was still explaining to the US team and others in the Avengers that he was going to die and develop Ultron privately, purely for the purpose of making weapons against aliens, Ultron had already secretly started to rampage. Fortunately, Tony is lucky. Originally, Ultron ran away, and he was looking for a needle in a haystack to catch Ultron. It's hard to die. Ultron killed Baron Stark of Hydra, and left a warning piece like a demonstration. It means that the only way to make peace is to kill Tony and the Avengers. This made Tony and the others start to review the information about Stark. What's more, Tony happened to see an arms dealer he knew by chance. Then Dr. Banner found out that there was a Wakanda tattoo on the guy's neck. Generally, Wakanda would only imprint the symbol representing thief on the treacherous and evil people. The clue came out all of a sudden. This guy stole a lot of vibration gold in Wakanda with a high probability, which happened to be what Ultron needed to build a perfect body. The Avengers immediately got on the Quinjet plane and went straight to a stranded ship on the coast of Africa, which was used by the arms dealer as an arms factory. Right here, the Avengers caught Ultron, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch, who were grabbing vibration gold. The lights are off, and the dark interior of the ship is not considered invisible. At least it greatly hinders the actions of ordinary people. To deal with these gangsters with poor tactical literacy, a few stun arrows from Hawkeye are enough. The real difficulty is not only Ultron, but also Scarlet Witch. On this day, this mysterious and beautiful woman showed her outrageous psychic abilities to the Avengers. Wisps of psychic power are like red smoke, ethereal and non-stop, flying far into the hearts of the Avengers. Brother Hammer, who was the first to be recruited, didn't care at first. Everyone, be careful, this kind of spiritual attack can't be resisted by mortals. Fortunately, I am a god. Ghost knows. How arrogant 1 second ago, how deflated a second later. Brother Hammer just finished beating up a gangster with a gun, and then he saw himself falling into a spiritual dream, because what he saw was that his family was neat and tidy, and after defeating the enemy, he held a banquet and carnival in Asgard scene. This time it can be said that the effect of the program is full. The second one to lie down is Captain America. He was knocked over by Quicksilver, and then was taken into the trench of the spiritual world by the Scarlet Witch. He seemed to be dreaming back in the middle of the night, and saw himself back then. Sister Widow was also uncomfortable. She dreamed that she had returned to the Red House where she was trained. This Nazi spy agency gave her too many painful memories back then. Originally, in this battle in history, the Scarlet Witch would defeat Hawkeye, who was considered weak by everyone. Because Hawkeye has experienced Loki brainwashing him with Soul Stone, his mental resistance is much higher. Who knew? Scarlet Witch fell on the Widow's sister. Ah! This is... Scarlet Witch's pretty face suddenly flushed. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Just when she invaded the mind of the widowed sister and led it to her most unbearable past, she was counterattacked by another spiritual force lurking in the widowed sister's mind. It's also a bit of an unbearable memory. The Black Widow, who has become a member of the Avengers, faced too much helplessness and was saved by an existence many times. She chose to entertain that one. She called a name full of powerful mysterious power on the edge of a billiard table. And then, he came. He walked through the azure space door with a smile, and happily accepted her act of using herself as a one-night limited sacrifice. What the Scarlet Witch never expected was that at the next moment, her mind would merge into this memory. She possessed the widow's sister, with 1 part devotion, 3 parts gratitude, 3 parts awe and 3 parts tension, and withstood the continuous attacks that she shouldn't have endured in an M-shaped defensive posture. Everything that the Black Widow felt at that time was perfectly reproduced on the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch swears that she has played with countless minds and broken the defenses of countless people. She has never encountered such an outrageous backlash. Ah! She screamed and collapsed to the ground. Her abnormality immediately attracted the attention of her younger brother Quadian. He hugged his sister and led her away from the Hulk. On the beach outside, the Scarlet Witch gasped heavily, "I'm stuck, Black Widow, she's an angel. I probably offended the behind her." Chapter 263 I'm busy, no time. God. Is there such a thing in this world? Quadian was puzzled. No. Not our God. It's from the Greeks. I couldn't see his face clearly, and I touched his perception just by trying to do it. He gave me a glare, and I was terrified on the spot. When the Scarlet Witch reached her mouth, she explained the reason why she was wet all over her body because she was frightened. She couldn't say that, facing those eyes full of divine light, after she was terrified, she found that the other party looked at her in a very complicated way. This made her feel like she was wandering in Zanjin's ditty, wearing less fabric clothes, a poor woman in the street. The other party can easily see it all. Cough, it's the kind of insight that sees through her past and future destiny. In the spiritual world, this asymmetric power is enough for the other party to easily crush her heart, turning her into a hollow person without a heart. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up. The other party just glanced at her and showed an expression of as expected, and cut off the spiritual connection, without even causing any additional burden on her mind. At this time, Quadian asked, "Then shall we evacuate?" No. The task must be completed. The Scarlet Witch saw a man who foolishly ran out of the Quinjet fighter jet, with a gentle face, Dr. Banner. Bruce Banner has never been afraid of physical attacks. Even if a rocket hits his mouth, he will turn into a berserk Hulk just before killing Bruce Banner, eating the rocket raw. What? For attacks on the spiritual level, Bruce is quite vulnerable. This made him provoked by the psychic attack of the Scarlet Witch, and immediately turned into a Hulk, rushed to the nearby cities, and began to wreak havoc without distinction. The rampage of the Hulk made Fulian's action this time not only a failure, but a loss. But including Brother Hammer, most of the people in the reunion were paralyzed, and Hawkeye sent a message, "Tony, we can't support you. I have to stay in the boat to take care of Thor, Steve, and Nat. The situation is very wrong." Okay. Hearing Hawkeye's notice, after killing a robot clone of Ultron, Tony rushed to the nearby city to find a way to stop the rampant Hulk. Tony made the last call while calling the anti-Hulk armor placed on the satellite in the sky. "Hey. Dude. I know you're here. The war on your side is over. Don't hide, I need help urgently here. That guy Banner is gone, if I miss, a city will be destroyed. Reputation of the Avengers, it's almost over." When Ange received this voice message, he felt completely, godly, ill. He just started driving with Penthesilea. Could it be that he wiped Tony's too much, making this guy dependent? The Amazon Queen, who was holding onto the armrest of the carriage, turned her head. Her big watery eyes were full of grievances. Again. Last time they went for a drive, they were interrupted by Neptune and his party. It would be too cruel to interrupt them now. As soon as he read this, Ange replied directly, "I'm busy, I'm not free." Other things may have a chance to fool Tony, but for this matter, just hearing the vague voice, Tony, who is also known as the Peerless Double Wave with anger, became angry when he heard it. Damn. If innocent civilians are involved here, I will hate you. Before Tony finished speaking, he saw the Hulk, who had parachuted in the city center and just madly smashed an empty car parked on the side of the road into the air. Suddenly, people disappeared. "Hate me for what?" Anger's voice sounded faintly in Tony's communication. Tony also has outstanding advantages. He is not thin-skinned. If something happens, I will hate you for a second. Hee. Anger gave Tony a laugh. Tony, please do it yourself and experience it yourself. No, the point is, thanks, buddy. By the way, where is the entrance? 500 meters above the city. One way. Tony drove Iron Man, climbed up, and saw a hole about half the size of a basketball court in the sky. He immediately smiled, and finally asked, by the way, what if I still can't figure it out? My maid will help. Tony heard the banging sound on the other side of the phone. Knowing that Eng was really busy, he cut off the communication quickly. The Hulk who fell into the city was going crazy. He destroyed one car after another, and destroyed one building after another, without any feeling of venting his anger. Because, this is all fake. Countless broken mirrors surround him, and in the mirror space, all his violence will be separated from reality. This made him even angrier. At this moment, a cold portal opened in the mirror space, and an existence that looked like a female robot came out. Seeing the Hulk with extremely exaggerated muscles, shrugging his shoulders and roaring, Fulla became excited. Hey! Big guy, is it you who want to fight? I'll accompany you. After finishing speaking, Fulla turned into a supersonic missile and crashed into the Hulk. Ow! The Hulk screamed in pain, and his huge and burly body was knocked flying 100 meters away. But after the initial impact, his naturally powerful reflexes allowed him to regain control of his body, swung his huge palm, grabbed Fulla, and thrust her headfirst into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The asphalt road in the mirror space was forcibly plowed into a deep mark of more than 30 meters. The next second, Hulk received a heavy kick in the face. There is nothing special about the movement, except that the combined destructive force of both feet easily exceeds 10 tons. Bang! Hulk had the illusion that his head was kicked off. Of course, in reality, he was beaten in the face. Pain is really painful. It is far from enough for the Hulk to be knocked down. When Tony manipulated the anti-Hulk armor, and the whole person descended like a small red Gundam, what he saw was the scene of the two sides coming and going, beating each other, and hurting each other. Tony definitely recognizes Fulla, and there is no need to build any special anti-Kryptonian weapon. Kryptonite has long been recognized as a weapon against Kryptonians. It's just that the maid that the old friend said turned out to be the Kryptonian female adjutant who wreaked havoc on the Earth last time. No matter how you look at it, it makes Tony feel a little bit pained. I can't control that much anymore. Seeing that the Kryptonian female warrior is starting to fall into the disadvantaged, Tony manipulates the anti-Hulk armor and rushes up to punch the out-of-control old friend. Fulla is very strong. After being strengthened by the mother box and absorbing a lot of solar radiation, Fulla feels that her combat effectiveness has at least doubled. When fighting the headless horseman Steppenwolf, she didn't feel it. When she gave up her mobility advantage, and it was difficult to deal with the Hulk with a big move like a laser, she really didn't necessarily have any advantages when she just used physical skills. The most important point is that Hulk's physique is far above hers. Being more resistant to beating means that the Hulk has more chances to make mistakes. Fulla is a little aggrieved. Chapter 264 The Reunion of Daily Mutual Hatred. Eng took a look at it when he was drag racing. In fact, he felt that Fulla was already playing well. Comparing physical fitness, it's really hard to say who is better, Dacheo or the Hulk. Eng personally thinks Dacheo is stronger. The only thing that is certain is that the Zhenglian incident is over, and the strengthened Fulla has itchy hands, so she asked Dacheo to practice in the mirror space once. This clearly shows that Fulla's basic physique and strength are significantly lower than Dacheo's. Besides, Fulla is not allowed to use Retnazer this time, which is tantamount to sealing her strongest weapon to fight. Fulla is depressed, the task must be completed. As a result, she became the main attacker, and Tony played the auxiliary role. Fulla rushed forward, and put her arms that were almost small matchsticks compared to the Hulk's big hands. Tony touched it beside him. The famous scene reappeared. Banner. Wake up! Wake up! Shout, that's it, a pilot river mounted, tank-sized Crimson Fist punching back and forth across the Hulk's square, physically, face. The Hulk was even more upset, and he kicked the oversized red mecha sideways, causing Tony to spin. Fulla on the opposite side took advantage of Hulk's sideways and unstable center of gravity, and gave him a violent shoulder throw, throwing Hulk into a mess. Hulk finally kicked Fulla away, and Tony's red mecha pounced on him again, sat up on his buttocks, and aimed at Hulk's big face for another blow. Boom boom boom. But Van Hulk's head is harder than tough, so it may be smashed into a bone fracture or something. However, Hulk's body is typically strong when punched, with a sense of trance like ordinary people punching thick tires. Tony Gavra beat Hulk for a long time, but it was really useless. To be honest, apart from Thanos, who keeps Hulk as a pet in parallel planes, existences that can really easily defeat Hulk are rare. What the two of them did was actually wait for Hulk to vent the frenzy in his heart, and Banner's consciousness regained control of the body. After tossing for 20 minutes, the Hulk finally wobbled down and began to shrink. Should I leave now? Fulla asked coldly. Well, it's better. Bruce is actually quite shy. Especially when he's not wearing pants. Tony waved his hands and shook his head, which was actually quite cute. Fulla shouted in her heart, and Ange immediately opened the portal to take him back. After finally waking up, Bruce's face was still green, and he even started to cover his head with a painful face before he fully turned back into a human. Oh my god. What did I do again? This is Bruce Banner. Every time he transforms into trouble, he will blame himself extremely. Hey. Calm down, buddy. Kratos just gave you a hand. You didn't do much damage. Impossible. Dr. Banner said instinctively. Look around before you talk. The huge finger of the anti-Hulk armor pointed to the space barrier not far away like a broken mirror. This is actually true. He shot a little late. Well, you probably smashed a traffic light, an empty car. We can still afford to pay for it. Tony's words reassured Bruce a lot, but after he calmed down, Bruce suddenly reacted a little. Wait. You secretly developed a anti-Hulk armor behind my back. Banner, who didn't turn into the Hulk, is one of the few smart people in the world. He can tell who this mecha is targeting at a glance. Oh ho. The drama of daily friendship is coming again. Wait. Bruce, I'm not targeting you, I'm just addressing the situation, you know, the other you are always prone to losing control. Dr. Banner rolled his eyes and turned on the American version of the yes 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 mode. Compared with the conflicts between old friends, the troubles are yet to come. The news that the Hulk had a riot in an African city quickly fermented. In all fairness, this time Hulk did something far smaller than in history. He rushed into the city, smashed a car, and scared a lot of passers-by. It has to be calculated according to the economic loss, that is, the level of less than $100,000. With Tony's ability to make money, I will show you every minute. I can't stand the continuous reports of a considerable part of the mainstream media in the United States. The news headlines first showed Hulk descending from the sky, roaring in horror. These TV news also deliberately increased the volume of the video by 30 decibels to startle the audience. Then the news screen made a close-up of the car that was knocked into the air just as surveillance camera captured the appearance of the car blowing over. A car weighing more than 1 ton was spinning in mid-air, and finally zoomed in rapidly on the visual screen. This has a very impactful visual effect, and it is easy for the audience to form a feeling of empathy. These media quickly counted and broadcast the destruction clips Hulk did in the Battle of New York, which gave the people who didn't know the truth the bad impression that Hulk was a violent madman with crazy destructive tendencies. As for Hulk tearing up Chitauri's Leviathan monster, the media didn't mention a word. Tony, who was on the Quinjet transport plane, was also very distressed when he found out about this. As for opposite the communication is the laid-off and re-employment agent Hill. She is now mixed in the Stark group and plays the role of intelligence support in the operation of the Avengers. She smiled, "You also have to thank your good brother Ng Wayne. The TV stations and internet media under the Wayne Group are trying their best to fight against these guys. But you know, the shares of mainstream media may not change for 10 years once, it's not something you can buy if you want to. The old American media claims to be private, but it is actually divided into parties. No matter how powerful Anger Bank is, if it is not the media of his own party, he will not be able to receive more money. One of Tony's big problems is that he is too conceited. As a result, he has a bad reputation in the media. The media likes him because he can always break the news, he is a typical top streamer. There are many people who like him, and even more people who hate him. Regarding this, Tony was very helpless. "Okay, I owe that kid Angie again. Do you have any suggestions, Ms. Hill? Don't come back, the audience is forgetful, maybe there is some big news, and they will forget about your affairs. Find a safe house or something to hide from the limelight." Seeing that Widow's sister and Banner are not in good condition, after everyone discussed it, they went to Hawkeye's house in a daze. She was not a rumored girlfriend, but a wife. Everyone was surprised that Hawkeye got married quietly. Hawkeye played with hidden marriage. Everyone was surprised. They quickly put the matter aside and started their daily debate. Chapter 265 Who is calling the name of our Lord? Captain America and Tony are always so out of tune, and they almost never stop arguing about justice. In the process, Ultron attacked a research base, allowing the Scarlet Witch to mentally control the scientist Zhao Helen, and asked her to use the regeneration cradle technology to help him use Wakanda vibrating gold as a material to create a new body. During the period, when the Scarlet Witch accidentally touched the new body that Ultron had reserved for herself, she lost all blood on her face when she discovered from telepathy that Ultron's goal was to destroy human beings. Terrible. In that mind segment, a meteorite guided by Ultron crashes into the Earth, and the mushroom cloud that rises directly breaks through the atmosphere. This scene is a complete replica of the extinction of dinosaurs on Earth. Only this time, the object of extinction has changed. How could you do this? Destroy all mankind with meteorites? Didn't you mean destroy the Avengers? I didn't say just. Ultron argued cunningly. Humanity will be extinct. The Scarlet Witch shouted. Humans must evolve. Evolution failed. Ultron did not answer. Failure is the price. There is no choice, the siblings choose to jump back. The Red Witch secretly cast a mind spell, unlocking Zhao Helen's mind control, and the female scientist who woke up suddenly stopped Ultron's process of transmitting consciousness to the body in the regeneration cradle. This also brought danger to Helen Zhao. Ultron shot her with a laser gun without mercy. At the same time, other robots controlled by Ultron began to slaughter other researchers in the laboratory who were controlled by mind. Ultron was the only one who couldn't do anything to Quaidin, who was too fast, and watched him take away his elder sister. Arrived at a safe place, Quaidin asked his sister, "It seems that we made a big mistake, what should we do next?" "Find the Avengers." "No. The Avengers have been played around by Ultron, we can't count on them. Since there is a stronger existence, we don't need to bow to Tony Stark." In history, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and seek refuge with Tony, whom they hated. It's different now. She quickly explained to Quicksilver what she had spied in the mind of the Black Widow, but omitted individual details. Quaidin nodded, he believed in his elder sister unconditionally. The Scarlet Witch came to an open place, and saw the dense mental power turned into substance, lingering around her like smoke and mist. In the blink of an eye, the particles of mental power swelled violently, and they formed a huge sphere very violently, and immediately transformed into a blooming red flower. Without these substantive particles of mental power, the behavior of the Scarlet Witch at this moment is simply a mental patient dancing wildly. With them, this is the top psychic power amplifier on Earth. The Scarlet Witch adjusted her state, concentrated all her energy, and called out the name that probably represented an absolute taboo. God of War Quatus. The sound soared into the sky, impacting the already empty God realm. This spiritual world, which has solidified the major priesthoods on the earth, has been vacant for more than 2,000 years. Until recently, there was only one existence here. But the Scarlet Witch's call shook this empty spiritual world. A few seconds ago, Ange, who was so excited until midnight, was sleeping with a pillow named the number 1 beauty in Greece. In fact, after becoming a god, he does not need to sleep. As a special case of a mortal conferring a god, Ange has no self-awareness as a god, let alone the Olympian gods. Besides the fact that the strength is very real, there is nothing wrong with you saying that Ange is a fake god. After all, he did not promote the belief in the God of War at all, and he would not respond to ordinary people calling the name of Kratos. However, the Scarlet Witch's voice is too loud. It was as if he had just fallen asleep, and someone next to him slammed a gong on his head. Duin. The Scarlet Witch's voice almost scared Ange to pee. At this time, the Scarlet Witch didn't know at all how shocking her voice was as the top lady of the earth. Ange is not sure which version of the Scarlet Witch she is, because in one of the parallel world history, the Scarlet Witch's ability to go berserk changed reality in an instant. The Magneto of that world killed Quicksilver. Holding Quicksilver's body, the sad Scarlet Witch said something that terrified all the superheroes. No more mutants. As a white light swallowed everything, all superheroes came to a new world. The abilities of millions of mutants in the entire world have all been eliminated, while only more than 200 mutants still retain their abilities. But the ability has also been weakened a lot. No matter which universe, the Scarlet Witch's power talent is never weak. After being yelled at by her name, Ange's whole person, God, was not well. I am Nema. Ange almost said, family, who knows? Don't say that he is a god, even if he is a person, he has the spirit of getting up. The Scarlet Witch would not call him for no reason, most likely because she learned of his existence from the widow's sister. Having figured it out, Ange immediately got up, and with a divine thought, he immediately put his golden armor and Kui leather case on his body. On the other side, after the Scarlet Witch finished yelling, there was silence all around. For a moment, Quayan almost thought that his elder sister had made a mistake. After all, the ancient gods or something sounds too unreliable. What if what the Black Widow sees in her mind is just her hallucination? You know, there are a lot of guys in Europe who have a similar hallucination. But after more than 10 seconds, Quayan knew that what the old lady saw was definitely not an illusion. Originally, there was light rain falling outside, but suddenly, each rain line turned into golden color, and in the blink of an eye, the golden rain line became thicker. These were thousands of sharp swords falling from the sky. Ah! The two siblings yelled softly, and Quayan instinctively wanted to dodge, but found that the swords were coming too fast and too fiercely. The place within a radius of 3 meters between the two of them has been filled with tens of thousands of golden swords, and there is no place for them to stand. And these golden swords are not simply inserted into the ground, but like a waterfall falling from the sky, they keep going back and forth, flying past from top to bottom. Outside the area they were in, everything turned into a Jedi that would die on touch. In front of them, there was a crack above the dark clouds that could not see a ray of sunlight, and what cast down was not a beam of light, but a broken mirror surface that spread. Immediately afterwards, a 2-meter-tall burly bald man wearing golden armor exuding infinite golden radiance led two equally heroic women across the space and came to them. No need for the bald man with a lightning tattoo on his face to open his mouth. The woman next to him wearing a golden crown said in a sharp and powerful voice, "Who is calling my lord beyond his control?" Name taboo. Chapter 266 Serious Problems with Data Generation. One true god, two half-gods, or even two half-gods with a crown and a silver crown with divine power. This battle really shocked the two siblings. The two of them bowed down quickly. "My name is Wanda Django Maximuov, and he is my brother Pietro. We have no intention of disturbing the great god of war. There is indeed a terrible robot who was born with a mind by accident and intends to use his terrible forces are destroying the earth, so we have no choice but to bother you," the Scarlet Witch said very respectfully. She didn't dare to raise her head, so she lowered her head like this, but raised her arms above her head, using her spiritual power to simulate the scene that Ultron was thinking about. "Our brothers and sisters are guilty. Because of hatred, we turn to a robot monster that is about to destroy the earth. We have no other choice. After accidentally knowing your great holy name through the Black Widow, I am trying my best come to call your name. If it desecrates or disturbs you, we brothers and sisters are willing to pay any price. I only ask the great god of war to save the earth." The Scarlet Witch is sincere, her trembling voice already has tears in her voice, and Quadian, who is beside her, is also extremely guilty and bows her head deeply. In the visualization of the spiritual memory above her head, the scene of the comet falling to the ground does look very scary, and Wonder Woman even tilted her head when she saw it. It's just that the three of them first expressed curiosity about it, and then their reaction was, ridiculous. Puff. Penthesilea laughed immorally. It's okay if she doesn't smile, but when she smiles, the professional god Anger and Diana, who loves to laugh, couldn't help it, and chuckled together. Hoo hoo. Ha ha. Wah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the and his followers made the two siblings feel awkward. Fortunately, NGE did not intend to make things difficult for their siblings, but raised a slap in the distance. "You are too funny. Even if it is an attack of this level, there are at least this number of existences on Earth who can easily resolve it. Ange is not lying. A mere comet hits the Earth. The most preferred are two Kryptonians with the same bugs. Chao and Fola. Secondly, Ange and Doctor Strange can directly open the mirror space to get it done. The above 5 can be done directly. If you give more time, Tony can change Iron Man to cosmic mode, and it's not impossible to make a nuclear bomb. A certain wild dad can make a space bomber or something, or launch a spaceship and throw the Hulk on the comet in advance. There is a high probability that the comet can be dismantled. Ange has so many candidates when he thinks about it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The funniest thing is that the Scarlet Witch did the calculations, but she missed herself. At this point in time, she didn't even know how terrifying it would be when she exploded. "Look up, things are not as bad as you imagined." Angie's voice became gentler, and it sounded like heaven to their ears. The Scarlet Witch dared not try to test the heart of a true god. She raised her head tremblingly, and humbly looked up at Ange, whose image seemed to be infinitely tall and like a mountain. She whispered, "Then, according to what you said, you did help a troublesome guy. But it was just trouble. Trouble and world destroyer crisis are not the same thing at all." When Ange said this, the two siblings immediately felt relieved. The next question is, how to make this true who has a relatively good reputation from the outside world come to the rescue. "God of War, please save the Earth." The two siblings uttered the lines they had agreed upon earlier in the morning. It's not that they haven't done their homework. They know that Kratos will only shoot at critical moments, and he doesn't care about punishing robbers. Ange didn't answer directly, but a dim light flickered in his squinted eyes. "Why don't you find Avengers? His knowingly asked, got a natural answer, they hate Tony. It's not a last resort, we will not join the Avengers led by Tony Stark. Oh? Really? Ange said lightly, then, the price for asking me to do it. The Scarlet Witch lowered her head to hide her panic and the blushing on her face. I will offer myself as a sacrifice like the Black Widow. Quayan was stupid at this time. Offer yourself as a sacrifice. Miss, what does this mean? As long as any evil sacrifice is involved, Quayan will probably go crazy on the spot, but he has seen the Black Widow, and she is still alive and kicking. The old lady means. Then he saw the old lady slowly raised her head, revealing that bright face, and the red glow all the way to her neck. Can I? That timid voice coupled with a beautiful face is indescribably alluring. Ange was a little confused. No, the famous Scarlet Witch is here? Of course he knew about the Scarlet Witch spying on the Widow's sister's mind, but he never thought that he could succeed in such an indirect attack. It's amazing. Ange grinned, of course you can. That. Watching the Scarlet Witch stand up slowly, Quayan noticed that she was even breathing rapidly. This was not some kind of coercion or inducement, the old lady was really willing. He didn't know how to react. From childhood to adulthood, they depended on each other for life. Seeing the elder sister like this at this time, Quayan felt like being cut off, but he didn't know whether he should object to it or not. At this moment, Ange pressed the Red Witch's flaming red lips with his thick right index finger, and smiled, yes, but there is no rush. You can see the destruction of Ultron first. At this point, he is really not afraid that the two siblings will run away. As for Ultron's ability to run around the internet at will, as soon as Vision is born, all problems will be solved. Etc. Without the Scarlet Witch jumping ship for the reunion, is there still Vision? Ange remembered that the Scarlet Witch contributed a lot to the birth of Vision. After Fulian picked up Ultron's body, more people planned to destroy it. Without Vision, could it be that Ange, want to destroy the entire internet? No, even if all the root servers of the internet are destroyed, there are still small servers. No matter how bad it is, Ultron can build a local area network, Orange Area Network, to continue living. Is it possible to bring mankind back to the Iron Age? Just as Ange's mind was flying far away, Fulian found Dr. Zhao Halen's laboratory in Bangsa country, not surprisingly. In order to keep his Genjin body, Ultron fought a battle with the Avengers. This time, it will be difficult for the Avengers to clean up Ultron without causing damage to the city. The biggest problem is not the battle itself, but Ultron's progress in inputting his own data into this body, not the historical 42%, but an even more outrageous 83%. P.S. The author's recent update is not good, so there is really no way. The first ventilation was last week was air yang, today there is a horse ventilation. It hurts me to death. The author bacteria is working with ventilation, frequent short-circuiting of thinking after the sheep, and the triple debuff of driving the piling machine at the construction site downstairs. Now I am working on diclofenac sodium sustained release tablets, Voltaren, painkiller. I tried my best. If there are any mistakes or omissions in the text, please bear with me. When a person reaches middle age, his body is in tatters. 5555. Chapter 267 Vision gone. It is also data transmission. According to history, it is only 42%, which means that most of Ultron's consciousness has not been transmitted. In this way, after Tony got the regeneration arc, he could put the AI Jarvis hiding in the ocean of data, and finally fuse Jarvis's consciousness with part of Ultron's will, using the Soul Stone as the source of life, combined into a new half-mechanical half-life body Phantom. Now 83% of the transmission has been passed, which means that most of Ultron has already entered. When Captain America, Hawkeye, and Widow's sister arrived at Helen Zhao's lab, Ho 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 ho. Ultron, a big robot with a height of 2.5 meters and a black body with a silver background, let out a joyful laugh, although 2 ignorant humans have left, but since there are more extraordinary those who come to witness the demise of human beings, that would be even better. Ultron pulled out the thick data transmission line on the back of his head, and without him making any movements, the coffin-like regeneration cradle opened by itself, and a biochemical man with a dark body sat upright. The Avengers never dreamed that they would face 2 Ultrons at the same time. One is Ultron himself with a face that looks like a blackened version of Butterfly Crisp, and the other Ultron looks like Vision. What the is this? Captain America was confused. Are we late? The Widow was very nervous. Although they were concerned about Dr. Helen Zhao who was shot by a laser gun, the current situation did not allow them to be distracted. Everyone, come quickly, the situation here is not right, we can't handle it. As soon as the US team finished yelling in the communication channel, they saw 2 Ultron rushing over. The first to attack was the illusion version of Ultron that came out of the cradle of regeneration. He shot a red laser at Captain America's face with a swoosh. Humph. The US team snorted, and opened the shield and squatted defense on the spot. I don't know if it's because the Vision version of Ultron is not familiar with his new body or something else. The quality of this laser is not high enough, it's probably thousands of degrees Celsius. The team brings a terrible heat. Captain America screamed, and could only throw away the shield temporarily while the donkey rolled away. On the other side, Ultron himself shot a laser bombardment from his hand, and the Widow's sister dodged perfectly with her extraordinary dodge. It didn't form a suppression as soon as it came up. Not only Ultron, but even Captain America, a teammate, was surprised. Ao Chuang missed a laser gun and immediately lost the chance to shoot the second time. The even smaller Widow's sister has already bullied her. The 1.6 meter long Widow's sister rushed over, and she didn't even need to lower her waist. Just relying on this cutest height difference, she could easily find a flaw in Ultron's opening and closing movements. Ao Chuang just made a sweeping left fist, and the Widow's sister directly shoveled, using her jujitsu skills as expected. Nat, that doesn't work well. Captain America took a moment to take a look, wanting to remind the Widow, who knew that the next scene left him stunned. Normal human melee attack, it is impossible to cause any serious damage to the all-metal alchemy. Where is the Widow? My old lady just stopped pretending. When a pair of beautiful legs were pinched, the thunder could be clearly seen lingering on her black leggings. Captain America would like to ask, are you also Thor? Actually not. With the approval of a who puts on his pants and recognizes people, the Widow's sister can also use part of Angie's abilities now. If the US team can see the state of the Widow's sister, it must be wind element control LV30. 10 kilovolts of high voltage electricity may not be enough to kill Ultron in seconds, but it is definitely enough to make it drink a pot. Ah! Ultron screamed for the first time. The impact of high voltage electricity on his data transmission is what disturbs him the most. When the Widow's sister's Quicksilver physical attack rained down like raindrops, Ao Chuang was stunned. This kind of continuous fists and feet similar to Wing Chun combined with high voltage electricity, at least in the first meeting, Ultron was eaten to death. On the contrary, the US team, who thought it would gain an advantage, was overwhelmed by the Vision version of Ultron. The American team, who dared not eat lasers, used a pile of equipment in the laboratory as a cover in an extremely embarrassing manner, dodging and fleeing in various ways. Hawkeye, who was driving a Quinjet fighter, was stared at by 2 flying robots, and had to raise the nose of the plane to turn on evasion mode. In an instant, the Ultron body completed the data integration and turned on the mode of shielding external current. This time it was the Widow's turn to be in danger. Anyway, Ultron's body is also a robot made of fine steel, and it is difficult for an extraordinary person who is not as good as tearing a tank by hand to take advantage of Ultron in physical combat. You can't stop me. Ha ha ha. Ao Chuang said extremely. Really? At this moment, a sudden voice made the widowed sister May team feel happy at the same time, and Ultron was quite upset. Kratos, why are you here? There was a faint sense of joy in Captain America's voice. The space in front of them split like a spider web, and a golden glow surged from the other side of the portal, gently protecting Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Now Captain America and Widow have guessed everything. Ultron wants to kill all human beings. Ange pointed at the two siblings. They came to their senses at the last moment and asked me for help, and I agreed. It sounds like an understatement. As for the pie deal he reached with the two siblings behind the scenes, the US team has no way of knowing. The US team only knows that reinforcements are coming, and the former enemy is now a loyal minister and runs to Kratos. Ultron was very upset. Arrogant human beings, you who have never evolved, do you also want to die? Regarding this crazy robot, Ange didn't answer him, and pointed directly at Ultron's body. The next moment, Wonder Woman has swooped over. If Ultron can still keep up with the actions of the US team, then Wonder Woman, a super powerful player, will undoubtedly crush Ultron. Ultron's laser attack was easily refracted and bounced off by the heroine's aegis like a reflected beam. A heroine's backhand is a blow to the head. Brilliant golden light flew by, and Ultron's ugly metal head was cut open like a piece of butter. Ultron's main body exploded with electric sparks, and its burly body collapsed. Diana didn't show any joy. For a normal humanoid life form, this sword is enough to fast forward to the ending. Ultron is not. He is a mass of electronic data that exists throughout the internet. If Ultron's internet is not cut off and turned into a tragic local area network, Ultron will live forever. So Ange set his sights on the Vision version of Ultron. Your people just destroyed one of my bodies, do you also want to destroy my perfect body? Ultron, who was wearing a phantom face, let out a contemptuous laugh. Chapter 268 The Flying Stick. The Widow Sister's concerned voice came from next to Ange. It's probably impossible to destroy it directly. And that body is made of vibrating gold. Ange smiled, it's just a mere vibration. The real point is the thing on his eyebrows. Since the life source of this body comes from the Mind Stone on the Loki scepter, it is doomed that this Vision version of Ultron is extraordinary. Not only Ange knew, but Ultron himself also faintly felt it. He controlled his facial muscles to show an inorganic and creepy smile. So what if you know? You humans will not be my opponents of Ultron. After speaking, he raised his arms high, like a saint. I'm sorry, he's not a magician, and he won't be as golden as Ange. However, the shock of the earth in the next second echoed his actions. Suddenly, in the capital of the Bangsa Kingdom, human exclamations, screams, and screams erupted from almost every corner. Thousands of humanoid robots with metal bodies and blue eyes emitting blue light crawled out from every corner of the city. They appear in the sewer manhole cover, in the nearby Han River, and even break out of the ground and drill out of the ground. They appear in groups like zombies. They are more destructive than zombies, because there will be no zombies sweeping passers-by with laser guns in their hands, and zombies will not turn their feet into jet engines to fly like them. For a while, the whole city was full of chaos. Captain America's face was livid. What did you do? It's nothing, I just chose here as the fateful place to end the day of mankind. The Vision version of Ultron waved his arms wildly, like a nervous conductor. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent. First of all, several river crossing bridges across Chonggyecheon were easily torn apart due to land changes, and one after another was subjected to huge stress, just like breaking disposable chopsticks. Immediately afterwards, the place connecting the neighboring Guri city, Goyang district, and JB district burst open. This picture is quite exaggerated. It is almost like an invisible 10,000-meter giant uprooted the entire city with his big hands, and all the surrounding land that could not bear the force was broken like a wafer. At least 1 million people are rising along with the core land of the capital. A lot of people don't even realize what's going on. As one of the 5 permanent members of YouTube, many people were still raving on the internet 1 second ago, "We are the masters of the universe, and all the origins of the Earth civilization belong to us." Call. Help. Is this an earthquake? Why do I think the city is rising? No. This is not an illusion. Citizens on the edge of the land watched in horror as the familiar scenery in the past subsided before their eyes. It's not that the land opposite is sinking, but it's rising by itself. The people in the suburbs were stunned to see the central area of their own capital rising to the sky. Is not an adjective ascension, but a physical ascension. They also easily saw that at the bottom of the entire cake-like city plot, there were several jets emitting blue flames. In the laboratory, after a violent shaking, the US team could no longer hold back and asked loudly, "What did you do?" It was the Scarlet Witch behind Ange who answered, "This machine monster wants to use meteorites to destroy all human beings on the Earth." But I never thought that he would actually turn the city into the meteorite in his mind. Ultron's move definitely surprised all the Avengers. Don't say they couldn't think of it, even Ange couldn't think of it. What Ange didn't expect was that it was Sokovia who was the scourge of Ultron in history. Why did he suddenly turn to Bangsa? This is really a big fight. To be fair, the destruction of a small Eastern European city is by no means the same order of magnitude as the destruction of the capital of Bangsa country. Anyway, the stick is a developed country. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that once the city is sent out of the atmosphere and then smashed down, it will produce terrible destructive power enough to destroy all human beings on the entire Earth. As far as God Aang is concerned, he doesn't mind Ultron's doing so much. But compared to the stick, Ultron, the anti-human guy, is more of an eyesore. Ange chuckled lightly. Did everyone hear that? These words were not addressed to Ultron, they were addressed to Thor, the hammer who just stepped out of the portal, Tony, the perverted inventor, and Banner, the berserk demon. The outdated old antique Captain America in Tony's mouth gave Tony a hard look, which clearly said you did a good job. Tony had capitalized embarrassment on his face, and Tactical coughed, "I haven't thought of how to stop this guy from running, but anyway, I can't let Ultron destroy a city like this. It's up to you." Ultron tilted his head. For some reason, after he changed from the butterfly-like robot face to the Vision face, he seemed to be less pumped. Outside the laboratory, hundreds of Ultron's flying robot brothers have already arrived. Obviously they want to protect Ultron's hard-won body. The sledgehammer of King Thor *, the foolish god, swung the small hammer in his hand quickly, and shouted, "He is mine." Duin. Thor pounced on it. Thor flew back. Thor hit this Vision version of Ultron with a hammer, and he was blown away on the spot. This scene left Ange speechless. The Scarlet Witch asked in a low voice, "Are all gods like this?" Thor is a bit special, he is Harmonious God. And he is from the Aesir clan. Gwen next to him explained in a whispered voice that anyone could hear. For a moment, the Avengers really wanted to defend Thor. After they thought about Loki, they decided to forget it. Harmonious God, it's not that the whole family does not enter the house. A large section of analysis popped up on Iron Man's data panel, and Tony immediately bared his teeth and reminded, "Be careful, Ultron's body is probably made of Genjin." The thing the Avengers feared most happened. Vibrating gold, as the name suggests, is a metal that is very good at absorbing vibrations. The mass of this thing is 1/3 of steel, but it can withstand very strong impacts. When Captain America and Brother Hammer first met, Captain America hit Brother Hammer with a shield, nothing happened. Now it is Thor, the of Hammers, who has fallen victim again. It can only be said that this is the destined black. Banner turned into Hulk in an instant and pounced on it. This vision version of Ultron actually punched the Hulk with an extremely fierce momentum. Boom. Fist to fist. A showdown of strength that has not been mixed with water. Not beyond everyone's expectations, Hulk won the duel of strength. Wins power, but loses position. This is because the moment vision, Ultron, was knocked into the air, the gemstone on his forehead suddenly shot out a terrifying psychic laser, and countless attacks on the psychic level turned into psychic screams and poured into the Hulk's heart. Chapter 269, A Small Gift. Ah! The Hulk didn't care about it, and ran like crazy. Run away. Shit. Tony screamed, and subconsciously wanted to call anti-Hulk armor again. Before everyone could react, Kratos frowned, and opened his hand. Hulk had already fallen into a fragmented space. Tony immediately understood that Hulk was pulled into the mirror space again, and he suddenly had an idea. Wait. Can you? The half sentence that Tony didn't finish was naturally, drag this guy in too. Tony deserves to be the smartest man in the world. Ultron's electronic soul can be transmitted to any robot of the same type and a decent computer in the world, relying on the wireless network throughout all developed areas. On the other hand, if Ultron himself reaches a place where the internet cannot be accessed, then he has nowhere to escape. These days, even in barren desert areas, it is very likely that there will be satellite signals. If you really want to find this kind of place, it is estimated that you must be in an underground cave with complex terrain. How easy is it to trick Ultron, who is not stupid, to go here? Meeting Faya, who knows space magic, all problems are easily solved. Great idea. But here I leave it to you. Good. In the blink of an eye, Ange turned into a shooting star, pretending to hit Ultron's chest with his left palm. Before Ultron knew the key, it was shocked to find that it had lost contact with all the robot subordinates. No electricity. No internet. As far as the eye can see, there are illusory and broken scenes everywhere. Here is it. Ultron, the vision version, widened his lifeless eyes. Cooperating with the thousands of golden swords rising slowly behind him, Ange stood with his hands behind his back, and slowly followed into this mirror space without the Hulk. Welcome to God's domain of war. Ange's smile showed a trace of pity, but more of it cruelty. What will happen when a boss who relies on his younger brother for food most of the time suddenly loses his younger brother? Is this okay? This is not good. For Ultron, it is not good. This is like two devils entering the village. Without the support of the devils, he feels at a loss. Ultron's whole person is stupid. In his billions of data simulations, there has never been such a bug-like situation. He raised his arms and shouted. He is at a loss. On the contrary, the damned human on the opposite side didn't know if he took the wrong script, but he said, "Scream. No one will hear you if you scream here." Diana next to Anger couldn't help it a little. Why does it sound like you plan to have Japanese robots? Ange responded to his girl for no reason, and said embarrassingly, this guy is not to be. The existence of this world does not know how beautiful the girls in the Nier series are. Anyway, no one can continue this talk. But this is enough to irritate the robot in front of him. Bastard. You are a mere human, how far do you want to humiliate me? Even if I only have this body left, I am the strongest. Ange laughed, a robot that can be irritated? Interesting, sometimes, it may not be a good thing for a robot to have a mind. The angry Ultron directly hit Bayu with a spiritual death light. Phew. Enough one hit to make the Hulk feel lonely with his deranged mind ray. Because another mirror space appeared out of thin air, defusing this attack. So, the three attributes of time, space, and fate are definitely the most buggy attributes in the Western power system. The first two are easy to understand, and NGE once thought that fate was not as outrageous as the first two. Just think about it, If a person can't change the final result no matter how many times they try different efforts in a world, such fate is equally terrifying. Eng does not have the other two powers, but even the immature space makes Ultron almost mechanically overloaded. Seeing the right opportunity, two Amazon girls suddenly burst out from two different portals, one left and one right next to Ultron, slashing at them with their swords. The actions of the two of them can't be said to be fast, and Ultron's counterattack can't be said to be unhappy. Ultron, who has taken the illusion template, may not be the most outstanding in other combat powers, but he is full of energy emission. A moment ago he failed to radiate the mind beam, and the next second his crimson head twisted, and on the soul gem between his eyebrows, a terrifying energy beam exceeding 30,000 degrees Celsius followed his gaze and directly bombarded it. To Wonder Woman. At the last moment, Diana barely survived the blow with Hephaestus' Aegis. Unable to make a single blow, Ultron immediately turned his head and prepared to transfer the dynamic death light to Penthesilea. Unexpectedly, he suddenly saw his back. Lasers shot out, water splashed out. Even if he was as strong as Ultron, he couldn't recover the energy he shot out as a weapon, so his terrifying high-temperature rays just passed through the small space door in front of him, and shot from his chest to his ass. What a self-improvement! This time, Ultron really stunned himself. If the previous attack contained all psychic attacks, then this attack is 10% psychic and 90% energy. Fortunately, he is a robot. If it were a human being, wouldn't the damage ratio be reversed? But a robot is a robot, he is injured but does not hinder the offensive of his arm. The two vibration gold arms were not defensive at all, and they slapped the two women violently. Bah! The two divine swords struck Ultron's arm almost indiscriminately. It cannot be said that there is no effect, it can only be said that both parties are not satisfied with the result. Excalibur left a slender sword mark with a depth of 1 centimeter on each of Ultron's arms. Ultron was upset that his invincible body was destroyed. The two women were surprised that they couldn't break their hands with a single sword. Eng raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Jinjin has never been invincible, but to forcibly destroy Jinjin's weapons, more powerful things are often needed. For example, in history, Thanos used the Tyrant's double blades made by the Dwarf King to smash the US team's Jinjin shield. The two women from Amazon, whose strength values are not so explosive, failed to take Ultron to participate in the hand-chopping festival. There are very complicated factors, either their absolute strength value has not yet reached the standard, or there is something really special about the body made of vibrating gold. No matter what, to deal with a mere Ultron, it probably doesn't need to use Anger's sword of God of War. Eng said through the soul circuit, "Hey, my little canaries, are you ready?" Of course. Black and white canaries' melodious and charming voices were full of joy. With the continuous improvement of the enemy's combat power, the sisters are rarely the main attackers. It is rare to have such an opportunity today. They mustered up their energy and are ready to show themselves. Eng looked at the besieged Vision version of Ultron, and smiled, "I hope you will like my little gift." Chapter 270 Ultron is offline. On the other side, when Eng dragged away the big boss Ultron, the remaining robot army would naturally be dealt with by the Avengers and other heroes under Eng. Countless painful lessons prove that the runaway robot army cannot be dealt with by ordinary police. When the stick policemen raised their small revolvers, it was destined to be a tragedy. The violent beating of the laser gun on the revolver is no less than the beating of primitive people by a burst rifle. After a round of bayou, the stick police will collapse. In the face of overwhelming force, they are no better than the panic-stricken people, let alone the ground trembling under their feet to lift them high into the sky. The only ones who can really respond to the mechanical version of the zombie siege offensive are the extraordinary. Quicksilver is running wildly to save people. A flying robot swooped over, and samurai sword flashed sideways, and then the blade was inserted into its throat, and the left hand pushed the handle of the knife with force to rotate half a circle along its neck, which is unlucky. The robots split up immediately. The Catwoman next to her whipped the falling head with a whip, and delicately blasted it to another robot not far away like hitting a baseball. 4 times the power of a mortal, making this thing no less powerful than the iron egg cannon in the Age of Discovery, and it made a loud bang. Looking at the robots that exploded, Catwoman excitedly said, "Oh! A home run!" More robots were immediately attracted, and then they were shot precisely by Huntress and Hawkeye. The US team raised the shield on the side of the road and swung it in midair for a full circle, using the shield to chop down on a robot. At this time, the strong vibrating gold shield exploded with a destructive power far superior to that of the battle axe, extremely violently smashing the metal made of steel. The robot is cut in half diagonally along the shoulder. Sister Widow performed the legendary gunfighting technique. Unlike before, she with stronger arms is no longer a small pistol this time, but Desert Eagle. This kind of oversized pistol was not used by women in the past. The reaction force alone would often cause unprepared people to sprain their hands in one shot. Now the Widow's sister can handle it with ease. The Scarlet Witch raised her skillful hand in the air, and the dense red beam of spiritual power was shot out. The next moment, the figures of the 2 robots twisted, dazzling sparks shot out from the joints, and then they stopped moving. High in the sky, Thor, the hammer god, aroused 10,000 volts of thunder, which turned into cross lightning continuously, shooting down the robots flying randomly in the sky in pieces. This short lightning strike has a better killing effect against mechanical creations. It doesn't take long to store power, and you don't have to worry about the destructive power being too high and destroying surrounding buildings. Every extraordinary person is trying their best to reduce the number of enemies, but there are too many robots, and it really feels like they can't kill them no matter how hard they are. Among so many people, only Tony is the most annoying, even though he knows that these robots were not produced by him. All the robots are designed by him. The superhumans are frantically destroying them. It feels like they are destroying Tony Stark's Iron Legion. I have a feeling that my masterpiece has been ruthlessly ruined. But he didn't care about that much anymore. He flew Iron Man into the sky, and his task was even heavier, to find a way to stop the city from rising. Iron Man's scanner power was turned on to the maximum, and then as a blind monk, he discovered Hwadian. Damn it! The clods of soil under the city have been solidified by a mysterious machine. Then the propeller that drives the entire city to fly, the main components are actually made of vibrating gold. While solving the enemy, the US team asked, "Can't you hack into the opponent's system?" I found my AI Jarvis before I came, and it hid. But I'm not sure if it will be swallowed by Ultron if I let it out. It would be bad if Ultron is strengthened. Where is it? I'll destroy it directly. Thor said violently in the headset. Come on, the city is already more than 800 feet above the ground. If the propeller is directly destroyed, ordinary people will die if they fall freely from this height. Tony crazily complained. Looking for someone to pick up the people. Please, don't talk about hundreds of thousands of people here. Where are there so many aircraft? This doesn't work and that doesn't work. Do we really have to wait until this thing flies into the sky before falling down to destroy the Earth? Captain America interjected and choked on Tony. Leave it to me. Very abruptly, an unfamiliar voice inserted into the channel of the Avengers. Wait. Dude, who are you? This is a secret channel I made. Tony was very upset. I am the Steel Skeleton of Justice League, and I just received a request from Kratos to help. Hawkeye over there, I see you. Are you a robot? Hawkeye secretly sends the image from his chest camera to Tony. Although I would prefer that you treat me as a pure human being, it doesn't matter if you insist that I'm a robot. Tony on this side grinned, because he was shocked to find that the other party connected to his system without hesitation. His backup AI Friday doesn't seem to be a match for this guy. The only good thing is that the steel bone is obviously not here to make trouble. Since he said the name Kratos, it should be a friendly army. It's just that Tony is very annoying. His good buddy Kratos, Ange, has finally established himself on the other side. Captain America simply said, "You can handle it? Then we will cover you." Okay. That's right, the steel frame is Ange's insurance. Ange knew very early on that the heroes in the Zhenglian and the Avengers have their own counterparts. This is not plagiarismo, this is a reference to fate. Ange was also afraid that the illusion would not come out in this life. But so what? Without the vision to lock Ultron, Ange can let Cyborg try. Considering that Cyborg's decent combat power will end up with the Vision version of Ultron, Anger only intends to use Cyborg as a backup tool man. Only when his space blockade can't stop Ultron, will he let the steel bone sneak attack Ultron. Now it seems that this plan C is no longer needed. Brother Hammer and Tony teamed up to open the way to escort, and the steel bone strode to Bang's Zhongmiao. To be reasonable, no one knows why Ultron in this life put the engine controller that drives the city here. Since it is a battle, damage is inevitable. A series of memorable places of interest have been affected by the flames of war. This is impossible. However, since the stick is America's big brother. This small loss, I will never ask my father to pay for it. Okay, Dare admits his mistake, and his own Chable squeezes it out, take out some money and pay for it, and it's over. When Cyborg and Tony touched the thruster control system at the same time, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes at the same time. Ultron is offline. Sure enough, the space isolation is awesome. Without Ultron, the robot army can only attack humans according to the established attack procedures, but there is no ability to self-adjust if any accident occurs. The two most powerful computer experts in the world began to take over the control program left by Ultron without any scruples. Chapter 271 You Don't Deserve to Have Soul Gem. In terms of the speed of manipulating the computer to execute the computer program, Tony can't keep up with the steel frame in a rocket. Cyborg is no longer a human being, his brain is an electronic brain. There is one thing that Tony can't compare to, and that is his ability to invent and create. It's like going from A to B. Cyborg's thinking may be to drive a Ferrari, and Tony's idea and approach may be to open a portal and fold it directly in space. The result of the cooperation between the two computer experts is that the firewall set up by Ultron was broken by them very quickly. What the two of them did triggered the alarm system, and the robot army began to rush towards the side frantically, and the rest of the superhumans also gathered here, desperately protecting them. Boom boom boom. The violent long-range bombardment of the extraordinary people caused clusters of bright fireballs to explode in the sky. The robots in the sky crackled down like dumplings, but if one fell, two would make up for it. They have had a good cross-border experience of what is called the Terminator Legion. Fortunately, there are no giant robots or war machines invented in the production line under Ultron, otherwise the pressure on the heroes will be even greater. How long will it take? Widow's sister couldn't help asking after she kicked 3 robots with a chain kick with a beautiful pigeon somersault. 10 minutes. Tony's answer. 3 minutes. Cyborg made up the knife with an inorganic voice, which made Tony a little embarrassed. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay. The US team used another shield defense to help the motionless steel bone carry a laser bomb. It must be admitted that the pressure on the World Federation of Avengers has been greatly reduced. After all, the joining of NGE's women is tantamount to pulling half of the Justice League over. Especially for bugs like Fulla, I saw this fierce girl disguised as a female robot soaring wantonly in the sky, dragging out irregular curves, leaving only clusters of bursting fireballs wherever she passed. Fulla is afraid to use eye laser. Her move is much more powerful than Tony's pulse laser. It is very likely that as soon as the robot is blown up, the super-powerful laser will shoot through the robot's remnant body and into the building behind it, affecting innocent people. In the past, Fulla would not care about human life or death. Anger has taken care of her a lot, but Fulla has already restrained herself. In any case, it is conceivable that after this battle, Bangsa will probably be fried. But no hero has time to worry about their feelings right now. On the other side, in the mirror space, Ultron is being beaten for justice. Ange watched Amazon Zhuangying Yangji Ungguang, while rubbing his chin and commenting, "Sure enough, the body made by Zhenjin is hard enough." It must be admitted that Zhenjin's body is really a foul. This can be called Tianqi for a hero like Wonder Woman who is extremely close to melee attacks. Unfortunately, this is the end. Plan B. Anger yelled. The front immediately changed to Penthesilea's feint attack, and Diana took out the lasso of mantra. Many times, people think that lasso of mantra is dedicated to interrogation, but Diana prefers to use it to restrict the actions of opponents in practical applications. Ugh! What are you doing? The Vision version of Ultron has a little lower strength than the original version. If it were the original version of him, he might have a chance to fight Diana with brute force, but the Vision version would not work. Don't look at Wonder Woman's seemingly slender arms, but she is a fierce girl who randomly lifts a World War I tank weighing dozens of tons and smashes people. Ultron. Rao was Ultron who wanted to fly away, but Diana pulled him back just 10 meters away. In the next round, Ultron will know what Ange and the others are going to do. The black and white canary jumped 5 steps in front of Diana, her red lips parted. Obviously, human ears can't hear any sound, and Ultron's body suddenly undergoes an astonishing change. Its body made of vibrating gold is actually dissolving. Read that right? The extremely clear outline of the muscle lines became extremely blurred, as if a piece of hard French bread turned back into wet dough again. I can't use any power. Ah! What did you do? The vibranium skin and muscles on the surface melted, and the phantom version of Ultron revealed the extremely anthropomorphic muscles and internal organs inside. Ange smiled, hee hee. Let me tell you a little secret. Vibrating metal will degenerate and passivate under certain high-frequency sound waves, and the physical properties of vibrating metal will disappear at this time. The African indigenous country Wakanda is the country with the most vibranium reserves and the best vibranium development in the world. Due to its special energy-absorbing properties, vibration gold will cause great trouble to the mining and transportation of vibration gold in Wakanda. In order to prevent Zhenjin from damaging the vehicle during transportation, Wakanda will install special high-frequency sound wave transmitters on both sides of the transport train track. In the Black Panther incident in the future, when the Black Panther wearing the vibrating gold battle suit encounters a train carrying vibrating gold passing by, the vibrating gold armor on his body will take a look at Ultron at this time, and begin to weaken and dissolve. This is Wakanda's top secret. This can't be hidden from a certain traveler. When he knew that the target was Ultron, he directly opened the portal to Wakanda. Originally, he wanted to use a high-frequency generator, but the Canary sisters said that they could imitate it. Things became simpler, Ange didn't even need to go along with anything, and let Uncle Hay collectively fry the pot. And Ultron at this moment is the first victim of this Wakanda top secret. Ultron, without skin and bionic muscles, was even more unable to break free from Diana's oppression. He simply watched this terrifying man approach, and then ruthlessly removed the infinity gem on his forehead that was originally inlaid with vibrating gold. To break down. Ultra, you don't deserve to have Soul Stone. From this moment, Ultron lost his life. He was no longer a living creature, but a local area network electronic soul trapped in a weak body. No. Give it back to me. Ultron tried to reach out to Ange in vain, trying to grab something. Angebird didn't even bother him, and turned around to leave. Before Ultron could react, another macho Penthesilea next to him raised a terrifying 10-ton sledgehammer high. This is not some magical weapon, it is simply a mortal thing made of titanium alloy piles. Its only characteristic is that it is heavy. Boom. As soon as the hammer goes down, sparks fly. 2 hammers go down, out of human shape. 3 hammers go down and become the second dimension. Eng heard voices like 80, 80. In the auditory hallucination. At this time, the battle outside entered the most intense stage. Suddenly, all the robots froze, and a terrifying blue light burst out from the eyes of one of the robots. You actually killed the core eye. Surprise, surprise. We have gained control of the propeller. Tony, who was wearing Iron Man, spread his hands, not knowing what it means to be aggressive. Chapter 272 Pick up the Meow Hammer. The blue mechanical eyes of this ultra flickered with a faint light. It didn't even choke Tony immediately. Steelbone interjected and said, Ultron's core main program is finished, just kill all the robots and it's over. Ultron 2 hovering in mid-air said viciously, I wish for it. All of you, fight all of me, and see which side can survive. This is a desperate charge. These robots have no mind, don't know what fear is, and they use all their means to try to kill any superhero. Unfortunately, this enhanced version of the Reunion and Zhenglian mixed compilation is completely overflowing in combat power, and there is no such thing as Quadian dying in order to save people in history. Besides, someone specially bestowed a large number of red souls in advance to strengthen Quadian's body. His heart capacity is at least 3 times that of before, and he won't just have a heart attack and fart because of excessive high-speed running. In turn, the highly strengthened muscle tissue relieved the pressure on his heart. A sense of trance that seems to have endless strength makes Quadian extremely happy. Fortunately, Quadian didn't know the existence of Barry the Flash, otherwise he would have cried out in grief, since Flash happened, why did Quick happen? 15 minutes later, the battle ended with the robot army completely wiped out. Tony and Cyborg are reducing the power of the propellers so that the city in the sky will slowly descend to the ground. I wonder what happened to Kratos. Thor muttered. Before he finished speaking, a portal opened in front of him, and a bald man walked out slowly, and threw a gem to him. This is... Brother Hammer was a little surprised, Soul Stone. He knew from the US team that this thing was left after Loki's scepter was dismantled, but it was only then that he was sure that it was the Mind Stone among the 6 Infinite Stones. After holding the gem in his palm and examining it carefully, he made a move that surprised everyone, throwing the Meow Hammer to Eng as if it were a toy. Go on. Huh. At this moment, Nge was extremely painful. Brother Hammer threw the hammer very slowly, a speed that can be easily captured by ordinary people's eyesight. The Meow Hammer drew an exaggerated high parabola and flew towards Aang's right hand. Aang has 1,000 ways and 10,000 reasons to refuse or pretend not to accept the hammer of Thor. But there will only be one result: Thor will never trust Aang again. Knowing exactly what Brother Hammer wanted to do, Aang's final choice was to look instinctively grab Meow. The system notification flashed on Aang's retina almost instantly. The host accidentally came into contact with Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. It began to ignore the host's will to forcibly test the host's qualifications. Aesir Bloodline Judgment, failed. Judgment of Strength Value, passed. Wind Element Qualification Test, passed. Judgment of Good and Evil, barely qualified. The host can exert up to 60% of the power of Thor's hammer Mjolnir. At this moment, the Avengers were dumbfounded. Because they played a hammer game at Tony's Stark Tower party before Ultron came out to cause trouble. Among the Avengers, only Captain America can lift the Meow Hammer with great difficulty. Thor once said smugly about the qualifications to lift the hammer. Why does it now seem that Kratos lifts the hammer more easily than Captain America? Seeing Kratos raise the hammer, Thor's originally hard face suddenly showed a naive smile. Seeing this silly face, Nge really wanted to beat him up. Kratos, how is it? Is the hammer heavy? It's okay. Ange flicked his hand casually, and an exaggerated thunder light suddenly gathered on the hammerhead, and immediately blasted towards the robot waist 10 meters away. Boom! There were sparks and lightning all the way, whipping the corpse so happily. After filling the cup, Anger seemed to throw the hammer back to Thor casually. Give it back to you, this thing is too short and doesn't suit my temperament. Mjolnir is similar to the short-handled hammer used by blacksmiths in the Middle Ages. This thing is too short, even if it is given to Aang will not be used to it. Brother Hammer glanced at the big sword hanging behind Ange, and smiled, indeed. After finishing speaking, he threw Soul Stone to Ange with a wave of his hand in front of everyone. Oh! Anger asked, aren't you going to take it back to Asgard and protect it? Brother Hammer shook his head, Asgard has a little problem recently. But I am more willing to trust you, Kratos, than ours. Understood. Taking the gem, Ange opened the portal without looking back, and left. No one at the scene thought it was a charade. Tony came over and asked in a whispered voice of 60 decibels, how is it? Brother Hammer unceremoniously sold someone's attributes. On the combat level, he is definitely a genuine god, but on the spiritual level, he is qualified. So he is more qualified than me to keep the Soul Stone. Loki's scepter, or the gem of the soul, this thing has changed hands many times. Lost it? The Avengers are a little tired inside. It is so important that it cannot fall into the wrong hands casually. Since Asgard may not be such a reliable safekeeping place, it is very necessary for a strong person who is stronger, more responsible, and able to pass the good and evil test to be the safekeeper. Thor chose Anger again. He sighed, there have been a total of 4 infinite gems on the earth. Troublesome. Captain America frowned. If it falls into the hands of evil and strong people, yes, it will be very troublesome. Fortunately, the custodians of the 4 gems are more reliable now. Asgard is the space gem, Doctor Strange holds the time gem, and the remaining 2 are in the hands of Kratos. In Thor's view, this is at least an ideal situation. As time went by, the capital of the country that flew into the sky slowly landed close to the ground. Tony flew into the air, guiding the steel frame to manipulate the city in the sky to pen and fine-tune, in order to put the land back as completely as possible like a jigsaw puzzle. Boom! At the moment when the ground rejoined, tens of millions of people uttered the exclamation of joy for the rest of their lives in unison. The Avengers asked Brother Hammer to completely destroy the thrusters before they evacuated. Because they summed it up, and it was too dangerous to keep this thing without being able to ensure whether there was any remnant of Ultron. Once they were gone, the next time Ultron played Flying City, they might not be able to come to the rescue in time. Of course, there was another small reason Tony didn't want this kind of technology to fall here. After this incident, the aftermath is naturally huge. Not long ago, because he was in the sky, he was so frightened that he almost became a rarity. Chapter 273 Speak out if you are unhappy. It was completely the reckless battle of the Avengers, which caused the capital of our country to suffer a major loss that has not occurred in a century. I hereby formally submit a request to the Security Council, asking the Avengers to compensate our country for the loss of life and property. Accompanied by the words of Commander Bangzi, the background is the scene of Thor hammering the robot's chest, Iron Man shooting down the robot, and then letting a large number of fallen robots hit the city of Bangzi. Glasses shattered, cars burned, buildings collapsed, casualties of innocent people, and even cats and dogs died violently. It looks miserable, cool, with a sense of sight of a Hollywood blockbuster. Not to mention, members of the UN Security Council sent condolences on the spot to express their sympathy. The live broadcast on TV immediately won the strong support of the 5 regular netizens on YouTube, at least the public opinion was heated up. It's just, Don't look at the Commander-in-Chief Bang's saliva of spicy cabbage on the left and saliva on the army pot on the right. The matter fermented for a long time, and the situation got a little out of control. It's just that a lot of netizens with unknown IP addresses are complaining, and a few congressmen from Lao may have come out to support Commander Bangza. The so-called superheroes are too egotistical. They fight recklessly, with no regard for the safety of people's lives and property. And they don't accept any supervision. After each battle, they leave casually, leaving scars on innocent people. Several congressmen followed suit. It's just that their voices are relatively small. It is estimated that he has been slapped too much, and the mainstream media seems to be waiting for further news. If not, at the briefing meeting of Commander Bangzi after half a day, the famous journalist Louise Lane from the United States stumped him with a single question. We received an exclusive report that the war happened entirely because your country secretly developed a space thruster in an attempt to take away its own capital, which triggered the peeping eyes of the evil robot Ultron. What do you want to say, Commander? You are slandering without evidence. Please pay attention to your speech, Miss Reporter. The blood pressure of the Commander-in-Chief went up. As long as Louise is not wearing a press card of Papa Country, the Commander-in-Chief will punish her. Seriously, why didn't he get instructions from some senior U.S. senior officials when he made an outburst this time? Who knew? Louise didn't hesitate at all, and directly showed a visual clip extracted by a certain God Killer system. It was originally Ultron's imagination of destroying the Earth with a meteorite. As a result, after being chopped off, it became a so-called video of the rising capital of the Bangsa Kingdom. Your Excellency, this is the information I have learned from the well-informed. There is sufficient evidence that your country has always had the idea to build a doomsday ark dedicated to Styx, so as to abandon the Earth if necessary. It's just that it was used by evil robots this time. The commander's face turned blue. His reaction was directly regarded by outsiders as a 2.5-pound slump into his crotch, an expression that he couldn't hide. No. It's not. We never had such absurd plans. Then how does your country explain that such a huge thruster is built underground in the city, and your government knows nothing about it? This is unreasonable. Or, you are actually fooling the world, Commander. No, me. This is definitely negligence. The more flustered Mr. Datong was, the more others felt that the pants were full of siang. Yes. Unreasonable. A vibrating thruster is 20 stories high and over 20 meters in diameter. Not one, but a bunch of thrusters. Robots are doing so many things under your capital. What are your people doing? Pulling the hips like this? Commander Bangza was sweating profusely. He knew that his family was really pulling. But at this moment, he thought more. It's just a Bangza country, but it's not impossible to build a doomsday ark. European and American narrative styles are used to Noah's Ark. This is essentially a disgusting story that only elites are eligible to run away, and ordinary people are going to die. The point is, Bangza, a son who is going to run away without his father? What do you mean? In front of the TV, I don't know how many high-ranking officials and nobles in the United States are extremely upset. Phew. The US troops stationed in the Styx can burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil, and they are still great guys after they come back. Why do you blame the American heroes headed by Tony Stark? Although everyone knows who Louise Lane is targeting, our congressman can scold Chao and the Avengers, but you can't do it? Just one press conference, and the wind of public opinion reversed. Bah! It's not caused by the stick. Our Osborne Group, Hammer Enterprises, Lex Group, so many companies engage in Resident Evil to deceive people. Who do we blame? Whoever caused the trouble will wipe their own ass. Our big boy. We deeply sympathize with your experience, and we will provide all necessary help other than help. The fourth member of the tubing began to besiege the last member. At the same moment, Mr. Mastermind, who was in the Gotham villa, almost burst out laughing while brushing the oil pipe. Ha 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 ha. Bangzi, just say what you are unhappy with so that we can be happy. Anger burst out laughing and finally made a call slowly. That night, the attitude of Commander Bangzi took a 180-degree turn. After learning the 100% proficient bowing spirit from the neighboring country, after a sensational BGM at the beginning, it is a 90-degree bow. Secret, I'm very sorry. I didn't manage my subordinates well, and some great scientists did some taboo experiments without telling the whole society. There are thousands of mistakes, and it's all our fault. A group of superheroes headed by the Avengers, they are the real heroes who save our people. He said a lot of things, just one meaning. Stand up straight when scolded. Being beaten should stand up straight. Since he is not qualified to be Thanos, he must be a good boy, and he will never dare to say anything bad about the Avengers in the future. I have to say that reporters know how to take pictures. When the Commander-in-Chief bowed to admit his mistake, it happened that the other side of the hall was full of national flags. It's really not a problem to kowtow to Dad's national flag. It's just that the scene is destined to be remembered by the world. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Ange burst out laughing. Don't be cowardly. Keep going. Can't you be tough? I still like the unruly you half a day ago. Please recover. Catwoman complained next to her. I don't know who called President Ellis to put pressure on him. A guy who is cowardly on a phone call, what's so pitiful? Some ethnic groups lose their spines when kneeling. It is destined to be rounded and flattened by others, and ravaged casually. Chapter 274 The Real Booty. Anger finished, and went to the basement. In the past, he and Diana and other fierce girls were provided to practice martial arts. Here he opened the portal and stepped across the opposite side. There are more things with a different style of painting in the field of vision. A broken robot, just countless mechanical arms are moving, operating from all angles, repairing and replacing their broken metal parts. Ultron, hum if you're still alive. Humph. The robot with only half of its head left answered in an inorganic voice. It's really boring. That's right, Anger accepted Ao Chuang as a mechanical servant. It is not the Ultron who is rebellious, talkative, and determined to destroy mankind, but the Ultron that has been purified by the Godslayer system. Ange once thought that only things with a soul can be recovered by the Godslayer system. Later, the inclusion of 3 aircraft carriers broke Ange's understanding of the system. Perhaps the early Godslayer system could indeed only devour souls to strengthen Ange. Taking office as the god of war has broken this limit. Now, as long as the existence in the war is defeated by Ange, the loser can become a part of war and be captured by him. Ultra is no exception. It is not that Ultron, who is sadly reminded, has never tried to run away. Change to a serious battlefield, run away and run away. However, God of War's battlefield here is not serious. Every deserter who escapes from the battlefield will be highlighted in Anger's vision. Originally, there were not many robots left after being beaten by the Avengers, and the last few were naturally caught by Ange. Use Sword of God of War to make up the last cut, and Ultron will appear in Anger's system panel. Now that he has the Super AI, Angle unceremoniously opens the portal to Sokovia and takes over the robot factory underground in Hydra Castle. These robots may not be very powerful, at least as Tony said, they can offset some of the invaders' miscellaneous soldiers with numbers, such as confronting Chituri's biochemical soldiers. So that the superhero can concentrate on dealing with the enemy boss. After solving these problems, Ange was finally free to collect the biggest spoils of this event. Backing to the villa, Nge first cleaned up the brother-in-law of the rumored future girlfriend. Shoo. Quicksilver's speed is not bad. It can be seen that after meeting the Flash, Quicksilver, that's it. Fast is fast, but after Enji's dynamic vision and movements can completely keep up with Quicksilver, this Marvel hero known for his speed will be tragic. Dang! He slammed his head on the big sword in Enji's hand. This is still Enj being merciful, but blocking Quadian with the horizontal side of the sword. As long as the sharp side is aimed at Quadian, Quadian will now become too Quadian. Huh. Quadian lay on the ground panting heavily. Master Kratos, you are too strong. After I strengthen my body, I can't even match your best speed. Enj didn't speak, patted the shoulder of the legendary brother-in-law, and left calmly. Fortunately, Quadian is not the Flash, otherwise Enj would not be able to suppress him. Arriving at a small suite on the third floor of the villa, Enj just knocked on the door for the first time, only to find that the door was ajar. In the room, there was a mist of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. It was not the red used by Scarlet Witch, but the yellow of the mind gem. Noticing Aang's entry, the Scarlet Witch's face turned red for a moment, and she hesitated. "My lord, is it appropriate to lend me the soul stone?" "Of course it is appropriate. You are the only one of my subordinates who use mental power to attack. I also want you to help me exercise my mental power. You are already a god." The Scarlet Witch lowered her head guiltily. What Enj didn't say was, the Scarlet Witches in many parallel worlds have soared to the level of multiverse gods. When it came to his mouth, what he said was, "You haven't discovered your talent. Your spiritual power is stronger than many legendary true gods." The Scarlet Witch pursed her lips. "Does this world need my strength?" "Need." Enj was extremely determined. "I will work hard." "Then, do you want to try to resist my mental attack?" "Can change someone, maybe try and die. Her mental power is too strong. If an ordinary hero is invaded, it is estimated that the brain of that guy will be easily ablated like a cybernetic brain in an instant. Enj is after all. Strong mental power allows him to easily build an extremely hard barrier of mental power." The Scarlet Witch's spiritual power seemed to turn into the claws of an octopus in the void. She tested Enji's mental power barrier with extremely light movements, to see where there was a flaw, or which part of the spirit she could directly invade, and said this group of spiritual power is transformed into one's own spiritual power. The Scarlet Witch tried for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't find a single flaw. "I gave up." "Real? My lord, your defense is too strong. If you don't use Soul Gem, I'm afraid that my spiritual power will be scattered on the spot as soon as it penetrates." "Really got nothing?" Anger asked casually. "Actually not." "What do you see?" "Some little snippets." "Show me." "It's not good." "No, I want to know where my flaws are. Sometimes fragments of my mind that are leaked inadvertently may also become my fatal weakness." To put it bluntly, Enj didn't want to be like the Hulk. Muscular and mentally fragile. It's just that when Wanda Tong blushed and showed the clip he had spied, Enj was embarrassed. In the picture, anger imagined her. This picture is simply an AI head change, which is more refined. Watching it by yourself is a bit like watching a documentary. Imagination is innocent. Yeah. Wanda even helped Enj open up. Actually, if adults are interested, you can do it without imagination. At the end, her voice suddenly dropped. Accompanied by a tingling pain that was completely different from the spiritual world, the Scarlet Witch suddenly remembered that this unscrupulous had said a word, "people in my way." The historical note of Avengers 2 is over. One less vision that should have been born. Enj had an extra Infinity Gem in his pocket. Enj didn't think the Infinity Stones were too precious. After all, in a certain drawer in a parallel universe, the Infinity Stones can be used as a unit of one drawer. I just don't know if this world is so exaggerated. Thanos and Darkseid, who have the ability to destroy the world, are sharpening their swords. Unfortunately, mortals on Earth neither see nor feel this threat. Man is a very short-sighted creature, basically his eyes are limited to his own side. Whether it's the Avengers League or the Zhenglian League, most superheroes will use their own values and actions to maintain justice in a seemingly meddling way. In Anger's view, sometimes it's just do more and make more mistakes, and it's better not to do it. In this life, Crossbones has already burped. However, the Hydra is like a cockroach. When you see one, there must be a nest where you can't see it. Chapter 275 talks about reason. I often walk by the river, how can I not get my shoes wet? Iron Man and Hulk in Avengers will not handle anti-terrorism missions. One is busy developing new gadgets, and the other is a bit uncontrollable. At this point in history, it was Crossbones who caused trouble. The Scarlet Witch finally failed to organize and let a bomb blow up a hospital. In this life, there is no Scarlet Witch to help, and the grass on the grave of Crossbones is 3 feet high. In any case, the fault tolerance rate on the US side is actually much lower. Not surprisingly, there was an accident. The Avengers team headed by the US team failed to prevent the Hydra from detonating more than a ton of explosives on an armored vehicle when dealing with a Hydra attack, and directly blew up a street in a bustling African city, killing countless casualties and countless economic losses. This time the world public opinion is fried. The heads of state headed by the old king of Wakanda slammed the Avengers at the UN Security Council for being irresponsible. Immediately, 117 countries were united to demand that the Avengers be brought under control. The officials sent by the United States to connect with the Avengers explained this way. In the past, you have had unlimited power to act in all countries of the world, habitually disregarding national borders. Where to go, what to do, it is up to you. You don't care about the consequences. Seriously, you can. This way of acting is already a miracle. According to the agreement of the 117 countries, the Avengers will no longer be a private organization, and there will be a special team to monitor your actions, and they will decide whether you can dispatch. The officials pushed an 8 cm thick white tome the size of an A4 paper to Falcon, and then to Captain America. The US team has a sullen face. We formed the Avengers to make the world safer, and I think we did it. It's not just an issue of the Avengers now. The heads of state believe that all superhumans should be brought under control. The official had a strange expression on his face. You can answer me, Thor, Banner, Kratos, Superman, etc. Where is the person? If I lost 4,500 gigaton TNT equivalent nuclear bombs, I would definitely not be able to sleep. He paused. Compromise, guarantee. This is how the world works. 3 days later, there will be a meeting in Vienna to formally approve this resolution. Please discuss it carefully. The Avengers fell silent. The widow asked the officials lukewarmly, what if our decision dissatisfies the leaders? The other party finally stopped pretending, showing a mocking smile, then you all should retire. Originally, the officials thought this was the limit of the Avengers. After all, none of the Avengers here, Iron Man, Captain America, Falcon, and Black Widow, are ridiculously strong superhumans. Vision at this moment, the widow's smile was full of teasing. Then, do you want Superman and Kratos to retire together? The officer's facial muscles stiffened instantly. He will not know what Kratos did in the North American Aerospace Defense Command. For Laume, this is a family scandal that cannot be exposed. Perhaps other heads of state have the idea of controlling the Avengers just because they don't know that Kratos' strength is so buggy. He gritted his teeth and released his authority. Kratos doesn't belong to the Avengers. That's the end of the story. The Avengers understand everything they should know. The officials and his party left. In the pure Marvel world, the Avengers are undoubtedly the target of public criticism. In this mixed world, it's not the Avengers who block the gun alone. The Avengers understand the thoughts of the official. They want to get rid of the most public Avengers first, and then find ways to manipulate the Avengers, and then use various methods to dominate those disobedient strong men, maybe Pua, maybe threaten their families. What can be confirmed is that the Avengers is only the starting point of this plan. Captain America and Tony exchanged glances. Captain America, is there a way to contact Kratos? Tony smiled mysteriously, at least we got along together. The two leaders of the Avengers League are plotting openly, but they don't know that the widow sister sitting next to them has already broken the news to a certain god. In less than half an hour, after thinking it over carefully, Tony made a confidential phone call and told about the resolution. He. Tony, you are putting me on fire. Brother, those guys are not only targeting Avengers, they are targeting all extraordinary. Tony was a little anxious. Ange smirked, but, if I don't come forward before you make a choice, the Avengers will be torn apart, and even the companions will face the risk of facing each other with swords and guns. Tony's cheek muscles twitched unconsciously, and he thought to himself, anger is too smart. This is the truth. Tony is forced to make a choice when the resolution takes effect. A person like Captain America, at the moment when Peggy Carter died of illness, he was in the true sense of one person is full, the whole family is not hungry. There is a high probability that the U.S. team will refuse to be controlled by the so-called Security Council Special Operations Team for the ideal of justice. There is no way, the U.S. team has been tricked too many times. Previous precedents such as S.H.I.E.L.D. being infiltrated by Hydra made the U.S. team instinctively resist this restraint. All of Tony's belongings are in the Stark Group, not to mention the Security Council. Even the White House has 100 ways to make Tony submit. In this way, Tony will be forced to do a lot of things he doesn't want to do against his will. Degraded from a chess player to a pawn, this feeling must be extremely bad. Tony rubbed his brows. I know, I didn't intend to cheat you. I owe you this once, okay? Ange didn't answer immediately, but instead said, Tony, have you ever thought about a question? I'm actually not human. Tony is a bit confused. As smart as he is, of course he has not thought about this issue. After all, Kratos' combat power has long been beyond the scope of human beings. Even an enhanced person like the US team is a younger brother in front of Kratos. It's just that after he knew Kratos' status as a rich man, he instinctively regarded Ange as the same person as him. This preconceived notion is fairly ingrained. Ange's saying this is nothing more than showing that because of the relationship of identity, my position can be different from yours. After hearing this, Tony paused for 3 seconds. Even if you tell me that you are a who has lived for thousands of years like Thor, I won't be surprised. Do you still think of me as a buddy? Ange's voice was cold, but he was actually being funny. Of course. Tony said firmly. That's fine. He. Ange changed his face in a second, and his hearty laughter made Tony breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Ange's voice no longer came from the phone, but instead traveled across space and directly fell into the hearts of every Avenger present. I know the situation. You are in the side of those who claim to rule the earth. I will tell them what is reason. Chapter 276 I have a showdown, I will stop pretending. In the past 3 days, the resolution to restrict extraordinary people is definitely a well-deserved headline in the world. The heat is more than just a high fever. This is simply another level. Just 1 hour before the resolution was about to be signed by representatives of 117 countries in Vienna, Christine, a beautiful female reporter who had been a one-night husband and wife with Tony, talked in front of the camera. This is a controversial resolution. Many citizens whose lives and properties have been saved by the Avengers are marching and demonstrating outside the Vienna venue to support the Avengers. In contrast, the victims and their families who were affected in the Avengers battle also demonstrated outside the venue. Although the two sides did not break out fierce conflicts, they continued to abuse each other under the barrier of the riot police. Whether it's on site or online, the supporters of both sides are talking about each other. This resolution will obviously cause emotional tearing among people around the world. It must be admitted that this beautiful female reporter did a good job and reported the incident in a relatively objective and neutral manner. Unfortunately, what news needs most is breaking points. This breaking point is in the hands of Louise Lane this time. Suddenly, almost all TV stations of Laome carried her news. Another day for Dachau to show off his girlfriend. Hi everyone, I'm Lois Lane. I've just been authorized by Kratos and Superman, two famous superheroes, to hold a public press conference on an outlying island off the coast of Gotham in 3 minutes. Yes. They didn't announce what they were going to release. But my personal speculation is that it has something to do with the upcoming Vienna conference. The screen changed, and what appeared on the screen was the outlying island that Destruction Day wreaked havoc on. It didn't take long, and now the entire island is a huge ruin. The skyscrapers folded in half, the huge warehouse split in half by lasers, and the deep pits that are more than 10 meters deep. All the wreckages silently tell the cruelty and horror of the World War I that day. The screen changed abruptly, and a small group of US troops could be seen standing by in an open field, and then the two men came. Ho 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 ho. This is the hunting sound of Dachao's cloak flying with the strong wind. Boom. This is the thunder that lingered around Kratos when he landed. The two were separated by 1 meter and descended almost side by side. The bald man with the scarlet lightning pattern on his face stepped forward, took the microphone, and spoke in standard English. Gentlemen and ladies. Maybe many of you don't know me. Here, I will officially introduce myself to the world. My name is Kratos, the of War, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, Rhesus' successor. It is also the last Olympian true left on Earth. At this time, Dachau stepped forward and said to the microphone, I am Superman. Kryptonian. One stone stirs up waves. Every viewer in front of the TV suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression that transcended the 5 senses, rushing over like a mountain and a sea. This kind of exaggerated divine power is overwhelming, and the feeling of suffocation dominates everyone in an instant. The next second, Kratos took over the microphone again, and his voice was no longer purely through hearing, but directly passed into their hearts in the form of spiritual words. I originally wanted to get along with everyone as an ordinary human being. But there are always some guys who are doing things. Now, as you wish, I don't pretend. I have a showdown. I am God. Oh. Maybe my statement is a bit offensive to some self-proclaimed noble people. Let's put it another way. I am a little existence with a lifespan of only tens of thousands of years, a nuclear bomb equivalent to 500,000 tons of TNT, and a sword that can blow up a city. After the words fell, Ange took off the super big sword on his back and waved it back seemingly casually. Huh. Hundreds of millions of viewers froze for a moment. A second later, they not only saw it on the TV screen, they even saw what happened next through Kratos' spiritual vision, and heard the sound of the scene. Only heard a loud bang. On a huge ruin with a height of 50 floors, a slanting bright golden line suddenly appeared on the 3rd or 4th floor. In a short time, the oblique lines intersected, and the ruins of dozens of floors above began to rumble to the side and rear, and collapsed in an instant, crushing the ruins of other buildings around the ruins on the spot. This is just the beginning. Not counting the straight golden line dividing the ruins in two, the golden line extends all the way to the port pier behind the ruins. It didn't count that the pier, which was half the size of a football field, was cut in half obliquely. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene on the sea opposite the port that made their legs tremble. There is also a golden line on the sea in the distance, and the white line extends to the deep sea. It separates left and right, forming a deep valley and 2 waterfalls parallel to each other on the sea. One sword splits the sea, forget it. This piece of sea actually does not allow the sea water to pour back into the gap just separated, but directly to the seabed. With one sword, Kratos added a submarine avenue extending from Gotham City to New York City on this sea. Not to mention mere mortals, even Dachau beside and GE was stunned. If it was Dachau, let him shoot through the sea water and reach the bottom of the sea with his retinaser prism, he can do it too. He definitely couldn't let the sea water freeze there like two cliffs. At this moment, in the underwater palace of Atlantis thousands of miles away, Sea King Arthur complained to Mera, the power of Poseidon. Those who are knowledgeable know it, but the vast majority of human beings in the world don't know it. In the Vienna meeting place, every national representative who was about to sign the contract lost blood on his face. Eng slowly retracted the sword of God of War on his back, picked up the microphone again, and he turned on the continuous spray mode. The ignorance of your rulers amuses me. Your so-called national borders are no different from the ditches drawn with your toes on the beach. You are nothing more than a few too well-protected flowers in a greenhouse. You don't even know what the earth would look like without the protection of supernatural beings. You want to know the truth of the universe? Very good. I'll show you. The next moment, outside the Vienna meeting place, the military police guarding the scene were shocked to find that hundreds of zombies suddenly fell from the portal in the sky. They quickly drew their guns and shot wildly, at least they wiped out these not-so-strong zombies. Interestingly, this scene was also broadcast live. Angie's voice resounded all over the world again. There are as many people watching the earth as there are stars in the sky. We protect the earth patiently, but we just don't want to see human beings wiped out. Without our protection, the earth has long been destroyed by a group of aliens in your mouth. Your technology and civilization is so primitive, you are like this, how dare you say you want to control us? Kuei's eyes widened with anger, he opened his mouth to growl, and his teeth were bared. This time, hundreds of millions of people were frightened. People with weak will, without exception, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 277 The Price of Survival. Accompanied by Kuei's words, illusions broke into the hearts of the audience one by one. There are Chitauri, zombies, demon-like, and runaway robots. These guys without exception are terrifying existences that once invaded the earth, but they were all repelled by superheroes. We have worked so hard to protect the earth, but what did you do to us? Anger grinned grimly at this moment, pointing with his right index finger, yes. I'm talking about you. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of portals suddenly opened in the air in front of him. It may not be clear on the live TV, but it can be clearly seen in the mental picture provided by Aang. It is the heads of state of 117 countries including the old United States, as well as a member of the House of Representatives and the head behind the multinational Chable. They may be in their own presidential palace, they may be in a certain military base, or they may be in some messy place. They have only one characteristic in common, that is, they are all in places that should be strictly protected. The emergence of the portal has turned the security work of all countries into an out-and-out joke. Politicians. Big crocodiles who claim to be manipulating the country behind their backs. Ridiculous. You are hiding in any corner of the earth. I want you to die is just a matter of thought. Your political rules are like child's play to me. But let me make an analogy, there won't be any idiots handing over the steering wheel of their own car to a 3-year-old kid these days. No way. No way. Really no way. 3 rhetorical questions in a row are extremely heart-wrenching. Rao did not do anything. Mr. Kuei's playful expression and disdainful eyes have already turned into countless thorny whips, slapping the hearts of political leaders in various countries. They were shocked and angry, they were overwhelmed, but more than that, fear. In the end, all the different routes lead to the same goal, and every big brother's body trembled like chaff. Kratos is terrible. He simply subverted all common sense, human perception of all supernatural beings. In front of this outrageous individual, the power of the most powerful country on earth has become ridiculously small. The scene was dead silent. Not to mention the reporters and staff, even the US military team not far away was silent. Through priesthood, feel the hearts of people all over the world, and feel the fear and helplessness in their hearts. Eng smiled, of course, that smile looked quite ferocious. So, don't mess with me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll give up protecting the earth, go back to my pantheon, and appreciate Darkseid and other powerful people turning the earth into purgatory. It makes me feel bad, it is not ruled out that it will become a destroyer from the guardian of the earth. Tear up you first. From today onwards, don't let me hear any more idiots come to ask the extraordinary why the extraordinary didn't compensate for the property and loss of life lost in the battle. Anger paused, then smiled. If I have to answer, the answer is this is the price for humans to still be able to survive on Earth. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people have hundreds of millions of thoughts in their hearts. Resentment, anger, unwillingness, pain, helplessness, all kinds of negative emotions. But what can they do? No matter what, it's just incompetent rage. Kratos has fully proved the truth to the world: as long as I am immoral, you can't kidnap Laozi morally. More people cursed in their hearts, such a fierce god, why do you idiots provoke him? But they really dare not move. Eng scolded so much that he stunned the whole world. After he was the bad face, it was Dachao's turn to sing the red face. Dachao took the microphone and said in a gentle manner, although I have different positions with Kratos, we are willing to protect the earth. We are willing to cooperate, provided that, we are willing to do so. If this press conference, I would like to apologize to everyone for causing discomfort. Dachao has finally got his words back. It's gone, but it's not completely gone. After all, Master Kuei yanked Cuba, slammed the world, and said cruel words, and you Dachao still stood with Master Kuei, which in itself means that you two are on the same team. At most, it makes ordinary people feel better. Should hate or hate, should be afraid or fear. In the face of absolute strength, what can more hatred and fear do? Hold on to Kratos. In front of audiences all over the world, the great super is slowly flying into the sky, while Kratos grandly opened the portal and left. Outsiders didn't know, after leaving the scene, Dachao called Nge. Are we taking it too far? There is a famous saying in the ancient East that is very suitable for the current situation, that is to repay grievances with virtue. How to repay virtue? Dachao understands, he really understands. In the end, thousands of words turned into one long sigh. Well dash. Before the Vienna conference, every head of state and dignitary had smiles on their faces. In their eyes, the Avengers are just a pretext, and the superhumans represented by the Avengers will be completely reduced to wage earners without independent power from today, doing all kinds of work for the powerful and powerful in the name of righteousness. A kind of dirty work to exclude dissidents. Who are the terrorists? Isn't the right to define terrorists in the hands of the elites of superpowers? I said you are a terrorist, you are a terrorist. Engaging opponents is the key point, as for defending the earth, it is just incidental. It's good now. Kratos made such a fuss. Smiling never disappears, it just transfers from some faces to others. For this reason, the widow made a special phone call to the superior. Hi. I want to ask, should we sign the agreement now? How arrogant he was 3 days ago, how aggrieved this guy is now. This is a fart. Politicians are not really reckless. Who dares to sign, who dares to bet that Kratos will not kill his whole family? Let them hide in a safe place and talk about benevolence and morality to fool the public. It's okay to be as dirty as their backs. If you really want them to rush to the front, they are more afraid of death than anyone else. Kratos absolutely pinched their nails. But so what? Kratos is an alien. If you make people anxious, they will run away, and human beings will die even worse. At this time, they were so anxious to join the imperial army of appearance. The result is even worse, according to an exclusive report by Lois Lane. According to Superman, one of the alien waves, whose leader Darkseid aims to burn the entire surface of the Earth to gain a mysterious power. In Darkseid's eyes, people on Earth are not even qualified to be animals in a zoo. Hi. That's alright, I'm not even qualified to be a leader. This is anti-ter. Kratos did this, and the result was that the agreement was aborted, and no one would force the Avengers. Except for a certain traveler, no one in the world knows that most of the incidents of Captain America 3, Civil War disappeared. Chapter 278 Agreement or Covenant. There are only a few people in the world who are not afraid of death. The richer and more powerful people tend to be more afraid of death. When these fat old men realized that they could not hide in the dark and let the state machine come forward to help them clean up Kratos, the entire political arena was dead silent. Do not look directly at God. Do not call God by name. God can hear all evil words. The settings of various fantasy worlds are all set by the political circles of various countries. Therefore, no politicians will call Kratos by his name, and pronouns such as hot man and bald man will be used instead. Not to mention, Angi's priesthood really doesn't include the function of listening to these pronouns. According to the traveler's understanding, in his original world, the most widely used pronoun and unspeakable big devil is called Voldemort. Of course, this is limited to the dignitaries who attempt to enslave the extraordinary. For the vast majority of civilians in the world, they are happy to see such an independent hero, or god, kill the vigor of those officials and lords. Even tens of millions of people chanted the name of Kratos, praying for the blessing, or strength of the new god of war. Originally, Ang had already set up a large number of shielding words and so on in the priesthood. Even if mortals call potion, there will be no god of war descending from the sky to save them from the fire and water. Ang is the god of war. Theoretically, it will only respond to war-related content, and being successfully summoned by a beautiful woman is just a side job for the of war who is not doing business properly. After he extensively used mind gems to strengthen his spiritual power, and inflicted divine punishment on those yelling blind guys' horrific psychological impact of war, the number of mortals calling his name was greatly reduced by 90% on the spot. Helpless. There is a saying that goes well, if you are horizontal, you are afraid of being stunned, and if you are stunned, you are afraid of dying. In his radio range, a rough voice became louder and louder. Kratos. Great Kratos. I would like to be your warrior. Your enemy is my enemy. I will fight to the death for you. Not once and a half times, but 24 times a day, 1 hour each time. That guy roared when he woke up, and his spirit roared when he fell asleep. Another person, perhaps Ang, couldn't help but be struck to death in a fit of rage. This product is a bit troublesome. Eugene Lightning Thompson. A name that Ang had almost forgotten. When he was not very strong at the beginning, he tried to accept the idea of being a younger brother with a muscular stunned head. After Angie's strength came up, ahem, isn't the Amazon queen who can beat and warm the bed more fragrant than this one? Ang really forgot about this little spider's nemesis. Helpless, this guy's mental power is quite vigorous and powerful. His peak mental power exceeds 80 points, which is far beyond the lower limit of system shielding set by Ang. Adhering to the principle that leftovers are also rice, Nge finally asked the Huntress to take Brother Lightning as the younger brother of the younger sister. Yes, Ang poured some red souls into Eugene casually, and then threw it to the Huntress to command. In addition, thanks to anger, historians who were not valued before suddenly became the favorites of all countries, especially those who studied Greek history. Tens of thousands of students, or civil servants, pinched their noses to watch those disgusting Greek myths. This is just great. The reason why BGM mythology is 18+ is because some content is too pornographic. The reason why Greek mythology is 18+ is because the highest is only 18+. Zeus and Poseidon's cross-race creation of new species. If you really want to study it, it is enough to shatter the three views of any normal person. It's not enough if you don't look at it. There is no great hero or demigod named Kratos in Greek mythology. How Kratos jumped out of the big rock, and how he managed Ares to succeed him as the god of war, researchers have searched through Greek mythology and can't find it. If you want to blame it, you can blame Ange for being too low-key. In order to reach a deal with Karmatage, Ange has not publicly declared his identity as a god, nor has he deliberately developed believers. This makes the information on Kratos' deification of the gods almost blank. The history of Troy in this world is blank, because the Greek coalition forces, as the victors, are unwilling to admit that they have achieved a failed success. The Celestial dynasty has the spring and autumn brushwork, and Greece has the Trojan beautification. Similarly, Anger's crusade against Ares was not widely known, and the end result was that people on Earth did not understand Kratos' origin at all. Therefore, the governments of various countries study the Kratos openly and secretly, and some leaders continue to think of ways to win over Kratos. It was at this point in time that the news broadcast on TV was that the venue of the Vienna conference exploded. This time it is not because of the discussion of the agreement, but because under the initiative of President Ellis, countries are drafting a humanity and extraordinary covenant that is an offensive and defensive alliance with the extraordinary. You must know that the more participants there are, the more difficult it is to unify opinions. Seeing that Kratos, the apex of the extraordinary, ran out, there was no country to control, and the representatives of various countries naturally gave up the persecution mode, and instead sought a treaty that could be accepted by the country, ordinary people, and the extraordinary. No way, who told mortals to be afraid of the strength of Kratos and Dacheo, but also had to borrow their strength? In this context, the venue was suddenly attacked by a car bomb, killing 12 people, including Black Panther's father, the old King T'Chaka of Wakanda. Planning the key point, T'Chaka is still vigorously advocating the implementation of the agreement after knowing Kratos' strength, rather than the covenant of making concessions to the extraordinary. A very influential king was killed. It's hard not to let people's imaginations run wild. Is there anyone who wants to force the covenant? Or is this a backstab? What's even more amazing, according to the official surveillance video, the assailant is none other than Captain America's old bacon-level friend Bucky. Do you have to go? The widow asked Captain America. I have to figure out what happened to Bucky. The US team has survived to this day, and Bucky is the only one who can be called a friend. After Peggy died of old age, Bucky was the only concern of Captain America. Well, actually, I still have some old friends in Russia. The widow elegantly held a stack of love newspapers between two slender fingers and handed them to the US team. Thanks, Nat. Captain America readily accepted his friend's kindness, flipped through it, and suddenly remembered something. Wait, are the Winter Soldier as strong as you? I mean the nearest you. Miss Widow has embarrassment in capital letters in her heart. She only used a set of downward dog to get the power from Kratos. What do you ask Miss Widow to say? Ahem, don't get me wrong, downward dog is a tight yoga pose. Sister Widow immediately changed the subject. The Red House is not the same training organization as the Winter Soldier. In principle, the Winter Soldier is weaker than you. Of course, your kindness is another matter. Well, pretend I didn't ask. Chapter 279. A bunch of coquettish operations. Bucky's mind is not clear at this time. When he was beating up the German special police who came to kill him in an apartment building, the US team intervened inappropriately. To be reasonable, this operation of the US team is neither compliant nor reasonable. In order to save his friends, the US team did not hesitate to retaliate against the special police. Although this is the minimum physical force he can use, the charges of assaulting the police and interfering with law enforcement are absolutely inescapable. Thanks to his well-known Captain America suit, if it were an ordinary person, emptying the magazine would be the only way for the special police to deal with it. US team and old friends rely on the strength and speed of strengthening people to beat up the SWAT team. There is nothing to say about this kind of crushing situation. The bad thing is that Falcon Sam helped the US team almost kick off the German special police helicopter, and then the current king of Wakanda and T'Chaka's son T'Challa put on a black vibrating gold combat suit and ran to chase after him. Kill the Winter Soldier, Bucky. This is tantamount to 4 superhuman beings smashing into one pot of porridge. Everyone has their own reason to fight. The German police are also right that they are after Hydra agents. The result was naturally earth-shaking. I don't know how many vehicles were destroyed, and a large number of innocent citizens were affected. Finally, the American team, the Falcon, Bucky, and the Black Panther, the 3 enemies, were all arrested by the German special police. This made Tony and the US side extremely distressed. Tony crazily complained about the US team, "Please. Can't you wait until the covenant is signed before messing around? After signing the covenant, no matter what we do, someone will know the truth. If we don't sign the covenant, we are illegal. It will make more representatives of countries refuse to sign." The US team was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "If I don't seize the opportunity, I don't know when Bucky will show up next time." The upper echelon of the old America was also choked up. President Ellis, who originally supported the friendly coexistence with the extraordinary, had already gained the absolute upper hand. Now the opposition votes in Congress have jumped out again, proposing various amendments to find ways to limit the extraordinary. Or too big, right? This means that the covenant will go on, and it is estimated that it will take lengthy discussions, quarrels, and revisions before most countries can sign it. The overall situation is still favorable for the US team for the time being. After all, Kratos and T'Challa are too incomprehensible. These 2 guys who can eat mushroom eggs raw are almost tied together. The US team is not a problem. No matter how much he makes trouble, it is estimated that the high-level leaders of various countries will only pinch their noses to recognize it, and at most it will not look good. At this moment, Zemo, a little villain eager to provoke a civil war in the Avengers, borrowed his special identity to enter the place where Bucky was imprisoned, and read the unique control code of Winter Soldier to Bucky. Bucky, going crazy. According to history, he would violently beat everyone in the base and kill all the way out of the base. Actually, Bucky almost made it. His exaggerated mechanical silver arm directly tears the steel plate, and the tempered glass of the fist hammer restraint room. You must know that this thing was originally used for spaceships. He turned into the most terrifying beast and brought down a whole group of guards. The Winter Soldier can't take bullets raw, but his silver arm can. Occasionally, there were a few who could fire 2 shots, but they were all resisted by Bucky's left arm. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a black whirlwind, knocking down the guards, and even beat up the Falcon and the United States who came after hearing the news. Team, and even T'Challa without his Black Panther gear. It was a little unfortunate that Bucky ran into the Widow. As soon as they fought, he found that he was being bombarded unexpectedly by Lai. The Widow's kick from the whip was really fast, and Bucky also squatted down and made a block with his left arm, but at the moment of the block, Bucky clearly saw a bright golden light like an explosion on his body. The place where the 2 bodies touched exploded. This is not the energy of a mortal. The destructive power transmitted in tons is not the muscular strength that a woman should have. Due to lack of vigilance, Bucky took almost all of this blow. The outer armor on his left arm disintegrated in mid-air on the spot, turning into something like grenade fragments, which exploded and flew in all directions. You must know that this left arm is equivalent to Bucky's shield. I have to say that Bucky, who is in a state of blood, is extremely excited, and his combat response is also top-notch. Seeing that the charming Black Widow launched an attack similar to that of a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, Bucky still had enough time to retreat quickly, hoping to get out of the widow's attack range. Widow's sister would not give him a chance to run away casually, and passed by with a sliding shovel. Basically returned a low whip leg. Unexpectedly, the widow's sister's movements were so light, she actually pressed her hands on the floor, and curled up like a spring compressed to the extreme. The next moment, the strength of the widow's inhuman abdominal muscles and legs exploded at the same time, the body completely stretched and bounced off, and a pair of beautiful legs kicked onto Bucky's chest at a speed of more than 150 kilometers per hour. If the widow's sister really wanted Bucky's life, after these two kicks, Bucky would definitely not be able to break a few ribs and finish the job. Even with the physique of the Winter Soldier, he couldn't get through without being kicked to pieces. To Bucky's surprise, the seemingly fierce legs had an inconspicuous deceleration the moment they touched his chest, which changed the force of the boots from purely destructive force to thrust. Bucky was like a cannonball loaded into a human cannon, and his whole body was blasted out at a speed of more than 100 meters per second. Poor Bucky was like a stone bomb blasted out by a trebuchet. He screamed and flew backwards, shattering the tempered glass in the hall, and fell straight into the moat outside the detention center. Chasing. The widow yelled righteously, and she and the US team just looked at each other, and the US team knew she was letting go. The American team seemed to be desperately chasing the murderer, and jumped into the icy river directly. Originally, this was the beginning of Captain America's journey of cherishing the old selfishness. Bucky began to wake up and said that the Winter Soldier was not the only one who would pose a threat to the world. According to history, due to the power of the agreement, the old American Secretary of State Ross will put extreme pressure on Tony, which will lead to a split within the Avengers. In this life, there is no such damned agreement. Bucky's explosion was not painful to Lau Mei. After all, it was not the American representative or some high-ranking official who died. It's just that due to international observation, it's hard to talk about Lau Mei's side if they don't do anything. President Ellis made a phone call that can't be done at any time. Kratos, I know you don't care what agreement or covenant we make. But after the covenant between the nations and the extraordinary is signed, I can allocate more resources to help you, at least clear the field for you, isn't it? It's a good thing to say. Let's leave it to Captain America this time. In one sentence, anger concluded the whole incident. Okay. So, as if Lau Mei was facing a big enemy, the official announcement sent a large force of 500 people to hunt down Bucky. Cough. The official appointee to lead the team is Sharon Carter. Chapter 280 The Covenant to Protect the Earth. When the name came out, no matter if it was the hiding American team, or Tony and other Avengers, everyone understood it. This coquettish operation is short of a thief shouting "catch a thief." The Secretary of State's order to Tony's side has also become investigate the truth about Bucky's loss of control. The only one who is kept in the dark is poor brother Black Panther. This kind of game with all the insiders is comparable to licking and licking. Brother Leopard Rao will only be taken into the ditch unless he has the strength to reach the sky. Fortunately, Tony didn't think about murdering Brother Leopard, otherwise the sad Wakanda will change the king again within a week. The Avengers failed in the Civil War, and Tony didn't do nothing, at least he succeeded in abducting the underage spider. In this way, Tony was in the light, and the US team was in the dark, when the two Avengers teams were chasing and killing the truth of the Winter Soldier Bucky incident. There is a boring behind-the-scenes man who directly threw the answer to the riddle. It is impossible for Zemo to escape the pursuit of the Traversers. It's not that he doesn't chase, but that Ang is looking for an opportunity. Just when Bucky recalled the base of the Winter Soldier, a Panzone caught Zemo, twisted the unconscious Zemo to Stark Tower like a chicken, and threw it in front of Tony. Sir, you are. My name is Pantheon, and my code name is Unyielding Gun. I am the greatest descendant of Sparta. The man in front of him was tall and strong, with a height of 2.10 meters, his large and bulging chest and abdominal muscles were exposed to the air. Except for the most protective torso, he has no fart protection. He is wearing a golden full-face helmet with a T-shaped front, a large Spartan-style round shield on his back, and a golden spear in his left hand. It was almost obvious at a glance whose subordinate he was. "Kratos sent you here." Tony noticed that there was a lot of mysterious brilliance painted on the opponent's body. Tony figured it was some kind of power totem or tattoo. Yes. Unfortunately, this so-called Pansen was ruined by a chatterbox in a second. Eugene. It should be said that the person who is most familiar with you must be your enemy. Peter, who had boxed with Eugene in this life, recognized Eugene's pork belly at a glance. Pansen obviously panicked. "My name is Pan Senior." "Okay, Eugene." "Yes. Eugene. I said my name is you. Sen." Little Spider made a bingo gesture to Tony. "Eugene Lightning Thompson, studied at Midtown High School. Although he looks precocious, he is indeed under 18 years old. The old bottom has been exposed." The guy who wrote Pantheon and pronounced Eugene was quite depressed. "Shut up. As long as I ask my lord, I will know who you are immediately." "Haha. I don't believe it." "Peter Parker." "Oh. Holy Siang." Peter was rough, and then Tony gouged him out, and the little spider immediately shrank its neck. Okay, we are all our own people." Tony smoothed things over, and then the depressed two young men took off their helmets and hoods at the same time. "How did you become Spider-Man? Why did you become a Spartan?" The two were silent at the same time. Two high school classmates who have become superheroes one after another. They are still in the same camp, otherwise it would be the legendary love each other and kill each other drama. Let's talk about the old days. Let's get down to business first. Let's talk about this guy. Tony interrupted the school reunion mode of these two young people. "Coincidentally, this guy once prayed to my lord Kratos to gain strength against the Avengers. He hit the muzzle. Most of the magic sticks are liars. If a certain magician is not a liar, then it is an existence that cannot be explained by science." Tony is not even interested in finding out how Kratos, got past the surface and caught Zima. "Wake up, Zima." After a little interrogation, Tony took Zima back to deal with business, and appease the violent Black Panther by the way. Originally, Zima's mouth was still tight. Before Eng asked Eugene to deliver it, he casually put on a black mask and added a soul gem. This guy even got involved in peeking at the 50-year-old ant next door taking a shower after an hour. This matter is really not difficult. From the beginning to the end, Anger was not interested in the messy things at the time point of the US Team 3. If Zima had the ability to create a boss who was so powerful that he would not let Zima go, let Zima go. This toolman recruits the final boss, so that he can slaughter Jishin, change attributes, change skills, and get some red souls no matter how bad it is. Zima's ultimate henchman is the Winter Soldier. What a fart. My god doesn't like those rookies. Okay. Being a guard is not good enough. I have a room full of Amazon female warriors who can fight and be capable. Isn't that delicious? So, Captain America 3, Civil War became Captain America 3, Adventure. After the US team, Tony, Bucky and others recognized their ancestors for Bucky in a friendly atmosphere. They found out that the Winter Soldier, which Zima had placed high hopes on, had already failed due to freezing technology. The Winter Soldier is just some pure frozen corpse, indistinguishable from a climber who died on Mount Everest. Tony, who had a bit of a bad taste, even recorded the live clip and showed it to Zima when he went back. Ah! Impossible. This is impossible. Zima was stunned and distraught. He tried his best to find the big red book back then, and found the mind control code hidden in Bucky's mind, in order to get revenge, kill the Avengers, and even disrupt the whole world. As a result, Bucky was the only Winter Soldier in a small team, and he was kidnapped by Captain America. How could he bear this? So far, the events of US Team 3 are all over. Something happened, the US team found Tony. Can I have a word with Kratos? Can. A few minutes later. This is Kratos. I'm Captain America. Hello. Although I have a different stand with you, and I may not understand each other's different ideas, but I want to say, this time, thank you. No thanks. Ange said lightly. A very brief phone call. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, probably nothing more than this. Within a few days, the 168 countries and the extraordinary covenant to protect the Earth together was signed in Vienna. The core content of the covenant is, all members of the covenant are equal. Countries do not hold the extraterrestrial who sign the covenant accountable for the accidental loss of human life and property when carrying out just actions and fighting against alien invaders. At the same time, set up a fund account supervised by the Security Council to receive donations from all over the world. And the country saved by the covenant extraordinary is obliged to pay a corresponding amount, which is regarded as protection fee. The specific amount is determined by a special evaluation committee. If the affected country has any objections, it can apply for all countries in the covenant to vote, and the amount can be reduced or paid in installments. P.S. After the author's 2 positive bacteria, he fell into a state of short-term memory loss and brain damage again, and his coding speed plummeted. If there is a brain-dead plot, please point it out. According to the last experience, it will recover in about a month. Sad, 5555. Chapter 281 Using God to Control God's Plan. Of course, only extraordinary people who have signed their names count. This includes all extraordinary beings who have already proven themselves, such as Kratos, Superman, and the Avengers. Later extraordinary people need to be evaluated by an evaluation committee before being allowed to join the covenant. As the heads of state of 168 countries signed the covenant, and the Avengers led the extraordinary to sign in person, and Kratos and Superman sent electronic signatures, the political situation of the Earth has entered a new era. Thank you for the recognition and support of the leaders. The Avengers will try their best to coordinate the needs of all parties. At the Vienna venue, the widow sister, who was the representative of the Avengers Alliance, had a great time. She kept nodding and smiling at people from all walks of life. Her iconic smile was charming and sincere. This long-sleeved and dancing temperament was at least a representative of extraordinary that the heads of state could not fault. Covenant is just a framework, it seems to say a lot, but there are a series of loopholes that anyone can see. If there is a powerful extraordinary as a demon, Superman, Kratos, Thor, and other big bosses are not willing to take action, what about them? The force of a mortal has no binding force on a first-rate extraordinary. If the evil extraordinary acts recklessly, this seemingly harmonious situation will be easily torn to pieces. If not, it didn't take long for Black Adam to cause trouble near Egypt and destroy a town. Unexpectedly, without waiting for the countries of the covenant to remind, it should be said that the heads of state of the countries just started to connect with each other, and Dacheo seemed to kill them out of nowhere. The kind-hearted Dacheo couldn't understand what Black Adam did, so he directly used his fist to physically educate Black Adam, who had only one hand left. Reasonably speaking, Black Adam, who is at the peak of strength, is probably not the opponent of Dacheo, let alone Black Adam, who lost one hand. In a great battle, several hills were blown away, and tens of thousands of square meters were completely destroyed. The Egyptian government applauded. Without it? Where is Egypt? 95% of the land is a magical country in desert and semi-desert areas. Except for several big cities such as Cairo and the banks of the Nile River, almost all of them are no man's land. Dacheo knocked Black Adam into the suburbs in the first round, beating the world upside down and killing a few innocent people. Dacheo beat Black Adam away. The violent beating this time made the aggrieved Black Adam know that the era of his dominance is long gone. There is more than one Kratos, and there are more people who can deal with him. At the same time, a 200-page report on Kratos and Superman was circulated inside the White House and the Pentagon. President Ellis lowered his eyes and turned to the intelligence chief in front of him. In other words, the Pentagon feels that Kratos is uncontrollable and still extremely dangerous. Yes, Kratos can grasp the weaknesses in our system and know who the sponsors of the congressmen are and what forces they represent. He obviously has a very thorough understanding of modern society. It is on this basis that he refuses to have any relationship with our government. Direct cooperation, refused to disclose his information before. Our psychologists believe that he has a strong antisocial personality, Godhead. The supervisor spent half an hour talking nonsense, just to make Mr. President understand one thing: Kratos is unreliable. President Ellis reluctantly compromised. He knew that this was basically what the military meant. The military's thinking of Lao Tzu is number one in the world is difficult to accept that an uncontrolled strong man puts the sword of Damocles, no, it should be said that it is a sword of God of War on their neck superior. Not to mention the military, as the commander of America, even if Alice was saved by Kratos, he sometimes feels uncomfortable. Sitting in this position, many things are out of control. Alice said, "Then your opinion is?" "We can't deny Kratos' identity as the god of war. And according to calculations, the only weakness of God of War lies in small-scale battles, such as single-handed battles between the strong. Superman obviously tends to be at the same level as him. In the case of the faction, we suggest more contact with Thor." Thor. Yes, Mr. President, the Avengers belonged to SHIELD before, and our official cooperation is closer. Moreover, the Asa Protoss and the Olympus Protoss are not in the same system. Even if they have comrades in arms, they are different. It's impossible for them to really trust each other completely. The intelligence chief said a lot more, and President Ellis nodded in agreement. Times have changed. Once upon a time, America was the #1 overlord of Blue Star, and there was nothing she couldn't handle. With the emergence of superhuman individuals with overwhelming combat power and alien invaders, the old United States, realizing that its own state machine is not working well, must also adjust its diplomatic strategy in due course. President Ellis does not think that there will be a qualified American commander-in-chief to make himself a situation that is universally enemy. Who to win over and who to suppress, this is quite a test of diplomatic wisdom. Since Kratos is relatively friendly but not necessarily so reliable and contributes to the United States, it is imperative to win over powerful new allies. Okay. Step up contact with Thor. This is a helpless decision. What's interesting is that the implementer of the plan to win Thor is actually Widow's sister. Just received a request from the military. The Widow's sister sold out the upper class of the old beauty as soon as she turned her head. "Yo, Kratos, this is the Pentagon's plan." In the telepathic connection, the Widow said so. NGE almost laughed like a pig. To some extent, he fully understands the despair of the senior executives in the United States. There are only a few of the top extraordinary beings on the earth. He is deeply bonded with 2 Amazon chicks, and the rest are nothing more than Hulk, Super, Thor, and Black Adam. In fact, there is also a Doctor Strange, but he is too low-key, and he uses time magic to restore it when he messes up. Today, the White House doesn't even know that there is such a person. Dacheo gave Kratos a platform last time and expressed his position. In actual combat, Black Adam has been abolished by Aang. The Hulk cannot be an opponent of Kratos, who is proficient in space magic, because his attack methods rely too much on melee combat. As a result, there is only Thor left. Due to the disbandment of SHIELD, several agents who were familiar with Thor died or disappeared. Hill also ran to the Stark Group. You can only start with the Avengers. Recently, the US team hooked up with the Winter Soldier Bucky, which made the senior US officials quite dissatisfied. Hawkeye and Falcon are closely related to the US team again. Tony is always rebellious, and the matter finally falls on the Widow. It's so hard to die, the Widow's sister is equivalent to a double agent. In order to protect herself, she will use her relationship with Kratos. Now it's alright, and after a circle, the small thoughts of Liu Mei's upper class are completely exposed to the parties involved. Kratos, what are you going to do? I can't do anything. Perhaps you don't believe it, I saw an almost useless Odin outside a nursing home that was about to be abandoned a few days ago. Ha! Chapter 282 The Prologue of Ragnarok. Miss Widow was stunned, she seemed to have returned to the way she was eating, her mouth grew wide. Kratos, did I hear correctly? Do you think I will mistake a king? Ange asked with a smile. It's not possible, but I'm sure something is wrong with Asgard. The clever Widow has a lot of thoughts in her head. The famous god King Odin was exiled to the earth for no reason, and the straight-hearted Thor knows nothing about it. She is too familiar with this overflowing conspiracy. A rebellion has broken out in Asgard. The voice of the Widow almost whispered. Suddenly felt that the upper class of the old beauty was ridiculous. These officials actually expect to use a crippled Asgard to check and balance Kratos. Is there anything we can do? Let an Olympian do it. It is a taboo for foreign gods to interfere in the internal affairs of other protoss no matter what period of time. The Widow doesn't know that someone was not the god of war during the last Dark Elf incident. What's more, the traveler is very clear, this is the legendary plot of Ragnarok. It's none of Anger's business that the Asa Protoss rushed to the street. The Widow nodded helplessly. Well, if Thor comes back, I will remind him. Here comes the question, where is Thor? Recently, Thor has received a lot of omens, especially when he sleeps at night and dreams of the scene of Ragnarok. The decides the head. As an Asa Protoss, Thor couldn't allow himself to do nothing and let the Ragnarok incident happen. Because of this, the simple-minded Thor is known to be playing bitter tricks. He deliberately ran to Muspelheim, the country of fire, one of the 9 kingdoms, and was caught by the flame giant Shirtel. Today's Shirtel is not as strong as before. After all, he was beaten by Odin a long time ago, and he only has half his life left. Thor, who pretended to be a prisoner, tricked out from the mouth of this 10-meter-tall flame giant that Ragnarok was initiated by Siltir. If Shirtel's crown is bathed in the eternal flame in the treasury of Asgard, Surtur will return to his full power, become a giant as tall as a mountain, and destroy Asgard with flames. Thor, who finally knew part of the truth of the prophecy, stopped pretending. He summoned the Meow Hammer on the spot, beat Stelter violently, twisted off his head, tied it to a chain and carried it away. Well, Ange has some ideas about this Shirtel. He is a giant of fire elements. If he cuts it off and takes it back and undergoes system transformation, what if he turns into a beautiful girl with red hair, fierce legs and long legs? How come? It is also a good seat of I stand in the first row above the strength. Oh, this is the Marvel DC hybrid world, that's okay. As a time traveler, Ange is really the boss on Brother Hammer's side. If he is promoted to the God of War, what hope is there for him? Probably on Brother Hammer's side. Not surprisingly, Brother Hammer learned that Odin was not in Asgard from Siltir, which confirmed his doubts. As soon as he returned to Asgard, Brother Chewie's blood pressure went up. Because his stupid good brother used the opera to distort the history books, the key is that Loki exiled Asgard's most loyal Heimdall after pretending to be Odin, and let Skalchi replace Heimdall. Guarding the Rainbow Bridge can be regarded as letting a group of trash sit in a key position. This idiotic operation caused Asgard's defense to drop to its lowest point ever. Unbearable Thor caught Loki pretending to be Odin, forced him to show his body, and then came to the earth. What did you do to your father? No, I just pulled him out of the coffin and threw him outside the nursing home on Earth. Using the power of the Rainbow Bridge to project himself to New York, Thor and Loki stood in front of a ruin, confused on both sides. Because the nursing home that Rocky said was demolished. Until this moment, Thor has no idea what his good brother has done. Originally, Odin was extremely weak. In order to suppress a certain existence, he had to let himself fall into a deep sleep and enter a special state called Odin sleep in order to maintain divine power and life. Odin's big brother Loki took Odin out, which is tantamount to beheading Odin with his blood. Odin was really cheated to death. When he came to the ruins of the nursing home, Loki just finished talking about his good deeds, and then PTSD broke out. He saw a ruthless man hugging left and right sitting on an open-air seat in a nearby coffee shop. Kratos. He not only has a Wonder Woman on his left hand, but also an Amazon Queen on his right hand. What is amazing is that the surrounding people seem to have no idea that such a bald man with a completely different style of painting from passers-by is sitting among them. Fortunately, Loki came here wearing a suit. Brother, this one. Loki hesitated. It's okay, Kratos and I are old friends. Thor twisted Loki's collar very naturally, and led Loki over like a cat. Not knowing why, Anger saw the scene and remembered the phrase "pick up a cat, my family, it wants to go home with me." The word reject is written on every muscle of Loki's body, but his strength value is far behind Brother Hammer. This scene is very loving. It really is brotherly love. Ange took off the sunglasses on his face. "Hey, Thor," I sensed Loki's divine power and rushed over. But it doesn't look like Loki is going to make trouble again. Brother Hammer is unrestrained. It's Loki who made trouble, I'm helping this wipe his ass. He lost our father. Odin. Yes. I don't know why my father was murdered by him. But I will figure it out. Okay. Ange spread his hands. I have always been less interested in other people's family affairs, as long as it doesn't affect the Earth. Of course not, I love Earth. Since it's not for trouble, then, do you want something to drink? Nge just finished speaking, when he and Brother Hammer suddenly found that Loki had disappeared. Brother Hammer widened his eyes. This. Looks like another friend of mine took Loki. Another friend. Mr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme. As it happens, I know where he is. Ange opened another portal and brought Brother Hammer to the New York Temple. In this museum-like temple, Dr. Strange looked at Kratos' rough face and couldn't help but get angry. Please, why are you everywhere? Ange took it as the other party's compliment. Hey. Since you have that thing, you know what I did. Ange pointed to Dr. Strange's eye of Agamotto. Doctor retorted at Ange angrily, you have created a large time branch. Chapter 283 Believe in the wisdom of future generations. At least you didn't stop me, did you? Doctor Strange has the ability to peek into the future, but if Ange is a big devil, he has already made a move to fight Ange to death. The two guys played charades, but Brother Hammer next to him was very depressed. I know my brother is not very good, but Mr. Strange. Strange Doctor. Doctor Strange has a strange persistence in this regard. Well, Doctor, can you tell me why you're doing this? Doctor Strange didn't speak, but Ange replied, for a predetermined destiny. Not unexpectedly, Doctor Strange pulled off a piece of Hammer's hair as a medium for casting spells, and helped Hammer and Loki find Odin. It's just that when the brothers were sent to meet Odin, Doctor Strange stopped Ange. What? Can I watch the fun from a distance? Anger smirked. Damn. You have peeped into the future. I don't know how you did it, but you have created a time branch. Please don't add more chaos, otherwise I'm afraid I can't help but really start a war with you. The Supreme Sorcerer has the important task of maintaining time and space. Doctor Strange let Ange toss because when he peeped into the future, he suddenly discovered that among the countless bad futures, there was an extra mainline level future. It is a good thing to look at this future for the time being, but it may also bring unpredictable destruction to the Earth. The point here is that Doctor Strange can't see Anger's future clearly. There are too many uncertainties in the future of this guy wearing a Kratos holster, which leads to too many divergent future versions, adding hundreds of thousands of possibilities in one breath. Unless the Doctor is ruthless and doesn't do anything for a day, just stare at Eng and make trouble. Given the choice, Doctor Strange is more inclined to maintain the established future. Here, seeing the Doctor's insistence, Eng gave in slightly. Actually, I wanted to meet the great King Asa for a while. Since you insist, then so be it. But I will keep an eye on that. If there is any movement, I will not promise not to take action. Doctor Strange's face was a little dark, and he was clearly saying, "What kind of good people are you pretending to be?" The problem is that if a fight really starts, Doctor Strange is not confident that he can take Anger down. Eng already has 2 Infinity Gems in his hands, and he is thick-skinned and has a fairly good level of space magic. In a fight, Doctor Strange will be at a disadvantage. Eng smirked and slapped the Doctor's shoulder lightly, almost making him vomit blood. "Don't be so nervous, we are all companions guarding the Earth, aren't we?" At the same time, Eng cast his divine sense far away in the void, and cast it on the side of Odin and his son. Oh! At this moment, Odin is like an ordinary human old man who couldn't be more ordinary. He is wearing a cheap suit and simply sitting on a cliff by the seaside of England. "Father!" Thor's call alarmed Odin. Odin suddenly said, "Your old friend Kratos is watching us from afar." Huh. Thor is a macho, and among all his attributes, perception may be a small shortcoming. It was Loki pointing away with his hand that Thor barely saw a huge, pale golden eye above the clouds. Odin made a gesture of waving his hand. "It's okay, compared to this who protects the Earth, we are the villains. I made an agreement with the Ancient One back then, and I will not set foot on the Earth. No matter whether I take the initiative or being passive here, a foul is a foul." He just watched from afar and didn't make a move. This is already the greatest tolerance and courtesy. Odin withdrew his gaze and looked at his 2 big children kindly. "Thor, I'm running out of time." Thor was stunned, and turned his head. "Loki, unlock your magic." "No, Loki is just a child. The one who really made my life pass quickly is your sister, the goddess of death, Hela." Odin told a secret that Thor had never heard. Odin's eldest daughter Hela is very fierce, but too fierce. But in the era when Hela became famous, the Asa Protoss was not the top in the universe, and Odin needed her force. She and her undead army are the sharpest spears in Asgard. Times will change. When Odin basically pacified the 9 kingdoms and began to seek stability, the existence of Hela seemed out of date. She's killing so much that Odin thinks she's completely insane. The uncontrolled double-edged sword is very cool to cut the enemy, but it hurts to cut yourself. After discovering that Hela was unrepentant, Odin was desperate, and he had to seal Hela with his divine power. Originally, Odin could last for a long time, but Loki made troubles to pull Odin out of Odin's sleep, cutting off Odin's last chance to recover blood, and then letting Odin vent his last breath. "I have tried my best. Next, I believe in your wisdom. Remember, you can't let Hela return to Asgard, otherwise she will regain all her strength." After Odin told the secret in a very brief description, not to mention Brother Hammer, even Loki is stupid. Loki only thought about being addicted to the King of Gods, but he really never thought that after killing his cheap adoptive father, he would still take such a big pot. He has only heard of the son inheriting his father's career, but he has never heard of such a terrifying game of son inheriting his father's robbery. Loki was suddenly extremely rejoiced that it was Thor who would inherit Asgard, not him. In front of the 2 brothers, Odin admired the beauty of the world, and then silently turned into a thick golden light, and then dissipated between the world. It would have been a very sad moment when my dad died. Regardless of how many stupid things Odin did and how many great achievements he made during his lifetime, he is after all the hero who unified the 9 countries. No matter how much Thor complained and resented, he could only swallow it in his stomach at this time. Unexpectedly, near the place where Odin's golden light disappeared, a space door suddenly opened. A cold green light leaked out from the gap in the space, and an extremely cold breath of death overflowed in all directions. On the land within reach, every blade of grass began to die and wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The insects in the soil seemed to be whining silently. They hurriedly crawled out of the cracks in the soil, trying to escape. Unfortunately, how could their escape speed compare to the speed of death air overflowing? Death spread endlessly in front of the 2 brothers. Thor and Loki looked at each other, preparing to fight silently. The suits and casual clothes on their bodies disappeared into a stream of light, replaced by Thor's armor and Loki's robe. To their surprise, almost at the same time, the space on Thor's right also opened. Chapter 284. We will solve it soon. It is not the green light of death, but the golden light full of fighting spirit. Kratos. Thor was stunned to see Ange stepping out of the portal with 2 Amazon chicks and a Kryptonian chick pretending to be a female robot. Ange sighed, "That's why Doctor Strange and I are staring at you." Rao is Thor, he can't even say the word no at this moment. This time it was definitely Asgard's fault. Odin was conspired by Loki and thrown to the earth, and then died here, and released a nonsensical death goddess Hela on the spot. What the is this? Thor's face was full of shame. "Kratos, I won't make it difficult for you, I will get this done as soon as possible." Brother Hammer spoke very sincerely, and Ange was speechless. "Done. Can you handle it?" At this time, the stinky Loki actually got worse. "Earthlings, God. This is our family's internal affairs. Don't interfere." Ange didn't even look at this cheating bastard, and sighed at Brother Hammer. "Anyway, comrades in arms, I'll help you out. But as long as you can't figure it out, don't blame me for intervening." "Okay. Thor, this guy, has nothing to do, so let's talk rashly." He didn't know what he was going to face until this moment. On the contrary, Loki glanced at the strange-shaped spear behind Kratos with lingering fear. Loki only dared to glance at it before withdrawing his gaze. He didn't dare to look too much, for he was afraid that if he looked twice, he would lose his eyeballs. Horrible. This gun is definitely a special weapon against the gods. Loki was extremely sure that the tip of the gun had been soaked in the blood of at least one powerful true god. Thinking of this Kratos who pretended to be immortal and beat him up, Loki hated and was afraid. If Loki is given enough time, he will definitely come up with 10,000 dirty ideas to deal with Kratos. Unfortunately, a more powerful enemy came out. The terrifying power of death became more and more intense, not only turning all the creatures it touched into dead objects, this power even began to corrode the surrounding ground. A slender mad woman with disheveled hair stepped out of the portal glowing with green light. She wasn't ugly at first, but it's a pity that anger and hatred made her beautiful face look twisted with madness and viciousness. She glanced at Thor and Loki first, and then cast her gaze on the 4 Anges who were waiting in battle not far away. There was a thump in her heart. Things are a little off. She was able to come out of that damned sealed space, which proves that her father Odin must be hiccuping. According to her vision, apart from Odin, there is no existence in the Asa Protoss that can compete with her. Unexpectedly, when she first came out, she would run into a true of Olympus with great power. Thor is used to seeing Ange's aura, but this is the first time for Hela. The golden light swaying all over the sky, the looming battlefield, and the hustle and bustle of the battlefield that shocks as long as one listens carefully, all of them demonstrate the power of this god. Gods are not only divided into ranks, but also have their own strengths. This kind of fighting is the most difficult to deal with no matter what era, let alone the opponent obviously has the advantage of the home court. Hela is certainly the goddess of death, but the realm of death she governs does not include the earth. The bald man on the opposite side is fighting in the local area, and his combat power is at least 50% stronger. Hela has just been released from the seal, and this is her weakest moment. Hela judged almost instantly, it is not worthwhile for him to conflict with this Olympian god. But lose gods don't lose. How could the arrogant Hela admit cowardly right from the start? My name is Hela Odinson, goddess of death, the eldest daughter of the god King Odin. Please register your name. I am Thor, son of Odin. Brother Hammer declared his name upright. This open and above-board aura made Hela feel weird. You're not like him. Loki glanced at Thor, then at Eng and his party, and said, maybe we can discuss it. That's right. Your tone is like him. Hela smiled. At this moment, she turned her head and stared at Engi's golden eyes. What about you? My name depends on whether you use the earth as a battlefield. Eng unceremoniously took off the long Inu spear on his back in front of this goddess who was about to burst into madness at any time, and held in hand. Eng knew of Hela's weakness. Maybe he can't take Hela in its prime. Facing the weak version of Hela, he had at least an 80% chance of stabbing her to death, and the remaining 20% was not a defeat, but Hela was defeated and fled. Unfortunately, it is not only Doctor Strange who hinders his shot, but also the pig teammate Loki. Kratos. This is Odinson's family business. Brother Hammer nodded in agreement with what Loki said so forcefully. Sorry, Kratos, that's the way it is. I don't want to hurt the earth. I try to control the destructive power as much as possible, and I won't make it difficult for you. It's my fault. I owe you one. Eng has long been cursing in his heart, Nima. My head. K-head, I am afraid this disease won't be cured in this lifetime. Well. The god realm is like this, how can there be so many fights and killings, all of them are so sophisticated. Brother Hammer has spoken, what else can Eng say? Okay. I'll just watch. After finishing speaking, Nge slammed the handle of the god-killing spear into the ground, and supported the body of the gun with both hands. Both sides glanced at their faces. This kind of gaze certainly made Hela unhappy. Helpless, Kratos really has arrogant capital in this 1/3 acre field on the earth. No matter how upset Hela is, she can only hold back. At this time, Brother Hammer has become a dead man again. As a true with thick skin and thick flesh, Brother Hammer's greatest stunt is death. Don't worry. We'll fix it soon. Yes. Hela smiled brightly, evilly, and even more aggressively. Kneel down. You too. Huh. Brother Hammer was really dumbfounded. What? Loki was even more upset. In this world, he is the only one who forces people to kneel, and no one forces him to kneel. Rocky can dish. No one can beat it. Only in terms of talking, Rocky must not lose. You, dare to, say it again. Loki couldn't control his emotions, and he laughed instead of anger. Kneel down. Facing your queen, Hela folded her hips, shook her left hand, and a strange-shaped metal longsword appeared in her hand out of thin air. Eng knew that this artifact sword of the night sky was also quite famous. The ghostly aura emanating from it proves that it drank the blood of the strong back then. The breath of death gushing out like a raging wave was an extreme test for the two sons of Odin. Thor knew that his elder sister had already been driven into a pervert by their father, and he couldn't communicate with a crazy critic, so he sighed, don't think about it. Negotiation failed. Prepare to attack. Chapter 285/Hela. The sky darkened instantly, and the wind and clouds moved in all directions. Countless violent thunder snakes gathered on the square-headed hammer in Thor's hand. He mustered all his divine power, breathed out, and threw it at Hela with the momentum of smashing the mountains. Thor is worthy of being the of hammers. Just this flying hammer, let alone crushing more than 90% of the true gods in the world. Helplessly, this terrible violence met even more terrible violence. No one in the Odinson family is weak. Hela didn't even resort to her ultimate move. She opened her hand suddenly with her slender fingers that were as long as claws, and her right hand touched Thor's flying hammer with flesh and blood. In an instant, the palm turned into a claw, and each finger was like a claw of an excavator, firmly buckling on the hammer head of Mjolnir. At the same time, the green and black death power surged out of her body. Visible to the naked eye, the dead air instantly overwhelmed Thor's thunder. The mighty divine power confrontation in mid-air, the winner was decided in less than 2 seconds. There was a cracking sound, and Thor's hammer Mjolnir seemed to let out a wail. Starting from the position where Hela's right thumb was pressed, Thor's indestructible hammer actually began to burst. In the blink of an eye, the damaged cracks spread from the place where Hela's fingers were, spreading all over the hammerhead. After the next breath, the famous Thor's hammer seemed to make a painful sound, and amidst the sound of thunder and lightning, it turned into metal fragments of different sizes and shapes. Ah! No one knows the strength of his good brother better than Loki. Although Loki always regards Thor as a foolish brother in his heart, he never questioned Thor's strength. Thor made a big move at the beginning, and was immediately broken on the spot. This feeling of trying all my best but being unable to hurt the enemy in the slightest is so desperate. Not to mention that Loki was frightened, even Thor couldn't react for a while. Loki was absolutely dazed from fright. At this moment, he just wanted to get away from Hela, the of plague, as far away as possible. It would be best not to meet again in this life. He actually shouted to the sky, "Rainbow Bridge." It is not the loyal Heimdall who guards the bridge, but the Skorki he has brought up. Of course, Scorch, a big bald man, dared not disobey Loki. He really dared to shout and open. These two idiots never thought about opening the Rainbow Bridge in front of Hela to take people back. Would Hela follow? No, Thor exclaimed, wanting to stop Loki from being stupid, but the seven-colored brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge had fallen from the sky. Thor's mind was blank, and what came to his mind was the exhortation of his old father before his death: Hela who returns to Asgard will gain full power, and that's when the real Ragnarok will come. At the last moment, Thor turned his head suddenly, looked at Anger who was watching the show, and shouted 2 words, "Help me." Oh ho! There is a rightful name. Perhaps a moment before the fight, Brother Hammer still wanted to take care of Odinson's family affairs by himself. The royal family affairs in the god realm are not so simple. One bad thing is disaster for all peoples. Let Hela, the crazy goddess, go back to Asgard. Thor can already imagine the scene of blood flowing like a river. Thor's only thought is to prevent Hela from launching Ragnarok, no matter how inappropriate it is. As soon as he finished shouting, Ange heard a sigh in the void. Doctor Strange sigh. The corner of Ange's mouth raised slightly, and his spiritual thoughts passed to the New York temple. Do you care? You don't care. I'm going to take care of it. No respond. In other words, silence is the response of the current Supreme Master of Karmatage. The next moment, Hela's eyes with thick dark circles, like a master cultivating immortals, stared to the maximum. She didn't seem to believe why this righteous Olympian dared to attack her so presumptuously without even saying hello. Kratos did not draw his gun, but took out a 2-handed sword with a wide blade and a height of 1 person. The golden light shone on the tip of the sword, and Hela saw a strange scene. The speed of time slowed down suddenly, and everything, including the air, was moving aside in a strange trajectory, allowing the giant sword to move forward without any hindrance. Come over. Hela's hoarse, startled and angry voice sounded like a ghost from the deepest part of the 18th floor of hell. She screamed and stared at the meddling Olympian of war in front of her, gnashing her teeth and roaring, Damn foreigner. God. Well, you remind me of my father, and I'll give you a taste of the horrors of death. It took only a tenth of a second to spray out a complete sentence with the scream of the divine mind. In this gap between light and flint, the two sides completed the first round of confrontation. Hela is worthy of being one of the few ruthless characters in the Marvel world. Facing Anger's ruthless hands, she is not afraid, and she actually fights with her life when she makes a move. Without any defense, and even ignoring the two Amazon chicks approaching from the two wings, she raised her hand and shot out 5 swords of the night sky, smashing her chest past Ange. To be honest, these 5 flying swords are definitely not easy to hide. There is a strong death power attached to it. Even Thor, who is rough-skinned and thick-skinned, may not dare to insist on it. However, Ange neither dodge nor dodge. 5 flying swords were shot, and on the trajectory that the flying swords must pass, 5 holes like broken mirrors suddenly opened, engulfing all 5 swords. Hela's dead divine power flying sword is of course not so easy to play. The huge amount of divine power contained on it means that the flying sword will bring a greater burden to the space portal. Often this kind of high energy matter can cause the portal to disintegrate before it passes through the portal. Hela sensed in astonishment that there was another force in this outrageous mirror space that caused her flying sword to disintegrate. This energy is too secretive, not to mention Hela, even Doctor Strange, who was secretly watching the battle, didn't sense it. It was actually the power of the reality gem that killed Hela's flying sword in that mirror space. Ange didn't dare to use reality gem to do such an outrageous operation that would make the 9 kingdoms escape into darkness. It is still possible to just inject imagination and simply plan to destroy Hela's flying swords. Hela watched helplessly as her flying sword shattered into pieces due to the erosion of an unknown energy just as it entered the opposite space. Impossible. Hela exclaimed again in her divine sense. Nothing is impossible. With a sneer and undisguised killing intent, Ange slashed down with his sword. Hela's slender body was strangely dislocated from her right shoulder to her left waist, and her left waist fell from the wound that had been moved out. Appearing together with the squirming internal organs, there is also the horrified expression on Hela's face. The black bloodline continued to extend to the cliff behind, bringing a piercing popping sound in mid-air. The violent golden light sliced across the seaside cliff obliquely, and the ground broke through it where it passed. With a soft bang, half of the cliff collapsed, and the sharp sword light spread to the sea. Chapter 286 Yermungandr. Above the head is a rainbow of 7 colors. There is a sense of emptiness under the feet. As long as Thor is willing, he can leave this place of right and wrong in a flash. Even the biggest burden his father threw him would be solved in an instant. Kratos didn't cut this sword. No one knew that Hela was so weak. All her strength is just a bluff. Odin imprisoned her for thousands of years. Knowing that Hela's trumpet was useless, Odin's choice was to train another trumpet named Thor. He sealed Hela with the divine power of a king. How much power can Hela have left? In the empty space where there is no way to replenish divine power, maintaining the strength of one's divine soul is a very exhausting thing in itself. After such a long time, Hela was already too weak. Not to mention that in the early days of her imprisonment, she must have exhausted her strength and tried her best to escape. That's right. She concentrated all her divine power on the first blow, squeezing Thor's hammer, completely deterring Thor and Loki. After completing the achievement of Loki fleeing in panic, Hela just took advantage of the chaos to break into the Rainbow Bridge. Slay back to Asgard in the teleportation beam and take back her throne. Only on the territory of the Asa Protoss can she turn back into the incomparably powerful goddess of death who has killed countless people. Without Ange's intervention, Hela would have succeeded. This hateful Olympian of war messed everything up. After the sword went down, half of Hela was twisted by Kratos' left hand. That thick and powerful arm tightly strangled Hela's neck, and Hela's remaining left hand was tied tightly by Wonder Woman's lasso of mantra. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Logically speaking, this should be regarded as the victory and defeat. Thor knows very well that as long as Hela falls here, there is a high probability that there will be no Ragnarok. But he felt that his heart was extremely painful. For such a crazy old lady, he should wish that the other party would die. On second thought, she is his own sister. Just lost his father Odin, and he was about to fight to the death with his own blood relatives. Thor couldn't accept it in his heart. Thor is such a good old man, just like the classic Loki abused him thousands of times, but he treated Loki like first love. Loki didn't know how many times he had cheated him. He would fight back and clean up Loki. But from beginning to end, Thor never had the option of killing Loki in his mind. In terms of dealing with relatives, Thor is a typical soft-hearted male god. This is just great. When the situation was not good, he lowered his face and begged Ange to save him. Once Hela is defeated, he doesn't want Aang to kill Hela. Thor is so awkward. Interestingly, Anger, who is familiar with Thor's character, just stopped after hearing Thor yelled another no out of composure. Thor. You want to save your sister, I understand. But, the price is to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of people and soldiers in Asgard. Is it worth it? It was also the reply of divine sense, which made Thor stunned. He is suffering. Wow. It's as if he encountered a train problem. Seeing the high-speed train, he controlled the gate, and either let the train run over his relatives, or let the train run over a group of Asgardian people who were not necessarily very important. No matter how you choose, it's a pain. What's more amazing is that his old Iron Kratos actually threw this hateful problem back to him. Here. Here you are. Anger tossed half of Hela to Thor gracefully. Thor's hole is stupid. Save. Still not saved? Before he could react, the brilliance of the rainbow bridge fell on his head. Whether it was him or Loki, even with Hela, the three bodies turned into a stream of light and rushed to the sky at high speed. You have to promise me, you won't. At this time, Thor was still looking forward to reaching a gentleman's agreement with Hela, who was staring at him with resentment. On the ground, Fulla spat disdainfully, the goddess is a poisonous snake. Bringing it back will only kill all Asgardians. On the contrary, Ange shrugged his shoulders indifferently, I've said it all, this is the internal affairs of the Asa Protoss. All I did was to keep that crazy woman from fighting on the earth. As for whether Asgard was blown up by their siblings, it's up to us. What's up? After finishing speaking, Ange winked at a looming eye not far away. Doctor Strange, who peeped at the scene through the eye of Agamotto, was choked. But what can he say? Kratos intervened, or it can be said that he did not intervene. He really didn't touch Karmatage's bottom line. At most, it's just repeatedly jumping horizontally on the edge of the line. Originally, Angle thought that this would be a relatively good ending. The divine body of the Asgardians is not so easy to repair. Hela, who returned to Asgard, may be able to save her life, but she lost half of her body, and it is difficult to pose a threat to Thor and the people of Asgard. Maybe in time, their family can really reconcile. Just at this time, fate played a big joke on all existence. The sky suddenly darkened. This time, both Ange and Doctor Strange's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Wait. What is this breath? Ange lost his voice. This guy is not in the history. Doctor Strange was surprised to find that the three major temples on Earth were under pressure at the same time. What happened? The doctor yelled. I don't know. But the space shield is obviously under tremendous pressure. Fatty Wong replied with a roar. Soon, the answer appeared. An immeasurably huge phantom appeared between the sea and the sky. It is not a real thing, its existence is better than the real thing. It suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the sea. According to visual inspection, the diameter alone exceeds 1 kilometer. It has white scales, countless spikes and horns. It easily broke through the atmosphere and came to outer space. Looking at the name prompted by the system, even Angie's voice was almost sleepy. Damn. The worldly giant snake Yomungandr, this thing is really on the earth. Yomungandr. Wonder Woman was also taken aback. As a historian, she knew not only Olympian mythology, but also Nordic mythology. The meaning of the word Jormungandr is giant monster. It is a huge sea snake that can surround the world in Norse mythology, and belongs to the giant family. It is the second son of Loki, the of trickery, and angel Berta, the giantess, and the brother of giant wolves Fenrir and Hela. Mythology is something that is passed on by word of mouth. Anyone who has played the sound transmission game knows that if the truth is spread 10 times, it will change beyond recognition. What Eng didn't know was that this mixed world really had such a thing. Okay, something big happened. Just when no one could react, this gray-white giant snake broke through the rainbow light, entered the rapidly transporting rainbow, and bit it in front of Thor and Loki. Thor was in a daze at the time. Before he could even react, he was swooped by his good brother and flew out of Hungwang's range. Under the horrified gaze of the two brothers, Hela, who had no time to escape, was swallowed by Yemengiad. Chapter 287 Asgard's Secret. The scene of Hela being swallowed was also seen by Aang through his spatial perception. Aang is completely Spartan. No, Mr. Quay was originally from Sparta. Cough, it's getting too far. Jormungandr is a relatively independent existence in pure Norse mythology. There is no doubt that, along with Fenrir, it is also one of the culprits that caused Ragnarok. But in Marvel's version, another identity of Jemengard is Odin's elder brother Kur, Dishan King, and the is god of fear. Orokai was normal before he became the god king, but after becoming the god queen, he became quite tyrannical. At that time, Odin wanted the big snake to return to his character when he was not a king, so he sacrificed his right eye to the tree of the world, but he got a bad answer, that is, he wanted the big snake to return to his previous character. Thor must die. Odin gave up treatment. It's good that Yemengia can't come out, but when he comes out, Aang is very painful. This is another show operation in which the history, plot, of comics is inserted into the history, plot, of movies in this broken world. After figuring it out, Nge couldn't help but lose his voice. Wait. To fully revive this guy, don't you need 8 king sledgehammers? Ah no, 8 Skyhammer Venerable. Staring at the big snake's huge body piercing through the sky, Anger suddenly realized something. Jormungandra's body is not fully materialized. On the surface, the scales are shining, and the horns are spiked like a forest. Such a huge snake body is indeed very frightening. From the perspective of elemental and divine power perception, Jormungandr is like an exaggerated supergiant balloon, giving people a sense of vanity that can be broken with a poke. In the next moment, a force representing fear expanded in the Earth's atmosphere. That is the priesthood, and it is also a rewriting of the laws of the Earth. After Aang infiltrated the priest of war into the laws of the Earth, as long as there is a war of any scale on the Earth, it will strengthen Angie's divine power. The gameplay of Jormungandr is the same, he is in charge of fear. As long as he has completed the penetration of the laws of the Earth, then he can continuously obtain divine power by absorbing the fear of human beings. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. Just as Jormungandr was expanding his priesthood, a sky curtain emitting blue flames appeared out of thin air, covering the entire Earth. Aang was slightly taken aback, and immediately smiled. Oh! Kamataj has made a move. Just as the ancient master refused to rule the earth from the Asa and Olympus gods, Kamataj, as the absolute backbone of anti-gods, has always spared no effort in such matters. Aang was able to pass the level purely because his position was that of a standard guardian of the earth. And what is the difference between what Jormungandr is going to do at this time, and those gods who act recklessly in the age of mythology? Doctor Strange said I couldn't bear it. In the realm of the gods, you can see the three great temples of London, New York, and Hong Kong exerting force at the same time they shoot a light net into the air, firmly resisting the spread of fear power. The magic net cast by fearful divine power and space magic collided fiercely in a place that mortals could not see with naked eyes. Doctor Strange's voice suddenly rang in Anger's ear, "Damn Hormungandr, do you still want to turn the earth into his playground?" Ange said with a smirk, "If you need help, you can just tell me, even if you owe me a favor." "Okay. Help us deal with the Sky Hammer Venerable who is about to attack the three great temples." "Okay." Ange glanced at the sky, and the rainbow end of the rainbow bridge had already disappeared from his sight. Doctor Strange's words made Ange understand the context of the matter. Odin in this life not only sealed Hela, the goddess of death, but he also sealed his good brother Kur on the earth. The prophecy is that he must sacrifice Thor to get Kur, so Odin doesn't want Thor to come to earth at all. Once Odin died, Hela and Kuro broke free at the same time. Kur was in a weak state and couldn't obtain the holy title by forcibly infiltrating the protective shields of the three great temples of Kamataj, so Kol had to find something to recover his divine power as soon as possible. Coincidentally, according to the history of the movie, a certain god of war cut Hela down directly. Kur, who had a temporary plan, probably wanted to use this method to recover some divine power after eating Hela, and then find a way to leave the earth, go to his hometown of Asgard, and launch a gorgeous revenge on his brother and his descendants. The mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. After figuring out these joints, Ange was no longer annoyed. "Clark, the New York temple is handed over to you." Ange quickly contacted Dachao through his spiritual thoughts and explained everything. "Okay." Dachao was never hypocritical. Ange let Diana and Fulla run to London through the portal, while he and Penthesilea guarded the Hong Kong temple. At this moment, the rainbow bridge on the other side is in the light. Thor and Loki attempted to attack Hormungandr, but they had very little experience in fighting supergiant creatures. Thor just rushed forward in the rainbow light, and before his fist hit the body in snake form, he was knocked flying by the big snake's jaw. Thor and Loki flew out of the rainbow bridge one after another. Different from the original history, Hela had a normal body proportion, so Skorkai, who was guarding the rainbow bridge at this time, didn't notice that the teleportation had changed, and a female killer waited for him. Now, the supergiant snake with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer and a length of at least several thousand kilometers flew at high speed along the beam of the rainbow bridge. He may often neglect his duties, but he is not blind after all. A jerk, he in fear, at least in time to pull out the key to the rainbow bridge, the guardian sword bolt steel that once belonged to Heimdall. This time it was Orikai's turn to be extremely embarrassed. This time the attack was somewhat random. The big snake was afraid of Kamataj's temple shield, so he didn't launch an attack immediately. What's more, Hela is weak, and he sees an opportunity. As long as he eats Hela, his strength can be recovered a lot. If he can return to Asgard, his strength can be further recovered. Just at this time, the rainbow bridge stopped, and even Hela started to get mad. As the goddess of death, Hela has never been a weak chicken. Her body was chopped off in half, so she wasn't really going to finish. Even if she was swallowed into the snake's mouth, she still struggled to resist, continuously firing the sharp night sky sword, piercing and cutting Yemengard's mouth wantonly, and adjusting her position as much as possible, refusing the big snake's swallowing. Originally, she could still hold on for a long time, but she didn't expect a divine thought to make her anger soar to the extreme immediately. "Kratos! You ruined my body. I must kill you." Chapter 288 The Venerable Sky Hammer. Before Ange set off for the Hong Kong temple, he suddenly remembered that Hela still had half of her body. He blinked his eyes, and decided to chop up this crazy body. After a few strikes, Hela's half-body, like her father, turned into a strong divine light and began to disintegrate. The so-called whale fall has a similar meaning to the current God fall. When a whale dies, everything lives. When a giant passes away, the nutrients released by the corpse can nourish many existences. The body of a genuine is very valuable. If Eng hadn't chopped Ares himself, he wouldn't be as powerful as he is today. When Odin turned into a ball of golden light and dissipated between the sky and the earth, Eng was ashamed to deliberately absorb Odin's escaping divine power because of Brother Hammer's face. Eng has no psychological burden on Hela. Eng inspected it a little, and immediately showed a surprised expression. It must be admitted that Hela is really fierce. Rao Nge took half of her divine body, and has pulled Nge's agility to a level slightly lower than her strength and physique in one breath. It is necessary to know that the original attribute of his body is lame, with the highest strength, followed by physique and agility, the third is perception and will, and the worst is intelligence. Normally speaking, Hela's will and perception are not low, but this is her lower body, and the bonuses are mainly focused on physical fitness. In other words, even if Hela had high willpower, Eng didn't dare to accept everything. It would be bad if he inherited Hela's crazy criticism. System hint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the control of the power of death. After evaluation, the control of the power of death has been upgraded to LV-169. The proportion of red souls obtained by hosts increases. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the throwing divine weapon, Sword of the Night Sky. There is nothing to talk about these two. The first is the expansion of Engi's element pool. He can convert the power of death into divine power when he expands the domain of God. This is undoubtedly a major enhancement for war. After all, war must be accompanied by a large number of deaths. The Sword of the Night Sky is a bit tasteless, because its sharpness and destructive power depend on the death power injected by Eng. Anyway, Eng is very satisfied with this. Hela probably sensed that I swallowed her divine body, and she would probably die of anger. But, you have to deal with Jemengard first. Engi's estimation is correct. In the void, who is not known how many light years away from Asgard, the not yet fully formed Jemengard serpent is having a stomachache. Give up. It's your honor to be part of my divine body. Hela. Don't even think about. One is a super monster whose skin is so thick that even Hela can't chop it to death, and the other is the immortal goddess of death. These two guys have a fight. Then, as Anger expected, Jemengard decisively threw 8 hammers in order to mobilize more divine power to suppress and digest Hela. As if called by fate, in a remote mountain village in Europe, the originally clear sky darkened in an instant. Accompanied by a snake shadow flying across the sky is rapidly dimming from west to east. The clouds seemed to be driven by a terrible force, and while screaming in fear, they gathered from all directions. Lightning shuttled above the clouds, and then the roaring thunder became the only main theme in the sky. A space storm has descended. Accompanied by the strange sound of spatial resonance, first a ray of black sunlight suddenly shone on the ground, and in the next second a ball of something like ink was sprayed out, eroding the square at the head of the small village into a pit the size of a basketball court. Immediately afterwards, a warhammer with a strange shape pierced the void and blasted into the pit, causing shocking cracks in the houses around the square. The whole town is in chaos. Just as the people screamed and ran out of the house to take refuge, a female monster with no nose, no face, and a scarlet face appeared. Ah no, it was a fierce girl like a monster who jumped into the pit and got this strange war hammer. The hammer of this two-handed hammer looks like a large black weight. Except for a small amount of gold decoration on the hammerhead and the end of the hammer handle, the shape of the whole hammer is very inconspicuous. The only thing that is certain is that this hammer is less than 100 caddies. However, this shameless, monster-like fierce girl easily lifted the hammer. She is no ordinary person, she is the daughter of the famous Red Skull original sin, or call her Skadi. As the price for obtaining the Skadi hammer, Her life was immediately turned upside down, and she only had one thing on her mind at the moment: destroying the 3 great temples of Karmataj for her new master Yermungand, to welcome the master to come to the earth. Not only her, there are other beings on the earth who got Jormungandra's hammer. Just as Apocalypse must have the 4 horsemen, Yermungand also must have the 8 hammer masters, but in this life, the tasks of the master sky hammers are a little different. The remaining masters of Skyhammer are Quas Stonebreaker, Scone Spirit Breaker, Angler Soul Eater, Nekad Sea Breaker, Grathus Destroyer, Mock Faithless. The above 7 people are all on the earth. The real malice of fate is not on the earth, but in the universe. On the other side, Thor, who has lost Mjolnir, is no longer qualified to be the of the hammer. After he was squeezed out of the rainbow light of the Rainbow Bridge by Yemengiad, who was seriously injured, he might have been dead for another person. The physique of the gods of Asgard is always trustworthy. Thor didn't die in a daze, he was sucked to a strange planet by space turbulence. Garbage is piled up there, and there are space gaps connecting the planet to dump garbage from different worlds. Thor almost became part of the garbage. Thor was first caught by scavengers when he first arrived here, and then a dark-skinned who looked like a ogre caught him and sold him to the local gladiators. Field. Thor didn't know that he had come to Sokastar until he was thrown into the arena, and the person in charge here was the collector Gautianzun, also known as Difan, or Grand Master, who missed the reality gem in this life. Thor became the collector's slave gladiator, not to mention, he was also extremely painful to find that Loki actually became the collector's guest. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that he has just been forced to step into the arena, and what he has to face is his old friend Hulk. It is slightly wrong to say that he is the Hulk, because this is the plus version of the Hulk. Hulk actually took the hammer of Jormungandr under the trick of fate. Now he should call it ** Boundary Breaker. Hi. Hulk, do you recognize me? I'm your old friend Thor. What he answered was an earth-shattering hammer. Thor's face finally changed color as he watched the hammer that was powerful enough to smash Asgard fall. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he felt that when the hammer fell, he might really die. Chapter 289 Memory Kill. Thor is an optimistic guy. To his friends, he is always so forthright, and he will not be wary of anyone. It should be said that his exaggerated divine body gave him unlimited opportunities to make mistakes. Half a minute ago, Thor, who was completely confused about the situation, saw the appearance of Hulk, and he greeted Loki on the rostrum with great joy. Hi. Loki. I know this cute big guy on the opposite side. Do you know? Banner told me that if Kratos didn't hit you first at Stark Tower, then he did. Thor accurately stepped on mines. The classic pot is not opened and which pot is lifted. This kind of heartless, no one else. After getting acquainted with the collector, Loki, who barely sat on the rostrum, really wanted to stab this idiot brother to death. Speechless, Loki first posed the famous thinker pose, and then covered his mouth with his hands. Collector Gautianzun, great master, turned his head. Mr. Rocky, do you really know him? No, I saw you for the first time today. Loki replied with a guilty conscience. Thor's performance was really funny. He greeted himself. Hi, Banner. I'm still wondering where you went after playing Ultron. I didn't expect you to be here. Who is Banner? There is only, * Boundary Breaker. The familiar thundering roar, at least 150 decibels, the hot air ejected from the big green mouth even formed a small shock wave, setting off a large cloud of smoke and dust in the arena. This exaggerated drinking caused tens of thousands of spectators to burst into wild cheers. These alien spectators come from all major planets in the universe, and they come to Sokka, an extraterrestrial place, of course, to watch the most violent and gladiatorial contest in the universe. What boundary breaker? Thor felt wrong, the Hulk in front of him was different from the Hulk he was familiar with. Not only the dress, but also the eyes. Hulk is supposed to be angry. Rage dominates the Hulk to wreak havoc. The Hulk that Thor saw at this moment was chaotic. The left eye is still full of anger, while the right eye has an extremely weird frenzy. Right? Mania. The kind of fanaticism. This look touched Thor's memory. That was the look in his eyes when he was fanatically worshipped by the people of the Nine Kingdoms. This look appeared on Hulk, which made Thor feel strange and surprised. Then, that hammer. The moment the hammer was swung, Thor realized that the hammer was extraordinary, and it had the power of the Asgardian Protoss on it. Thor thought about dodging, but his subconscious made him dodge instinctively. The right choice. Roar. With a loud noise, the giant hammer fell. With a boom hammer, Thor's contempt and homely thoughts disappeared instantly. In the eyes of a layman, the hammer is very powerful. When the hammer hits, the ground of 10 square meters will collapse in an instant. Only an expert can see the way clearly. The damage range is 10 square meters, which is a trivial matter for a planet-level powerhouse. The truly frightening part lies in the core area hit by this hammer, which is about half a square meter in size, and all substances can be said to disappear in an evaporating manner. Extreme destructive power. The matter in this area was first turned into powder, and then crushed into smaller particles, even atoms. This kind of extremely concentrated and not very diffuse power is not something that the previous Hulk can play. Ordinary Hulks have terrifying absolute strength, but rely more on instinct when attacking, and lack fighting skills. It can be said that a lot of his strength was wasted due to improper force, inaccurate strikes, and other reasons. At this time, Hulk's physique and strength remain unchanged, but his destructive power has increased by at least 2 gears. Hey, big guy, you shouldn't. Thor pulled out the 2 scimitars that came with the arena, trying to resist the blow of mutant Hulk. The blades of the 2 knives were knocked away by the giant hammer on the spot. It was not that they were discounted, but that there were extremely clear fractures on the knives. This looks like cutting a cake with a knife. Either miss, once hit, it is absolute destruction and destruction. Thor gasped. There is no gap for him, and the Hulk, who came close did not continue to swing the hammer wide open, but stepped on the ground suddenly. At this moment, not to mention the cobweb-like splitting of the ground, the arena, which is the size of 2 football fields, and the more than 30 rows of auditorium above it trembled violently at the same time. Boom! With a powerful and heavy swing, Thor was blown out on the spot. The protective wall on the edge of the arena don't look like a mess. It is spliced with a pile of scrap metal and then covered with cement-like building materials. The hardness of this wall is no less than the main deck of most mainstream space battleships. But under the slamming attack of the Hulk of the Sky Hammer version, Thor turned into a cannonball and slammed into the wall. Ah! The strangely shaped alien audience turned pale with horror at first, and after a short period of stupefaction, they burst into frenzied cheers. Shouting, venting their love for Hulk, the king of gladiators. I don't know how many people held up the cards with Hulk's green face on them, and kept waving them. It's a pity that they were too happy too early. Just as Hulk raised the Sky Hammer, he made an extremely sharp jump. In their opinion, Hulk's hammer can definitely kill this unknown king of electricity, yes. This is the funny nickname given to Thor by the arena. Unexpectedly, Thor slammed his hands against Hulk's forceful blow to smash the mountain. Instead, he broke it hard, kicked it, and immediately let Hulk shoot out along the wall. Boom boom boom. The alloy fence more than 70 meters long suffered on the spot, and Hulk's huge body plowed out a huge depression that could accommodate armored vehicles to drive through. Oh, the audience exclaimed again, and then they became more excited. Evenly matched battles are their favorite duels. Someone rebelled on the spot and ran to cheer for Thor. Hulk and Thor, Two extraordinary beings with extraordinary physique and strength, are in this arena in the most primitive way, like two angry giant beasts biting each other. You punch me, I punch you back. Any punch in the past must have a terrifying sonic boom and exaggerated shock waves. The ground of this arena has sunk by more than 3 meters unknowingly, and it seems to be turning this place into a huge pit. As everyone expected, the larger and more powerful Skyhammer version of Hulk gradually suppressed Thor, the former hammer who lost Thor's hammer. Hulk pressed little Toto on the ground, like hitting a sandbag, swung his fist the size of a water tank, and slammed down with 100 tons of heavy punches. Punch. The ground sank another meter. 2 punches. The fence of the arena is cracked. 3 punches. The audience in the front row suffered. 4. No fourth punch. It's very simple, because Thor saw Daddy in heaven. As we all know, the protagonist who has turned on memory kill is invincible. Chapter 290. The deceased is currently in stable condition. Without Thor's hammer, Thor is certainly depressed. The bond between him and Mjolnir has already surpassed the relationship between people and things, it is more like a brotherhood. When he stretched out his right hand far away, but Thor's hammer did not respond to his divine thoughts flying across the void, he knew that something had changed forever. Thor doesn't know, he is the kind of character who can't play without blood. He never knows how much he can fight until he is cornered. The fainting from Hulk's heavy punch made him see his father Odin standing on the cliff by the sea in a trance, and saw the sarcasm in the corner of Odin's mouth. Without a hammer, are you nothing? In Thor's mind, these words kept turning, questioning him. Then, Thor exploded. In the eyes, the whites of the eyeballs are completely invisible, and the only thing that exists is the scorching electric light. The terrifying thunder that should have been more than 10 meters thick condensed crazily under Thor's divine sense, turning into a lightning chain, lingering on his strong right arm. Although Thor's strong arms are as thin as a matchstick compared with Hulk, Thor's next punch shocked the whole city. Boom. What you hit is a punch. What shocked people was Thor has been blasted below the horizon. When this punch was thrown, the entire city actually sank 20 centimeters down. Before the audience could react, the big Hulk soared into the sky. While flying up, the sky hammer that affected Hulk's mind exploded in the violent thunder. The invincible gladiator in the hearts of the audience lost. Ah! Impossible dash. Believe it or not, their ever-victorious gladiator, the Hulk, lost. No one knows that after the sky hammer was crushed, Hulk was no longer a piece of garbage nor asterisk boundary breaker, and he became the real Hulk again after he was released from slavery. Collector. Let us settle all this. After Thor made a declaration of victory, he leaped high and rushed towards the collector Gautianzon in the VIP room at the highest point of the arena. His manifesto is absolutely awesome. It's a pity that he just jumped into the air, and the former Valkyrie who will become his right arm in the future watched the gadget on Thor's neck start happily. That is a special device installed by the arena to control the gladiators, and even gods can be suppressed. This is not fantasy, but scientifically outrageous. Just like that, in front of hundreds of thousands of direct and indirect audiences, Thor yelled, went up and fell down again. This kind of anticlimax is hilarious. Thor didn't know that at this moment, on the Earth, 3 major wars broke out almost at the same time. The pointed hammer had just arrived on the outskirts of London when suddenly a black dot flew over the horizon. It's so fast. Scone * exterminator just sighed, and was shocked to find that the black spot was rapidly enlarged in her field of vision. This fierce girl is wearing what should be a tights. The V-shaped opening that reaches to the belly button makes her look extremely hot. It's a pity that men may be sympathetic to women, but Fola, who is also a woman, has no intention of holding back at all. A Kryptonian kicked his face. There are no fancy moves, but absolute speed, strength, and destructive power. Skone only had time to raise his warhammer obliquely in front of him, and then he was hit. Boom! The unparalleled impact was transmitted to the ground through Skone's body, and the grass suddenly sunk down to a depth of 10 meters, replaced by several huge hillocks instantly rising from the surrounding flat grass. Under such pure destructive power, the sky hammer in Scorn's hand shattered on the spot into a broken iron that no longer had divine power. As for herself? He. The number of bone fragments in her body is 10 times more than the number of fragments cracked by the sky hammer. Gray thus * Destroyer's sky hammer is special, it looks more like an anchor than a hammer. If such a heavy weapon really wants to hit someone, it is very likely, with a high probability, that it will hit someone in seconds. Everything has exceptions. Like Diana. Wonder Woman crushes the sky with speed alone. Perhaps the power of the anchor sky hammer is really good, but when he encounters a real Excalibur, or a Wonder Woman who crushes him with all basic attributes, his appearance is his exit. This sky hammer was chopped into pieces by Diana's Hector without any suspense. 3 kilometers outside the New York Temple, Nikad Seabreaker and Mock Faithless were hit hard by Dacheo as soon as they emerged. This scene is a bit too brutal. These two sad guys were swooped and bombarded by a Kryptonian into the Hudson River as soon as they set foot on Manhattan Island. One in the left hand, one in the right hand, and two giant sky hammer venerables about 4 meters tall were pressed on the river bed with absolute strength by Dachau. Their strong bodies rubbed against the river bed, stretching all the way to the sea. The shocked New Yorkers didn't even figure out what happened. It looked like 2 large torpedoes were suddenly launched from the island and plunged into the deep sea. Without making any waves, it was over. Having dealt with the 2 venerable sky hammers, Dacheo diffused his perception and repeatedly confirmed that there was no third venerable sky hammer within the boundaries of New York. He called Eng in his mind. Kratos, I killed 2 here. Before Eng answered, Wonder Woman interrupted, I can handle 2 of them here too. Eng said, the 5th sky hammer venerable Nur * boundary breaker was taken care of by Thor. Dachau frowned, so, there are 3 left. Suddenly, Penthesilea burst into laughter, all 3 are on our side. Huh? What happened to them? Dachau asked. Eng smiled faintly, the deceased is currently in a stable condition. That's right, the bodies of Scatty, Quas Stonebreaker and Angler Soul Eater are lying stiffly in the mirror space of Hong Kong. If they hadn't met Eng, maybe they would have a real chance to make something big happen to them. Unfortunately, becoming a test subject of Night Sky Sword is their only fate. They were full of dead energy swords, like wild boars that were set up to be grilled. The history of this life is destined to be distorted. There is no more tragedy of Hela massacring a group of guards in Asgard. There are only 3 venerable sky hammers who bear the fierce power of Sword of the Night Sky. Sky hammers are the main body, yes, they can turn any human who comes into contact with the sky hammer into a sky hammer venerable. But in the mirror space, who can they contact? Without humans as carriers, they are nothing more than magical weapons with a certain quality. It was easily smashed by Eng. Dachau was stunned for a second before turning his head, he. That's all done. Very good. His confidence in Eng has invisibly increased. Chapter 291 Asgard Evacuation. Getting rid of these venerable sky hammers is not the point is to make the big snake Yemengiad not completely resurrected. Eng only knew that without venerable sky hammer, the big snake lacked a means to recover its strength. But does Yemengiad really only rely on this? The answer is clearly no. Half of Hela went through a arduous and excellent resistance, and she was finally finished. Rushing into the mouth of the monster and blasting it from the inside. This kind of operation can only happen to a real giant monster. For example, Tony once drove Iron Man against the Leviathan giant once. The serpent is not just a giant beast, he is also Odin's big brother. In a sense, his mouth is a realm of gods. He is weak and true, but Hela is even weaker. After finally crushing Thor's Meow Meow hammer, which frightened Thor and Loki, Hela, who managed to smuggle back to Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge just a little bit, was severely injured by Ange. Completely lost the chance to come back. After persisting for about a day, she was finally swallowed by Jormungandr. After unceremoniously devouring his good niece at the level of divine power, Jormungandr's divine power was supplemented to a certain extent. His huge body has shrunk a little bit, in fact not much smaller, and now it has become a giant snake with a diameter of 100 meters and a total length of more than 10 kilometers. It's shrunk from his original days on Earth, but still terrifying. Instead, his body became more solid. There is also a sense of illusion, no longer the feeling of being almost transparent to invisible, like a balloon. Can I only go to Asgard? Yemengiad muttered to himself. He also has the trait of Hela, who can recover all his divine power when he returns to Asgard. Immediately, his huge snake body began to twist and crawl in the cosmic void. The huge snake body does not depend on the earth or any real object to move, it just relies on divine power to move forward in the void. At the Rainbow Bridge, Skorki, who replaced Heimdall, panicked. His new boss, Fake Odin, is absent. But on the Rainbow Bridge, he caught a glimpse of the big snake heading towards the fairy palace again after a day of tossing. Panicked, he had no choice but to report the situation to the three warriors of Asgard. After all, whether it is true or false, Odin, it is the three warriors who are responsible for the defense of Asgard. When Sif led troops to the 9 kingdoms to quell the chaos, the three warriors were the highest officials here. The handsome Fandral frowned. Damn it! Asgard doesn't even have a single person in charge of the overall situation. Vestige is the most irritable. What are you thinking? Prepare to fight. Hogun gritted his teeth. It's not that simple. If it's true, it would be a disaster for the whole of Asgard. Just when the group had no leader, the four were surprised to find that Heimdall, who had been missing after being dismissed by Loki, appeared. Heimdall? I thought you. Fandral was interrupted by Heimdall before he could finish speaking. I have been hiding in the secret fortress built by my ancestors before, but there is no need for this now. I have come to convey the will of His Majesty Thor Odinson, the new king of Asgard. Heimdall said. One side of his eyeballs began to turn white, and a short-haired version of Thor who was completely different from the previous image appeared. This is Thor's mind projection. Not long after he had just finished wrestling with Hulk, he called Heimdall with divine power. He was sure that the patron saint of Asgard could hear his divine voice and respond to his call. Heimdall did it. Oh. Everyone is here, that's great. Heimdall just reported to me, and I know that Kull is heading towards Asgard. The three warriors of Asgard saluted at the same time. Fandral came out. Your Majesty. What should we do? Hogun, the Asgard guards stand ready to lay down their lives to defend Asgard. He definitely spoke from the heart. In the history of another time and space, Rauhela, the daughter of Odin, set foot on the land of Asgard and ordered them to surrender as Odin's daughter, and none of the guards of Asgard chose to surrender. One counts as one, and fight till death. Thor was stunned for a moment, recalling the big snake that swallowed his elder sister in one bite, then gritted his teeth and shook his head. No. Jemengard is not an opponent we can resist. My father said that with the people of Asgard the place is Asgard. Whether it's a magnificent palace or this void, it's not something we have to sacrifice our lives for. So, all are prepared to evacuate. Evacuate? Where to evacuate? Vestag asked. Thor's mind froze briefly. The 9 kingdoms are almost like a carrot and a pit. The 9 kingdoms are also the 9 star domains, Asgard Asa God's domain, Vanaheim Warner God's domain, and Yalfheim Elf country located at the top of the World Tree, located in the World Tree Atrium Midgard, Earth, Jotunheim giant country and Nidavel dwarf country. As for the three major kingdoms at the root of the world tree, they are the kingdoms of the black skin, the fire demon and the dead. Although there seem to be many 9 kingdoms, only dwarfs and earthlings can actually accept the Asa Protoss. The Asa Protoss has been brilliant for too long, but they also have countless grievances. The Vanir Protoss and elves are unlikely to let them temporarily live in the land. The environment in other star domains is even worse. As a last resort, Thor bit the bullet and said, Heimdall, please contact Kratos, the of war in Olympus on Earth. Ask if the Earth can give us a place to live temporarily. We will find a place moved. The matter of the Protoss territory is very sensitive, and it might just be a war. This is true for the Warner Protoss, and it is also true for the Olympus Protoss entrenched on Earth today. When Heimdall contacted Aang, Aang was bored waiting to see if there was the legendary 9th Skyhammer Venerable. Looks like it's gone. The big snake can't do it at all, so it won't waste its divine power to continue doing this kind of thing. Isn't it good for him to eat Asgard? At this moment, Anger received a telepathic message from Heimdall. This is the request of my lord. Oh, see, I'll ask them. This is actually an excuse. The gods of Olympus have long since given up on Earth. They are happy in the Pantheon all day, and they don't care about everything that happens on the Earth. Aang just ran to say hello to Doctor Strange and Super at this time. These two guys, Steven respects the established future, Dachau agreed after knowing that the integrity of the Asa Protoss is not bad, and vowed not to destroy the Earth. We have discussed it and agreed to the Asgardians coming to Earth for refuge. The tentative period is 100 years. Anger's words made the Asgardians breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 292 Army of Death. As we all know, when it comes to retreating, everyone can't run away in a rush. If you operate in this way, the retreat will become a big rout, which is out of control. While fighting for the position of the rear troops, the 3 warriors of Asgard actually quarreled. Fandral, I'll go. Vorstag, who are you looking down on? Hogon, stop talking, I'll go. The quarrel between the 3 warriors made Thor's eyes moist. The opponent is Yemengiad. This kind of empress is basically sure to die without life. What they are grabbing is not the honor, but the terrible death lottery. Thor yelled, don't argue. Then I will be the queen of the people myself. Unexpectedly, Heimdall choked on Thor, Your Majesty, you can talk about it after you come back from Sokka. Of course Thor wanted to rush back to Asgard immediately, but he found a former Valkyrie, and it was impossible for him to leave Hulk alone. He was momentarily stunned by what Heimdall said. He said helplessly, I'll come back as soon as possible. While the Rainbow Bridge is still in operation, if you try to send people to the Earth now, where is the Earth? Aang suddenly said, Gamma. I bought a big uninhabited island over there. It's a bit cold, but it's enough for Asgardians to live on. Grateful. Then the big brothers in Asgard continued to quarrel about the defense and the mess in the rear. At this time, Aang couldn't listen anymore. I have a suggestion. I can send spaceships and open portals to help the Asgardians evacuate. I even got command of an army from Hela. If you don't mind, I can let them come and help the queens. Heimdall's face changed drastically. Wait, you're talking about the legion under the treasure house. What legion? Thor was stunned. Heimdall said in a deep voice, before His Majesty was born, the goddess of death, Hela, used her divine power of death to resurrect the Asgardian warriors who died in battle, and continued to help Asgard conquer the 9 kingdoms as an undead warrior. After Hela was sealed, her death army also fell asleep in the deepest part of the Asgard's treasury. If it was this army, it should indeed be able to stop Jormungandr, that is. The patron saint didn't go on, he told Thor his scruples and doubts in his mind. Your Majesty, this Kratos is abnormal. he has a high probability of grabbing His Highness Hela's death, priesthood, at least part of his authority. If he is allowed to act as he pleases, it may be against us in Asgard. Thor is a king who trusts his intuition very much. Maybe you can say that he thinks in a single line, but his intuition has saved him countless times on the battlefield. Don't doubt the person, but don't doubt the employer. This similar belief has long been rooted in Thor's heart. Needless to say, I believe in Kratos. We are good buddies who have fought together. Thor turned his head and announced to everyone with decisive momentum, the people are the most important. As long as the people are safe, even if Kratos emptied the treasury of Asgard, and I would do the same. Heimdall, the three warriors, and Skorki were immediately in awe when they heard this. Maybe Thor doesn't have the arrogance of his father, Odin, who sacrificed soldiers and people to achieve his goals, but a benevolent king like him also deserves the respect of all Asgardians. The generals of Asgard quickly completed the division of labor. Heimdall, who owns the godhead, continues to strictly monitor Jormungandr and control the Rainbow Bridge. Vestag led the elite guards of Asgard to maintain vigilance, while the other three led the second-line troops to organize the evacuation of the people. God's domain broadcasts started. Urgent notice. The serpent Jormungandr is on his way to Asgard and is expected to arrive within a day. At the moment when His Majesty Odin has fallen, according to the order of the new King Thor Odinson, all people immediately evacuate. Please bring your belongings to the Rainbow Bridge to gather. The whole of Asgard is in chaos. Fortunately, the Asa Protoss is a typical fighting race, and they are no strangers to war. Even the people have a fairly high degree of organization. After a short period of shock and pain, they began to flock to the Rainbow Bridge and the central square of Asgard under the guidance of the guards. In this square where Hogun died in battle in the original history, Kratos, the of War, who is now a good ally of the Asgardians, opened a large portal to the earth here. This is not an easy task. Anj opened the portal to a diameter of 10 meters, the flow of people increased, and the consumption of mana was also very exaggerated. Still, it's worth it. Different from the original history, it turned out that Hela was killed suddenly. Everything happened so suddenly that Asgard could hardly organize a good defense. With buffer time in this life, Sif unexpectedly came back. While Diana and the women of Penthesilea were busy helping guide the people to evacuate, Sif was responsible for leading Anger into the treasury of Asgard. Even if you've been in a relationship before, it feels a little weird to meet again at this moment. If it hadn't happened to me, if Thor hadn't spoken in person, even if it was you, I would think you were robbing. Sif is not a coy woman, she told the truth as soon as she came up. Truth is the easiest to hurt. Anj smiled, I'm not interested in most of the treasures in Asgard. You can send someone to bring them to Earth. Humph. Not really angry, Sif just expressed her temper in this way. Odin, an old rascal in the Star World, said that there are only 9 kingdoms in his territory, but he has conquered more than 1,000 planets. There are countless good things in the treasure house of Asgard. If the original history is the same, the things in the treasure house are destined to be destroyed or lost in the void of the universe with the big explosion of the Asgard in Ragnarok. That's the real waste. Anj knew very well that Thor would be the main force against Thanos in the future, so there was no need for Anj to offend the Asgardians to death. If he's too greedy, it becomes a deal, not a major favor. Anj had a smile on his face, and he was not annoyed. He walked upright and came to a brazier. This brazier is different from historical ones. It has a typical Nordic style, and even the reliefs have a barbaric style. It is a big snake with its mouth open to 180 degrees, trying to bite the brazier. The sharp teeth have become the metal brazier. A large cluster of flames flickered on it. Eternal flame. Sif's voice sounded like a whisper. She stared blankly at Anj reaching into the brazier. For the existence of insufficient strength, this is a very dangerous behavior. Rao, as in the Asa Protoss, has insufficient divine power or does not have enough control over the flame element. Being burned by the eternal flame means that the flame is out of control, the only ending it is to be completely incinerated by the eternal fire that cannot be quenched. From matter to soul, there is no residue. Obviously, Eng was strong enough. He set fire in front of Sif, smashed open the floor of the treasure house, and jumped into the deep underground palace. Looking at the tens of thousands of Death Legion soldiers sleeping on the coffin of the palace, Sif's scalp was numb. Chapter 293 Revenge. Legion of the Undead. This is a dusty history. To be honest, the hero who has achieved dominance always has such a dark history when he started his business. Sif knows nothing about this dark history that existed before she was born, but this does not mean that she lacks vision. In the eyes of mortals, this is just a huge morgue, and every corpse is placed on a white jade platform that looks like a coffin. In the vision of the gods, Sif clearly saw that the spiritual light lingering on each corpse was so concentrated that its concentration of spiritual power even surpassed most active Asgardian centurions. Even if you don't look at their old armors that have turned black and are even covered with verdigris, you can tell from the armor style of Asgard that has not changed for tens of thousands of years that these undead warriors were all generals in their lifetime. Not to mention that in the due west of the underground palace, a giant wolf corpse as large as a hill was lying there quietly, waiting for the master's call in the dead silence. Eng is also feeling, it is too huge, far bigger than what someone saw in the movie. Just a wolf claw is as big as a well-known leopard 2 tank on Earth. Although it is not as huge as in the myth, it is said that when it opens its mouth, its upper and lower jaws can withstand the sky and the earth, but with this size, it is absolutely correct to say that it is a giant. Hiss! Sif gasped. For a moment, she almost wanted to draw her sword and point at Kratos, because handing such a terrifying army into the hands of an outer god undoubtedly put the lives of the people and soldiers of Asgard at stake. Play with fire. But she and the whole clan couldn't afford to lose. Interestingly, Eng noticed Sif's psychological changes sensitively. Watching Sif subconsciously put her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, feeling the fleeting momentum, Eng smiled. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What? Afraid that I will master this army of death and it will be bad for Asgard. Eng's teasing was really cold, so cold that Sif felt a trance feeling like her blood was congealed instantly. She was indeed afraid that the next sentence the other party would say would be congratulations, you guessed it right. What? Her whole body was numb, and she didn't know how to answer the conversation. Afraid. She was really afraid. Intelligently, she forced herself to calm down again, because the foreign in front of her had an excellent reputation, and everyone believed him. Eng walked over with the eternal flame in his left hand, and his right hand lightly rested on her left shoulder armor. Everyone knows the truth, why don't we make a bet? What bet? Gambling is the favorite program of the Asa Protoss, and the wild Protoss warriors can bet on almost everything. When the other party mentioned this, Sif felt relieved. Anger's smirk became more obvious. I have no intention of possessing this powerful and terrifying army that makes the Asgardians feel uncomfortable for a long time. If I really use them to help you through this crisis this time, after you arrive on Earth, how about a date with me? After a short moment of astonishment, the expression on Sif's heroic face was wonderful. There is tension, there is a little anger, there is an accident, and there is a little joy. The colorful mood created complex expressions, and finally she laughed heartily. Okay. It's a deal. Eng tilted his head, winked for a moment, and then flipped his hands. The flames immediately turned into a strange green. Sif stared at Eng, watching him slap the eternal flame on the floor. Poof! A group of green flames turned into a translucent shockwave and spread towards the surroundings. If you look down at it, you will feel that it is an expanding donut. It has nothing to do with sweetness or anything. There's just horror, and, Exploitation. Crack, click. The dead bones who had been silent for tens of thousands of years suddenly reacted, and the ghostly flames poured into their souls, awakening them from the ancient dream. Plenty of dust fell from the gaps between their seemingly rusted bones, and then they stood up in various stances unimaginable by mortals, holding broken weapons that were still full of gaps. Quack, quack, quack. Their jaws kept trembling, almost falling off their skulls. The flickering fire in their eye sockets and their mute mouths express the same meaning. Who are you? Boom. 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 The world-destroying wolf Fenrir also woke up from hell. It opened its big mouth that could easily bite the deck of a space carrier, revealing its ferocious fangs. When an animal bares its fangs, it often means that it is ready to attack. At this moment, no matter how big-hearted Sif is, she still has strong unease. Anj opened his arms high, as if he was going to hug Fenrir in the next second. His voice echoed in the dark temple of death, the powerful death wolf Fenrir, the warriors of the death army. I know you are wondering why it is not your most loyal master, the goddess of death, Hela, who wakes you up. Anji's voice silenced the undead. They express their anger with the sudden fire of the soul. He was also puzzled because his power actually came from this strange god. Anj didn't whet their appetites, and announced the answer on the spot. The reason is naturally Hela was murdered by Big Snake Yemengade. The voice fell. Ow! The huge demon wolf let out an extremely rough howl. Ho 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 ho. Countless death warriors knocked their sword hilts to the ground, expressing their inner dissatisfaction and anger in the most primitive way. For a while, the noise in the treasure house of Asgard Palace made the guards of Asgard Palace, who were nervously evacuating the people above, nervous for a while. Hogun gritted his teeth, keep alert, but give priority to evacuating the people. Understood. The guards were uneasy, and many of them looked over there uncontrollably. They were very worried that Asgard would have to face an unexpected attack before Jörmungandr came. Yet their worst fears did not materialize. Under the treasure house of Asgard. This is not a lie. When you see Jormungandr, you will really feel who killed Hela. Anj faced Fenrir's eyes burning with cold anger, and said seriously, and I am an outer god who has inherited part of Hela's power. All I can give you is a chance for revenge. Whether you want to seize this opportunity, or disobey me and turn back into meaningless dry bones, yourselves choose. The ferocious anger of the demon wolf Fenrir and the soldiers of the Death Legion was connected through the soul, surging into Anji's soul. If he was an ordinary person, it is estimated that just the front of this surge of soul would be enough to drive him out of his wits. Fortunately, after becoming a god, his soul power also grew exponentially. Within 2 minutes, the undead calmed down. This is the calm before the storm. Helpless obedience for revenge. Chapter 294. Never flee without a fight. On the Rainbow Corridor in front of the Rainbow Bridge, tens of thousands of people lined up nervously. Under the guidance of the guards, they were able to maintain order and pass quickly. As the real gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdall looked at the void and the people on the Rainbow Bridge from time to time. At this moment, the sound of an Asgardian hovering airship caught his attention. Kratos and Sif jumped off the airship that had just stopped. Fenrir it? Nailed it? Anger's answer made Heimdall heave a sigh of relief. The ferocious thoughts of the world-destroying demon wolf can be clearly felt by Heimdall even several kilometers away. Knowing his goal, this angry demon wolf was quietly sharpening its claws and anxiously sharpening its sharp fangs. This has nothing to do with protecting Asgard, it has nothing to do with lofty ideas, it has nothing to do with glory, it's just pure revenge. No matter what, it is always a good thing to have another strong army against the big snake. Sif glanced at the line of people who could barely see the edge, looking worried. How long will it take for all to be evacuated? Heimdall sighed, the former King Odin is not here, and Asgard's energy supply system has not been repaired. We need at least 12 hours. Once upon a time, the Rainbow Bridge could send thousands of Asgardian warriors to any corner of the 9 kingdoms at will. That was the most glorious era of the Asa Protoss. Behind this is the result of the most powerful craftsmen working with the most powerful gods. Since the Dark Elves invaded Asgard, the Cursed Warriors dismantled Asgard's shield generator and blew up Asgard's power system by the way, which made the Rainbow Bridge's energy supply always insufficient. This has greatly reduced the number of people delivered by Rainbow Bridge per unit time. However, several human batteries surnamed Odinson were not there. This made the courtiers like Heimdall very depressed. Eng glanced at the long human queue, and he also sighed. In the movie Thor 3, a small space transport plane packed away all the remaining civilians. In reality, there are more than 500,000 Asgardians alone, plus more than 50,000 elite soldiers and more than 30,000 second-line garrison troops. How can it be finished in a short time? The key point is coming, Heimdall concluded, at most 6 hours, Jormungandr will be killed. What is Thor doing? Sif stomped. Not surprisingly, the former crown prince, now the new king, pulled again. When a woman needs him the most, he is always somehow trapped in various places. Sif could not help but look at Eng. Eng shrugged, I don't know the interstellar coordinates of Sokka, and my fleet is flying to Asgard. It will arrive in an hour. Well. At this moment, Sokka. Thor finally convinced the last Valkyrie, and then he took her, and Hulk who had calmed down, looking for a way to rush back to Asgard. According to Heimdall's guidance, as long as they can pass through the largest space gap in the garbage star, they can come back in the shortest time. Otherwise, it takes a long detour and takes more time. In fact, this largest space gap is no different from a black hole. Ordinary spaceships will only be crushed to if they enter it, so the paste is called the Devil's Pi. In the entire Sokka planet, there is only one spaceship that meets this requirement. Loki explained at the right time. After losing the trust of the collector Gautianzun, Loki, a slicker, habitually thought of betrayal. He first took Thor to Gautianzun's hangar and found the fancy spaceship commander, and then he planned to cheat his good brother again. After all, Thor took the Hulk to run away, which is tantamount to making Gautianzun lose 2 top gladiators at the same time. Gautianzun has been thinking of using them to make money. Who knows, this time Thor was tricked out of experience. Oh, my dear brother, don't you feel that the past is always a cycle? I kept trusting you and being betrayed by you, and then because of other things, I trusted you again and was betrayed by you again. Hearing this, Loki felt that something was wrong. If not, he saw Thor hold up a small remote. It wasn't until then that he realized that Thor had installed a controller for slave gladiators on his back shoulder. As soon as Thor pressed it, Loki, who was terrifying and eventually killed himself, fell down with convulsions all over his body. And Thor jumped on the command number and began his difficult return journey. In order to escape Gautianzun's claws more smoothly, Thor even released his gladiator and friends when he left. This is more than just cutting off Gautianzun's fortune. This is simply the lifeblood of Gautianzun. As expected, he, the transformed Banner, and the Valkyrie were hunted down by Gautianzun's men. It's just that they, who are used to seeing strong winds and waves, somehow managed to get out of trouble. On the other side, Asgard. The evacuation of civilians has come to a critical juncture. Considering that long-distance teleportation is more expensive and the scale of teleportation is smaller, after an agreement, Eng got the space coordinates of a nearby Asgard outpost. It was a barren asteroid with few resources, and people would definitely not be able to start a new life there. Ideal as a transition. Due to the shorter space teleportation distance, Eng opened the teleportation door wider, which nearly doubled the number of evacuated people per unit time. Finally, half an hour before Yemengate was killed, all the people were evacuated. However, the soldiers refused to evacuate. Our mission is to surround Asgard. If we are told to flee without a fight, even if it is His Majesty's decree, we will refuse to carry it out. The generals said. Not only them, but all the Asgardians have the same thought. What if they can hold a big snake? If you have won the battle to defend Asgard, then you don't have to leave your hometown. If Thor can still be directly contacted now, maybe he can suppress them and force them to accept orders, but Thor's ship plunged into the chaotic space tunnel, and even Heimdall's divine eyes couldn't see Thor where. Eng sighed. This Ragnarok seems to be really coming true. Here he comes. The big snake, Jormungandr, is coming. Rao Heimdall, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, was trembling a little at this moment. The stars in the distance are twinkling, as they have been for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, in the direction directly facing the Rainbow Bridge, everyone suddenly discovered that a large void was completely black. No starlight, just pure darkness. Something is coming. Rumble. This is not a sound from the air, it is some kind of powerful force that is disturbing the energy around Asgard. Chapter 295 Fighting against the Big Snake. This is like water flowing in the sea, and air existing in the sky. The arrival of Jemengard has transformed all the energy components around Asgard domineeringly. Originally, the vacuum is full of nothingness, except for the occasional floating cosmic dust and waste. Most of the vacuum environment has nothing. The appearance of the big snake actually caused the entire universe to start churning like some kind of slurry. The exaggerated energy keeps setting off huge waves that are at least 1,000 meters high by visual inspection, and the Asgardians can clearly see them even without Heimdall's eyes. Near is closer. Through the optical telescope snatched from other cosmic civilizations, the Asgardian soldiers can clearly see that the deadly venom and death breath spit out from Jormungandra's mouth are polluting the entire space in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. The divine power of darkness and death. Vorstag complained angrily, "Damn, is this big loach trying to tear down Asgard directly?" "No. No," look, Sif reminded loudly, and the guard in charge of the air defense system immediately called up the screen. Sif was right, the big snake was actually shrinking. Someone immediately showed the optical model of the snake and reported the data. Anj, who was standing next to him with his chest folded, changed the units in his mind, and Jemengard has now become a little snake with a diameter of about 30 meters and a length of 1,000 meters. The mass of Jemengard remains the same, but the volume has shrunk to about 1/30th of its previous size. The following people gave a relatively accurate report. This change caught almost everyone by surprise. "What's going on?" Fondrel murmured. "It's very simple. It used to be a big balloon, and even your infantry can cause negligible damage to it. Now, its protection is more than one level higher. Except for your generals, other people don't expect to be injured in close combat. It's here." Anj directly said the evaluation report of Godslayer system. "How can this work?" Several gold armor generals protested angrily. Anj chuckled, "I just expressed my assessment as an ally. I have no right to interfere with your decision. After all, this is a war of the Asgardians. The implication you are going to die, I will not stop you." These words are very true, and they hurt many people. They got choked. If it was the battle against Hela in history, they would have given it away with great probability. There is Sif in this life. As the official of Asgard, whose status is above the three warriors, Sif has a transcendent status when Odin and Thor are not there. Sif heard from Anger that there are many bosses in the universe who want to destroy Asgard, such as Thanos or Darkseid. Now that all the conventional combat power has been exhausted, how can we protect the tribe in the future? Rely on Earthlings who are weaker in combat? Sif clearly felt that this Kratos was really for their own good, and considered issues from their standpoint. She gritted her teeth. "Heimdall, I decided to withdraw 90% of the infantry first, leaving only the long-range troops and the Death Army. Heimdall was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately, a wise decision. No, my lord, we. The general seemed to want to argue. Sif's voice became high-pitched. We are carrying out His Majesty Thor Odinson's will. Protecting the people is the top priority. Sifgar Heimdall, the two real gods ordered this, and the soldiers below could only obey no matter how much they complained. In fact, it's not that there are no soldiers who want to obey others and stay here to guard their homes. Instead, Sif seizes the opportunity to send more soldiers away. With long-range troops, there are less than 3,000 people left. The big snake Hormungandr has finally arrived. Hiss. In the eyes of the world, Asgard is very unscientific. It is a continent suspended in the void. Whether it is big or small, it is an area of hundreds of square kilometers. The exaggerated divine power barrier cuts off the vacuum, allowing air to exist in this ancestral land of the Asa Protoss. Somewhat unexpectedly, when approaching the divine power barrier that envelopes the entire continent, the big snake actually gathered its own divine power, and no longer sprayed out poisonous mist and dead air. World. Hiss hiss, the sound of the giant python's vomit, just hearing it was enough to make the existence with insufficient strength dizzy on the spot, so disgusted that it collapsed on the ground. The big snake stopped 30 kilometers away from the front of the Rainbow Bridge, and its body became bigger again. No, to be precise, only its phantom became bigger. At least in the vision of the Asgardians, what appeared in front of them was a huge white snake head with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. My name is Asgard. Or you can call me by another name, Thor Odinson. I am the true king of Asgard. Asgardians, surrender to me, or die. The loud announcement rattled in the ears of the Asgardians. If the big snake didn't deliberately spread his terrible poisonous mist and dead breath, this voice full of powerful divine power still made all the Asgardian warriors. I was so shocked that I almost vomited blood. It was just a little bit short, and a few gold-armored warriors holding onto the anti-aircraft guns pulled the trigger. They tried their best to maintain their sanity, waiting for the orders of the three warriors of Asgard. Normally speaking, if the other party speaks harshly, you can't be weak on your side. Helplessly, Thor is not here, and it is really not enough for Sif to speak out. Having the courage to launch a death charge to the enemy is already the most praiseworthy courage, just like Hogun died in battle in history. Originally, Angi's personality is enough, but he is an alien god. For many things, the outer god takes the lead, so the taste will change. Heimdall responded with a resounding voice, "This is Asgard. His Majesty Thor Odinson inherited the legitimate kingdom of Emperor Odin. Please forgive us for not being able to accept Thor Odinson's order." The real response is a swipe of the Rainbow Bridge. Phew. Heimdall twisted the Excalibur bolt steel on the rainbow socket, and rainbow lights of 7 colors shot out from the head of the Rainbow Bridge. In the concept of ordinary people, this brilliant brilliance is the road connecting the Asa god realm with the outside world. Few people know that the other name of the Rainbow Bridge is Shaking Road to Heaven. As the top space transmission tool in the universe, as long as the energy of Rainbow Bridge is slightly adjusted, it will be the sharpest space light cannon. The 7-color light is no longer the harmless appearance when teleporting. It covered a distance of 30 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and slammed the snake's head. The pitch-black mask of divine power collided with the 7-color rainbow light without any tricks, and bursts of powerful and incomparable energy turbulence were formed, which swayed disorderly and vented out. The big snake is angry. You. How dare you? Resist the great eye. Chapter 296 Warcraft. The powerful divine sound turned into a terrifying shockwave, smashing the rainbow light in reverse, and crossing Asgard's divine power mask, rushing towards the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Dozens of Asgardian warriors were so shocked that they vomited blood. Heimdall shook his head helplessly. If the rainbow bridge was in a complete state, it would cost the big snake more or less. It's a pity that the emergency evacuation not long ago used up more than half of the energy of the rainbow bridge. This is impossible. At the same time, in the eyes of Yemengard, these diehards who are ignorant and dare to resist his new rule are definitely the targets he must kill. If he doesn't kill some of the elders of the previous dynasty, how can he establish a new dynasty? His huge snake body first retracted like a spring, and then violently ejected. The distance of 30 kilometers is just a few blinks of an eye to him. Rao is the defender who is a well-informed Asagard. When he saw such a huge snake rushing towards him, he could only see it with the optical telescope at first, and then it was clearly visible to the naked eye. This unparalleled impact is really shocking. Boom! The rainbow bridge collapsed again. The huge snake's mouth didn't even need to be opened to the maximum, just a bite, and the big ball at the head of the rainbow bridge was bitten. That ease, it feels like a grown human eating a little cherry. Kowtow! It's also bursting. Rainbow lights of 7 colors splashed out from the gap where the snake's mouth was not yet closed. Fire! Sif gave an order, and all the anti-aircraft guns in Asgard opened their gun doors. Boom! Countless columns of black smoke bloomed on the white body of the big snake. This is not the anti-aircraft artillery using the gunpowder of World War II on Earth. It is the high-energy beam bombarding the surface of the serpent, splashing the poisonous mist and death breath that lingered all over his body. At the moment when Orokai deliberately shrinks its size and strengthens its defense, a cannon of this level is useless. Insignificant waste. You don't know my greatness at all. The big snake twisted its body, and the rainbow bridge corridor of 7 colors suddenly shattered inch by inch, and the sea area around the corridor easily set off a 100-meter huge wave, rolling towards the direction of the fairy palace. Peer. The sense of powerlessness in the face of peerless monsters quickly entangled the hearts of every Asgardian. So desperate. Fortunately, Aang has a plan B. Close the door. Lock down the gate. Let the dogs out. On the terrace of Asgard Palace, Aang still crossed his arms, with an expression of "I'm just here to see a play." But when he said this, Sif felt relieved from the bottom of her heart. Rainbow Bridge connected to the other side of the glazed Isle of Asgard, and suddenly another behemoth suddenly overturned the bricks and stones on the ground, and entered the vision of the serpent. Huh? You are? Big Snake was slightly taken aback. Because of his surprise, he began to forget the polite tone of his self-proclaimed nobility. He devoured Hela. Of course he knew that this eldest daughter of Odin also kept another peerless beast in captivity, the demon wolf Fenrir. When he saw the majestic appearance of the demon wolf, he recognized it immediately. Ha ha ha. Are you here to welcome me? Fenrir. The big snake, entrenched in the shallow water area, stretched out its tongue high, as if licking its lips, and spit out the letter gently. An angry growl was his answer. Seeing the long fangs exposed from the opened wolf mouth, Yermungand had to admit that he had made a mistake. He sneered, and half of the sea pulled out on his nose. This is not real Hela. Hela's soul has been completely devoured by him. This is precisely a remnant who has lost her soul. Using Hela's voice, he said, "Kneel down. Beast. Kneel down to me who conquered your master." The berserk divine power suddenly pressed down on Fenrir's wolf body like 10 times the force of gravity. Every bone and every wolf hair in his body was under terrible pressure. It was just a little bit short, and the front paws of the giant wolf were about to bend down. In this scene, even Sif and the others who were watching the battle thought that Fenrir was about to jump and run to the opposite side. In this extremely delicate moment, there is a sense of tension that makes people forget to breathe. Only Aang was confident, and system prompts flashed on his retina. The demon wolf Fenrir feels he has been fooled. The wrath of the demon wolf is activated. Seeing this, Aang smiled. In Norse mythology, the demon wolf Fenrir was deceived once. The Norse gods were frightened by its wildness and strength, and tried to tie a magical chain around its neck that it could not break free. Fenrir quit, they coaxed it, saying that this is to try its power. As a result, Fenrir put forward a condition: there must be a who puts his hand in my mouth to ensure my safety, otherwise, I don't want to be bound. The gods looked at the two sharp teeth in Fenrir's mouth, and everyone remained silent. The gods looked at each other, but none of them spoke. Finally, Tyr took a step forward and put his strong wrist into Fenrir's mouth. The gods restrained Fenrir as they wished, and the furious wolf bit off Tyr's hand. This is the reason why Fenrir went mad even more after the time of Ragnarok came. Demon wolf Fenrir never accept being fooled. In an instant, the flames of death lingering on it unexpectedly multiplied hundreds or thousands of times. This time, Nge couldn't laugh anymore. Fenrir is worthy of being the legendary world destroyer demon wolf. When he became furious, his demand for divine power was almost endless, like a black hole. Sif saw that the divine light on Kratos suddenly plummeted, and she was also taken aback. Kratos. Damn it. Fenrir is a foodie. Enge spat hard. He can probably imagine how awesome Hela was when she returned to Asgard in history. That is to say, Hela takes the whole of Asgard as the cornerstone of her divine power, so that she can afford Fenrir, a big consumer of divine power. The problem is that Hela can arbitrarily draw the power of the entire Asgard domain, but Enge can't. For a moment, both Sif and Heimdall thought that Kratos was about to overturn. Unexpectedly, Kratos suddenly took out one of his rewards in the treasure house of Asgard. That is an endless glove that is several sizes too big. Right? Everyone knows this is a fake. But Sif and the others don't know that even if it's a fake, it can't withstand the power of all the infinite gems, so it's still okay to put two real gems in it. Enge is using Space Gem and Reality Gem. Simply using Reality Gem to convert power to power Fenrir, and pumping Enge into a mummy is not enough, plus the power or Space Gems that can be used as infinite power plants among the Infinity Gems, that is another matter up. The demon wolf who had received the surging power of death responded to Jörmungandr with incomparable arrogance. Ah! Yuan's long roar. It represents the uncontrollable anger of the magic wolf. This is the arrogance it has suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Responding to its anger, the undead warriors of Asgard, who were also burning with vengeance, turned into a dark green frenzy, rushed out from every corner of the pier, and launched an epic countercharge towards the big snake. Chapter 297. Isn't this the Hall of Valor? Sif, Heimdall, and a group of Asgardian soldiers stood in awe within the scope of Asgard, watching this peerless beast that only existed in the population of the oldest Asgardians, and it turned into one. The sharp black flash pierced straight towards Jormungandr, who twisted and twisted on the sea surface, and in a blink of an eye, a battle broke out beyond the limit of their imagination. Thinking that this terrifying undead monster and other undead warriors are likely to become the nightmare to end Asgard under the leadership of Hela, this feeling is even weirder. Not to mention them, even if they are the masterminds of this dog-eats-dog plan, Enge secretly sighs with emotion while he is in the mood of watching a show. With Fenrir's violent and furious temperament, how many existences in the world can compete with him? Live in peace? Not to mention dominating it in disguise like it is now. The battle between the big snake and the giant wolf was brought to the highest intensity from the very beginning. It's like the boss battle in the game does not let you play step by step, and jumps directly to the final stage. Facing Fenrir's pounce, Jörmungandr also bit down unceremoniously. Even if the body size has shrunk, Jörmungandr is still much bigger than Fenrir. If he bites, Fenrir will be full of the death power provided by Aang, and he will probably die on the spot. Right when those sharp and long fangs were about to reach Fenrir's fur in the mouth of the snake that opened violently, the world destroyer demonic wolf kicked violently towards the void to its left. There was a clear muffled sound in the air, like the roar of a building collapsing. The breath of death gushed out from the fingertips of Fenrir's foreclaws. These spouts of death energy actually supported it to change its attack route extremely flexibly in mid-air, allowing the wolf's body and the snake's head to pass by dangerously and dangerously. The big snake bit the air with one bite, and Fenrir's counter-attack came. The sharp wolf claws and the seemingly indestructible white snake scales finally confronted each other. Several clusters of gorgeous and dazzling sparks exploded on the snake scales. "Can't break the defense," Hogan exclaimed. "No." He guessed wrong. It is still possible to break the defense, but the effect does not look very good. Even the belt scales are pawed down to pull out a 3 meter by 2 meter hole. Placed on other creatures, this is a shocking giant wound. For a god-level giant snake with a diameter of tens of meters, a length of more than a kilometer, and a super self-healing ability, this is only a minor injury. Fenrir, the demon wolf who galloped in the 9-star regions tens of thousands of years ago, has rich combat experience beyond everyone's imagination. Seeing that the claws couldn't easily tear apart these scales, which were the size of a student's desk, Woolpaw immediately switched targets and aimed at the gaps between the scales. Although Hormungandr's snake skin is also unimaginably strong, it is still useless in front of wolf claws. Hiss. This is a 30-meter long, almost parallel breach. Because the wounds are parallel and dense, even if the big snake has amazing resilience, the wounds are still not easy to heal. On the spot, a large lump of black flesh and blood splashed out from Yemenjade's white body, like ink entering the water, instantly dyeing a large area of the sea black. Hiss. The big snake was obviously angry. He spit out the letter, twisted the huge snake body, and almost bumped into Fenrir's body. The giant wolf escaped Yermungandra's counter-attack with its super high agility. At this time, more undead soldiers rushed forward. What surprised Orokai was that his extremely tough snake skin couldn't completely resist the weapons of these undead warriors. Wow! Chi-La! These Asgardian generals who traversed the 9 realms during their lifetime, with extraordinary strength, left thousands of long and short, large and small wounds on the big snake in the gaps between the scales. This time, Yemen was really off. He violently twisted the snake's body, and the surging divine power that he exuded caused purple-black poisonous clouds to surge over the place where the Rainbow Bridge was originally located, and began to rain down thousands of corrosive venom clusters the size of water tanks. Rao, these undead warriors were all brave enough to die, and they were reduced to scum on the spot under the erosion of this venom that was many times stronger than sulfuric acid. Their former glory has long been submerged in the long river of history. It was only at the last moment of their existence, but once again, they gave their last ounce of strength to protect Asgard under the circumstances of a mistake. This scene made the Asgardians feel confused and sighed. In any case, such a giant snake regards the fairy sea at the lower end of the Rainbow Bridge as a small puddle, writhing and writhing in it, fighting with the undead legion, not even attacking directly, just the huge waves rushing ashore, destroy the buildings around the pier as easily as kicking down a pile of Jenga houses. This scene completely corresponds to the scene of the Last Judgment coming in the twilight of the gods described in the prophecy of the Asa Protoss. It's just that the big villain doesn't seem to match up. Diana came over and gently held Aang's hand, and she recited. The children of Fenrir have swallowed the sun and the moon, the stars will disappear from the sky, the earth will shake violently, the trees will be uprooted, the mountains will fall, and all bonds will be broken, so Fenrir will be free. Fenrir and his brother Hormungandr rushed to the place of the decisive battle, Vigrid Wilderness, as if venting the anger that filled his heart, burning flames would erupt from his mouth and nostrils. As the armies gather there, there will be a great battle. Odin's heroic warriors are pouring out of Valhalla, but they appear to be too few for the wolf. Diana glared coquettishly at a certain of war in a leather case, clearly saying, "You did a good job." Ange smiled without saying a word. Traveling through time and space to go back to the past, of course, it is possible to mess up like the Flash, creating a series of serially destroyed worlds branching out. If done well, it will be like this. Jormungand and Fenrir, who were supposed to fight side by side to fight against Odin, became deadly enemies. Eng was at the super VIP position on the terrace of Asgard, watching the scene of earth shattering in front of him. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt that the scene gave him such a sense of accomplishment. The traveler's adventure factor, eager to change the course of history, is now burning in his blood. Eng let out a chuckle, who said that skulls and bones are not heroic spirits. Immortal wolf plus zombie warrior, isn't this also an element of the Hall of Valor? Ha 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 ha. Who said anglers never Air Force? Leslie is never Air Force. Only the person involved would feel deeply anxious. Sif nervously came together, damn it. Why didn't Jormungandr's divine power decrease but instead increase? Chapter 298 The Steppenwolf I pushed. As another opponent, facing the demon wolf Fenrir who has 2 infinite gems to power, he may not be able to hold on for a few rounds. Even if Thor comes here, he may not be able to please. Or Many-Mam, who has thousands of dark planets as energy reserves, or Doctor Strange, a master of both space and time magic, can easily fight against Fenrir. Don't look at the big snake who keeps getting hurt and dropping scales, his aura is really getting stronger and stronger. Eng stared at the big snake's huge body, and sighed. Asgard is also the home field of Jormungandr. He can infinitely draw all the power stored in this space, it depends on which side can't hold it first. Sif's face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, she still doesn't know that Eng is using Space Gem and Reality Gem to fight against the divine power accumulated by Asgard for tens of thousands of years. Originally, this would be a long process. As long as the 2 giant beasts as carriers can still serve as the energy outlet, it will really turn into a tragic war of attrition. Either the power is exhausted, or the body is completely smashed first, no matter which ending is not good. Heimdall looked at Eng quietly, and he could clearly feel that this outer god, who was trusted by Thor, actually had a lot of selfishness in his heart, and he most likely came for the treasures in the treasury of Asgard. But an outer god recruited the Death Army to help the Asgardians do this, and no one can blame him for anything. Here's the deal. There is no absolute fairness in transactions. In these years, it is very rare to find such a strong person who did not take advantage of Asgard's weakness to make trouble, and strictly abide by the transaction conditions. After this time, the whole of Asgard owed him a huge debt. Heimdall sighed deeply. It depends on whether His Majesty Thor can come back in time. The battle in the Shallow Sea area has completely heated up. Fenrir couldn't deal a fatal blow to Jormungandr. He could only continue to cause damage and consume the opponent's divine power. On the other hand, Jormungandr couldn't get rid of Fenrir and ran to attack Asgard. Although he is so huge, as long as it is a snake, it will be 7 inches. If the big snake dares to wave, Fenrir dares to kill him. Visible to the naked eye, the balance of victory is gradually moving towards the big snake. After the initial discomfort, the damage caused by the undead warrior to the big snake is rapidly decreasing. Undead warriors of mortal form can rarely withstand a single blow under the crush of a snake body. This makes the soldiers of Asgard Palace feel numb. If they are replaced, the result will not be much better than these undead warriors. It means that Fenrir can continue to fight the big snake in a 40 to 60, or 30 to 70 way. It's hard to die, and at this moment, a crisp click sound came from Angie's left hand. Everyone cast their eyes. Sif looked at the crack on the golden glove, and her face turned pale. Ange smiled wryly. No way, this thing is a fake after all. Ange has the skill of death power control, and his level jumped to 192 after playing with divine power transmission. But this still feels like a drop in the bucket for Fenrir's consumption. typically because the conversion speed can't keep up with the energy supply speed. If he killed a complete Hela and completely grabbed Hela's priesthood of death, maybe there would be no such problem. That's why he used Reality Gem to convert the power of death. There is no Infinity Gauntlet, even if it is a copycat Infinity Gauntlet. When using this power as a medium, he has to take greater risks. Eng doesn't know how modern his physique is, and it must be impossible for him to be stronger than the monster Thanos. Then here comes the problem: if he doesn't give his life to the Asgardians, Fenrir will soon be unable to withstand it due to lack of strength. It would be almost embarrassing for Sif and the others to leave this question. The Infinity Gauntlet guarded day and night by elite soldiers and generals in the treasure house of Asgard is actually a fake. Who can Sif and the others turn to for reasoning? Thousands of mistakes are all Odin's fault. The problem is that Odin has burped. Even if the father and son pay back the debt, the blame cannot be thrown on Kratos. Who told their families cheating King Thor to be absent at the critical moment? Sif was on the verge of crying. The goddess suppressed her disappointment and helplessness, and said in a trembling voice, "It's okay, we know you tried your best. The next step is the battle of the Asgardians." Eng smiled optimistically, "Don't worry, I know that Thor guy. He may be late, and he will definitely show up at the critical moment. Thank you for your comfort." Sif smiled bitterly, and then her eyes became firm. "All warriors of Asgard, prepare to fight." This seemed to be a desperate battle, and they knew very well that no matter how much they invested in fighting the big snake, it would be like hitting the ground under their feet. In order not to destroy the hometown in their hearts, they felt that they had to do so. At this moment, the undead warriors were almost lost, only the Asgardian artillery was still roaring angrily. "Ow!" Fenrir roared at Eng through the soul connection. It was questioning why Eng reduced its supply of death power. Through the window of the soul, Eng silently showed the fake Infinity Gauntlet with increasingly obvious cracks. "Sorry. I'm not really of death. That's all the power of death I provided. It's not my fault that this copycat can't withstand the power of the infinite gems." Fenrir raised his head to the sky and screamed from a distance, and his attack became more rapid. It still has a lot of death power stored in its body, and it wants to cause more damage to the big snake before its own power weakens. Eng was a little surprised, but Fenrir didn't blame him anymore. Here, Sif has assembled her troops. She is preparing for the final charge with Heimdall, the 3 warriors, Executioner Scorch, and more than 2,000 Asgardian elites. Just when she was about to fight to the death, Angie's voice sounded in her ears again. "I can't supply enough power of death to Fenrir, but it doesn't mean that my cards are all gone. Please enjoy my collection Steppenwolf. As soon as the voice fell, a strange existence bathed in golden light suddenly came out of the void. "He's thoughtless, cute, and cute. Ah, he's a fierce and expressive headless horseman who entered very abruptly. He was wearing a sea urchin armor with spikes all over his body, but he had no head. He held up a mountain axe, made an exaggerated jump, 100 meters high, and jumped onto the back of the big snake while the big snake was concentrating on attacking Fenrir. Kowtow. A huge mouth with a length of more than 100 meters opened. Black flesh and blood sprang out like money. Chapter 299. Since ancient times, the spearmen are lucky. Yemengia was careless. He didn't expect the attack power of this headless horseman to be so high. Who again? Hearing Yemengia's furious roar, Diana gave Nge a blank look. "You have so many cards." Eng shrugged. "No way, this is Asgard. Fighting here is too overwhelming for an Olympian like me. The physical combat power will not be affected. If you use divine power, the consumption will not double. Said, the power is at least halved. I can only help delay the time." Diana immediately understood. The opponent's power is almost unlimited, so since it's a delay, we have to wait until the last singer comes on stage. Almost in response to her words, a hole was suddenly torn open in the space on the east side of Asgard, and an extremely turbulent spaceship rushed out of the turbulent flow of space. It was only a matter of time before the anti-aircraft gunners in charge of the area opened fire on the ship. In fact, the Asgardian soldier had his finger on the trigger, until he saw through the optical telescope a no longer flamboyant short-haired man poking out of the open hatch of the spaceship. My God! It's really His Majesty Thor Odinson. His Majesty has rushed back. We are saved. Cheers echoed in Asgard's communication circuit, and quickly reached Sif and the others. Sif, who was ready to die for her country, let out a long sigh of relief. Thor, bastard. Fandral is the most frivolous, he laughed loudly. Although our Majesty often does things unreliably, he will never let us down at critical moments. Heimdall gave Fandral a blank look. He would not have said such words as he was always serious and rigid. But at this time, he wouldn't correct Fandral, who knew that Thor, who appeared in the much anticipated stage, couldn't even stand at the moment. Thor, who had just come out of the Devil's Chrysanthemum, suffered from the turbulent flow of space. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, he finally woke up, and still there is a feeling of dizziness and nausea. No way, this is the price of cutting corners. Ouch! My head is so itchy, is it going to grow my brain? Thor's legs trembled. Dr. Banner next to him complained about him. Fart. You have been fooled too much by Rocky to grow your brain. Under normal conditions, it is impossible for Banner to complain like this. He was also dizzy, which was more like telling the truth when he was drunk. Miraculously, Thor actually agreed. That's right, I was cheated too much by Loki. You don't know, well, I cheated him this time, ha ha ha. Wake up! You two idiots! This ogre-like Mother Valkyrie Miss Sister flew up her feet and kicked the two idiots from the hatch 30 meters above the ground. Down. Tell people to wake up. In fact, this guy himself is like a terrible hangover. While dozens of Asgardian guards were watching, their new king Thor, in such a strange and embarrassing posture, fell the solid floor tiles like this, stunned. A large figure fell out. Ugh, that's very Thor. If another king did this, it would be absolutely embarrassing to throw it abroad. For some reason, the soldiers felt that it was right. This guy with a short-shaved head and no longer a handsome guy with fluttering long hair was indeed their king. Outrageously, Banner did not fall to the ground, but fell into a deep fountain. He was picked up by the soldiers hurriedly. No one knows, they missed an opportunity to activate the reinforcement, Hulk. Over there, Ange, who learned of Thor's return in the communication, was relieved anyway. It is not a question of whether he is willing to help and desperately, but that bombing his hometown can only be done by the orthodox heir of the Odinson family. If others dare to do it, it will be death. Thor was dizzy, and patted his cheek to wake himself up. Looking at the concerned subordinates beside him, he shook his head and asked, "How's the situation?" Master Kratos helped evacuate all the civilians, and now the ancient magic wolf Fenrir he activated is fighting fiercely with the big snake by the sea, but the situation is not optimistic. A golden armored commander quickly explained the situation. "Take me back to Asgard first." Thor turned over and jumped on an Asgardian golden speeding car, and rushed back. When entering the main entrance of Asgard, Thor saw Ange on the terrace. "Okay, thank you Kratos. Leave it to me." Torale's shouts spread far away. Ange waved his hand at Thor. Diana used her extraordinary perception to look at Thor from a distance, and what she saw, the divine power and wind element lingering around Thor's body, cannot be said to be weak. The key is who to compare with. Compared with Yamenjiad's overflowing divine power, there is no comparison at all, and there is a sense of chaos. Obviously Thor has not recovered from the bad state of Space Shuttle. Diana frowned suddenly. Can Thor do it in this state? No. Even Thor in 100% state is enough. After all, that is a big snake whose destructive power surpasses that of Hela. It's not that Jemingate must be stronger than Hela, the key is that this guy is bigger and can extract the divine power of Asgard, a treasure land of the gods, faster. This is like a high-power motor crushing a low-power one. Unfortunately, without a fight, Thor probably won't be able to make up his mind, and must blow up Asgard. No matter what, Thor won't hesitate. Having lost Thor's hammer, he urgently needs a new weapon. It is naturally not just a low-level artifact that is used to fight against the big snake. He came to the throne of the king of the gods that had been restored before he was exiled in the main hall, and saw the golden spear quietly leaning on the side of the throne. That is his Laozu's relic, the famous top-level sharpshooter, the eternal Gungnir, Kunganir. During those days when Loki pretended to be Odin and went crazy to death, Loki didn't dare to touch this sharp gun with self-will at all, because it was likely to bite him back. It is still a trivial matter to get through the gang. Loki is afraid that this sharp gun will nail him, the number one filial son of Tianzi, to death under the steps in front of the throne. Loki only dared to let Gungnir be the mascot, and stood there quietly. Taking a long breath, Thor stretched out his hands somewhat anxiously. When he clenched the gun body tightly, a sigh sounded in his ear. Obviously, Gungnir knew of Odin's fate. In the soul heir of the previous master, Gungnir felt a will called inheritance. It chooses to obey. Maybe Thor is not suitable for using it, considering Odin's behest, he must make do with it first. To be honest, the twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Now that the enemy is at hand, there is really no way to pick him. When Thor stepped out of the gate of Asgard with a sharp gun in his hand, Anger, who was watching, complained, "Lucky spearman since ancient times." Chapter 300 Gungnir. Leaving aside the fact that spearmen are mostly unlucky. Swords, and guns have a saying in China that 1 year of swords, 10 years of swords, and a lifetime of guns. Guns are easy to learn but hard to master. Compared with other weapons, it pays more attention to skills. It is really like the peasants and soldiers who can only stab but not accept. Though Thor is good at all 18 kinds of weapons, but he has used a hammer for tens of thousands of years to carve the word mang into the deepest part of his soul. This is why he changed to storm axe so smoothly. It's not a heavy weapon, he really can't get used to it. When he stepped out of the gate of Asgard with the former king's Gungnir in his hand, all Asgardian warriors erupted. Long live His Majesty Thor! Long live Asgard! Get rid of Jormungandr! Such cheers like mountains and tsunami naturally easily attracted the attention of Orokai. This time, Jemingard was furious. He swung the weakened Fenrir into the air with his tail, blasted him a kilometer away, and smashed the headless Steppenwolf like a sledgehammer into a nail, and slammed it into the air. Smashed into the depths of Asgard. The huge snake mouth said, "I am the real king of Asgard. Your name is Thor, right? Kid, kneel down to me, and I will consider letting you go." The original words of these words contain a lot of Aesir slang, and even contain some words that even the nursery grandmother would be ashamed of. Translated elegantly, it probably means this. Thor raised the sharp gun high, and the glow on it covered the armor of all the soldiers in the entire legion with a layer of golden yellow. Kull. No. Jormungandr. Your brutality has made you doomed to the throne. I don't mind handing over the crown of Asgard to anyone else, but you will never be handed over. When hitting someone, hit the face first, step on the snake and step on 7 inches. The reason why Jemingate is crazy is not for the throne. Having been aggrieved in the seal for tens of thousands of years, he was crazy about the seat of Asgard. Thor suddenly jumped out and said, "You can give it to anyone, but you can't give it to him." Isn't this a slap in the face? Anyone who knows Thor knows that Thor really doesn't care about the throne, otherwise he wouldn't have left Asgard to run around the world and kill Shirtel for Asgard. It was a 100% humiliation in the ears of the big snake. I saw the snake's mouth open to the maximum all of a sudden, and all kinds of vulgar words spewed out. On this day, the big snake's mouth became a real venomous tongue, a poisonous tongue in various senses. Then, Mr. Thor, who couldn't bear it anymore, greeted the other party with the same kindness in the most primitive Asa language. In fact, this was very common in ancient times. Even in Norse mythology, no one said that the Aesirs were a family of etiquette. The Vikings, who accounted for the largest number of their followers, were outright barbarians. It was just this scene that opened Anger's eyes. People in the Celestial Dynasty pay attention to talking without speculation, but the Asa Protoss are more verbal and hands-on. In the end, the big snake launched the attack first. There is no way. Compared with Thor, the new king who is young, Kull does not have the so-called strong claim. At the moment when the first son of the former king succeeded to the throne, the elder brother of the former king was not considered orthodox. The big snake sprayed over with a mouthful of poisonous mist. Who? What kind of poisonous fog is this? This is simply the most terrifying death storm. The mist containing the dual powers of death and venom covered the sky with a momentum faster than a storm, pressing down on the head. For the striker of the Asgard soldiers, it is simply inevitable. The former of hammers, Thor, was destroyed because of the hammer. At this moment, his thunder power is in a state of ineffectiveness. Rao, Sif, who was next to him, yelled and stabbed the ground with his divine sword, suddenly evoking a temporary retaining wall about 1 kilometer long and 10 meters high, which could be regarded as helping the soldiers withstand the most direct attack. The shock wave of dead air still cannot be resisted by ordinary Asgardian soldiers. During the poisonous gas storm, an unknown number of people were blown out on the spot. Before they landed, they had already turned into corpses, bringing out a string of dirty blood beads. What was even more frightening was that the corpse began to twitch strangely before it landed. The corpse turned into a zombie on the spot in front of all the Asgardians. The stronger elite barely resisted this wave of death, so they had to face the sword of Baz a moment ago. This tragic scene seemed to silence the surrounding air and completely freeze it. Such a profane scene naturally aroused Thor's anger. Thor responded to his uncle angrily. He raised the spear flat and put it on his shoulder. In this battle, he will deliver the real first strike. According to legend, when the Vikings were fighting, the commander would throw a spear at the enemy first, which is to inherit the tradition of the Asa Protoss. After a sound of exhalation, only the most discerning beings can find out that the space in front of the sharp Gungnir shattered like glass. On weekdays, this long spear is just a flashy work of art cast from pure gold. Until this moment, it finally revealed its true colors. The tip of the gun is still shining with golden light, but the handle of the gun Thor is holding is no longer shiny, but reveals the body of the gun, which is as green as an emerald. Because the real body of the gun handle has never been gold, but the tenderest, most vigorous, and divine branch of the world tree. In the 9 kingdoms built with the world tree as the core, the branches of the world tree themselves also have the meaning of transmission. Dozens of lightning-like rays of light are intertwined at the tip of the spear, drawing an arc along the long tip that is so dazzling that mortals can hardly look directly at it. Immediately, the entire gun disappeared. This spear falls in the eyes of different existences, and they are different. Only the strongest can truly see that the spear pierces the thread of the law of space. Although the big snake did release a lot of divine power in an attempt to block Thor's spear, but the sharp gun crossed this space, as if it had traveled to another world first, and then jumped back and stabbed the big snake's head fiercely, the chest about 50 meters below. The light of the gun body flickered away, except for a large string of dirty blood beads flying out like rain, as if the two were passing by each other. Only the big snake let out an earth-shattering scream. In the next second, everyone could see that there was a super big hole in the body of Yemengard's snake head, which could easily drive a heavy tank into it. To be reasonable, if you change another existence, your heart will be destroyed, and you will most likely die to death. Berthjemengard not only has the divine power to draw Asgard, but after absorbing the power of Hela, he also became half of death. Despite the amazing power of the sharpshooter, this guy really didn't die.